Chapter 644. Ordinary immortal Gu needed immortal essence to activate. Under normal circumstances, it was impossible to activate a Gu worm with just willpower. Even giant suns will had to follow this rule. Earlier, the reason why the dragon of giant suns will could activate the immortal Gu was because it contained giant sun's immortal essence and used it. But now, Wisdom Gu's sneak attack had succeeded, cutting the dragon of giant suns will into two, and actually exposing giant sun's immortal essence. As expected of the Wisdom Gu, Fang Yuan's eyes shone brightly, and he praised in his heart. He had previously thought of severing the connection between giant sun's immortal essence and giant sun's will, but he lacked the strength to do so. But the Wisdom Gu did it. Wisdom Gu was not afraid of formless hands, because even the most powerful formless hand only had 8 fingers. Wisdom Gu was a rank 9 immortal Gu. Only 9-fingered, formless hands could capture it. However, even though Wisdom Gu was rank 9, it was still fragile. It was not an offensive weapon, so it could still be destroyed by attacks. If Wisdom Gu wanted freedom and wanted to escape, the dragon of giant suns with many immortal Gu was the main obstacle. From Wisdom Gu's perspective, dealing with the dragon of giant suns was the most important task. Thus, it hid itself and waited for an opportunity to strike. It was fine if he did not make a move, but the moment he made a move, it was truly earth-shattering, hitting the weak point of giant sun's will and successfully cutting off its connection with giant sun's immortal essence, causing the dozen or so immortal Gu under his control to go silent. Giant suns will suffered heavy injuries and let out an earth-shattering roar. It did not turn around to deal with the Wisdom Gu. It was still charging forward without a care for its own safety. He charged towards Ma and Zhao, who were enveloped by the luck path true inheritance. Giant suns were condensed at lightning speed, forming a large golden hand that seemed to blot out the sky and earth. Like a shooting star, he grabbed towards Ma and Zhao. For a time, the entire battle situation was like this. The wind veil of assimilation isolated imperial court blessed land from the outside world of northern plains. In the outside world, there were many northern plains Gu immortals. Inside was the battlefield of the royal court ruins. The wind curtain of assimilation tore open around. Countless Gu worms gushed out from inside, causing the Gu immortals to fight over them. Inside the wind curtain, in the sky, the luck path true inheritance turned into a rainbow. He flew at high speed and was not far from the wind curtain of assimilation. In the middle was the giant hand of giant suns that could no longer use immortal Gu. Below it was Wisdom Gu. Below them, Fang Yuan and He Lulan were in a stalemate. On the ground, at the very bottom, dozens of Gu masters were still alive. The formless hands were attracted by the group of Gu flying in the sky. They were in a good position. Giant Sun's hand that was going all out was extremely fast, rapidly closing the distance between it and the luck path true inheritance. Pa, 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 the hand of giant suns continued to explode. Wisdom Gu was not far below. Giant suns was illuminated by the light of wisdom. His thoughts were colliding and destroying each other. One could see with the naked eye that giant sun's will's hand was rapidly shrinking. However, the light of wisdom not only consumed giant sun's will, it also caused his thoughts to collide violently. This caused giant sun's will's hand to explode with even greater speed and power. Finally, at the last moment when the luck path true inheritance was about to charge out of the wind veil, Giant Sun's hand arrived and blocked the luck path true inheritance. None of you can escape. All of you die. Giant Suns will grab down with his hand. His killing intent was extremely fierce. He actually no longer cared about the luck Dao true inheritance. He wanted to directly crush Ma and Zhao to death. Are we going to die? Ma and Zhao hugged each other tightly, looking at the descending hand in extreme shock. Boom! The intense attacks were like a torrential storm, fiercely smashing onto Giant Sun's will's hand. You unfilial descendants! Giant Sun's will's hand collapsed, letting out a furious roar. The luck path true inheritance carried Ma and Zhao, flying into the sky and out of the wind veil of assimilation, arriving in the outside world of northern plains. This is an immortal goo. Quickly catch the immortal goo. It's all mine, it's all mine. The righteous path goo immortals who were filled with greed did not know the identity of this will hand. Even if they knew, were they going to watch as the will hand crushed the immortal goo? A man who is never content is like a snake trying to swallow an elephant. The luck path true inheritance was brimming with an intense immortal goo aura, causing the northern plains goo immortals' eyes to turn red. Kill, courting death. Who dares to snatch the immortal goo from me? Shameless. Have you forgotten our previous agreement? Verbal agreements between goo immortals were fragile to begin with such great benefits in front of them, who would abide by their previous agreement. At once, the northern plains goo immortals shed all pretenses of cordiality, attacking together to snatch the luck path true inheritance. Vast goo immortal auras collided and competed with each other. Ma Hongyin and Zhao Lianyun's vision darkened. They almost fainted on the spot. They had truly left the wolf's den and entered the tiger's cave. This aura and radiance, there is no mistaking it. It is definitely related to luck path. Everyone attack. Suddenly a loud shout could be heard. Another dozen or so goo immortals appeared. The leader was an old goo immortal. He had a long snow-white beard that reached his toes. The righteous path goo immortals saw this person, and their pupils shrunk. Among them, someone exclaimed, revealing this person's identity. Old Ancestor Shui, you actually came personally. Old Ancestor Shui, who is the leader of snowy mountain-blessed land. He had rank 8 cultivation. He was the #1 demonic path goo immortal in northern plains. Those following behind him were all great snow mountain-blessed lands devil Tao cultivators. They were all experts and legendary figures with reputable reputations. Imperial Court blessed land is about to be destroyed. I naturally have to take a share of the loot. Stop talking nonsense, attack. Old Ancestor Shui, who shouted. He was very direct as he led the people behind him into the battle. The scene became even more chaotic. Righteous path and demonic path fought. All kinds of goo-worms flew around. The luck path true inheritance had changed hands several times. Ma and Zhao were in great danger. They were on the verge of death. Stop fighting. There must be more immortal goo inside the wind veil of assimilation. A goo immortal shouted in the chaos. 3 Chanyu immortals quickly attack. The wind veil of assimilation is about to close. Another goo immortal reminded. 3 Chanyu immortals gathered together with goo immortal Tong Zhu as the leader. They quickly looked down. Sure enough, they saw. The wound on the wind veil of assimilation had already closed. Only a small crack was left. The wound caused by the wing blade could be said to be huge, but the wind veil of assimilation was closing even faster. Earlier, goo immortal Tong Zhu had estimated that the wound would close in 8 breaths of time. Now, it seemed that the entire process had taken around 8 breaths of time. If they activated the winged blade now, they would definitely be able to open another wound. But the 3 goo immortals of Chanyu tribe did not make any move. This immortal killer move had terrifying offensive power, but the price was huge. It consumed a lot of immortal essence. In such a chaotic situation, the 3 Chanyu immortals did not dare to use it. They had to leave this method to intimidate the enemies. Brother Hei Chung, what should we do now? What should we do now? Hei tribe goo immortal Hei Bai asked. Seeing the wind veil of assimilation close completely, he lost his sense of propriety and quickly asked goo immortal Hei Chung. Hei Chung was silent, his expression extremely unsightly. Hei Bai wanted wooden chicken immortal goo wholeheartedly. Hei Lulan had sent a message saying wooden chicken immortal goo was already in his hands. But now that the wind veil of assimilation closed, Hei Lulan could not escape. Hei Bai's plan failed. Hei Cheng, did not have the ability to break the wind veil of assimilation. His voice was extremely gloomy. Brother Heibai, you still have a chance. Those formless hands in the wind veil are extremely likely to capture your wooden chicken goo. Then they will break through the air. Until their power dissipates, the goo worms seized will also be released. Goo Immortal's investigative methods were much stronger than Goo Master's. After the wound was opened, they immediately saw the danger inside the wind veil. It was also because of the existence of these formless hands that they did not dare to enter the wind veil and take the risk. Is that so? Heibai's eyes immediately brightened, but he soon thought of something. Then nephew He Lulan. He Cheng did not speak, his expression becoming even more gloomy. He Lulan did not grasp this excellent chance to escape the wind veil of assimilation. This made Fang Yuan secretly shocked. But at this moment, Fang Yuan did not have time to think. He threw everything to the back of his mind. He tightly stared at the falling immortal essence of Giant Sunday. His mind was filled with Giant Sun's immortal essence. Goo Masters could not use other people's primeval essence. Goo Immortals could not use other people's immortal essence. After Fang Yuan obtained Hu Immortal Blessed Land, he also obtained a lot of Hu Immortal's green grape immortal essence. But only the little fox land spirit could use this immortal essence. Land spirits were formed from Goo Immortal's obsessions. Giant Sun's immortal essence could only be used by Giant Sun's will. Even if Fang Yuan obtained this immortal essence, he could not use it at all. But this did not affect Fang Yuan's determination to snatch Giant Sun's immortal essence. Although I can't use it, as long as I snatch all of this immortal essence, the threat of Giant Suns will drop to 20 to 30%. Fang Yuan flew into the sky, activating all kinds of movement goo and using all his strength. This excellent opportunity was created by Wisdom Goo. If Fang Yuan did not grab it tightly, he would be a demonic path overlord. You dare! After being tricked by his own descendant, Giant Suns will sensed Fang Yuan's intention and immediately became anxious and furious. Without immortal essence, he could not activate immortal goo. He could only use his special will to fight. He knew the severity of this situation better than anyone else. Fang Yuan's speed was so fast that it was unprecedentedly fearful. Damn it, it's too late! They were gathered again. A large hand slammed down like a falling meteor. Ha ha ha. Fang Yuan raised his head and laughed. In this short period of time, he was already less than 100 steps away from Giant Sun's immortal essence. No matter how fierce Giant Sun's will was, Fang Yuan was not worried about it, because above Fang Yuan's head, between Giant Sun's will and Giant Sun's will, there was a rank 9 Wisdom Goo. Wisdom Goo counters Giant Sun's special will. To get around Wisdom Goo, I will need to spend a lot of time. He Lulan cannot move fast enough and is carrying Tai by Yunsheng. How can she keep up with me? The only thing I need to worry about is Formless Hand. All kinds of thoughts flashed in Fang Yuan's mind. He understood the situation clearly. Chapter 645. Seeing that he was about to succeed, Fang Yuan's lips curled into a smile. But there was no harm in another change. Wisdom Goo rapidly descended, the light of wisdom enveloping Fang Yuan. Once he entered the light of wisdom, Fang Yuan's thoughts rapidly formed and disappeared, rapidly aging. Fang Yuan was shocked. He quickly raised his head and saw Wisdom Goo rapidly descending, flying towards him. Giant Sun's will, whose body had shrunk greatly, shrunk into a ball and followed closely behind. It turned out that Giant Sun's will knew that if he went around Wisdom Goo, he would not be able to stop Fang Yuan in time. Thus he disregarded his own safety and forcefully approached Wisdom Goo, using a nimble technique to send it flying. Although Wisdom Goo countered Giant Sun's will, Giant Sun's will was thick enough. After paying a heavy price and risking his life, he could still forcefully approach Wisdom Goo. This way, Wisdom Goo was like a ball, rapidly flying towards Fang Yuan, instead becoming a huge problem for Fang Yuan. What a great giant son! Seeing wisdom Gu flying towards him, Fang Yuan could not help but praise Giant Sun's Will's decision. He laughed heartily, his heart filled with boundless resolution. You, Giant Sun, can sacrifice yourself to this extent. Why can't I, Gue, Fang Yuan? Immediately, Fang Yuan endured the radiance of the light of wisdom and used his methods to sweep away all of Giant Sun's immortal essence. Next, he used Wind Flower Gu to change his direction, moving to the side and getting away from Wisdom Gu. Wisdom Gu directly fell. Fang Yuan almost brushed past it. Cough, cough, cough. Fang Yuan coughed continuously. He had finally escaped from the light of wisdom, but his face no longer had the appearance of a young man, and anyone who saw him would feel a chill run down their spine. Anyone who saw him would think he was a middle-aged uncle. The closer he got to Wisdom Gu, the stronger the light of wisdom. Earlier, Fang Yuan was 10,000 steps away from Wisdom Gu in true inheritance, secluded domain. In just a few breaths of time, he lost 2 years of lifespan. Just now, he was so close to Wisdom Gu, and after enduring the light of wisdom for so long, he lost over 10 years of lifespan. Ordinary people only had 100 years of lifespan. In order to snatch Giant Sun's immortal essence, Fang Yuan paid a heavy price. Little thief, die for me. A bolt of lightning streaked across the sky. Giant Suns will swoop down like a hawk. Fang Yuan only felt his vision blur. An intense sense of danger assaulted him at the moment of life and death. He only had time to activate 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King. Boom! With a loud bang, Fang Yuan was swatted down like a fly. He fell like a meteor until he smashed into the ground. He smashed a deep pit. Dirt and stones flew everywhere. Smoke and dust billowed. Fang Yuan lay at the bottom of the pit and only reacted after 3 breaths. 6 of his 8 arms were broken. His entire back was too horrible to look at. His spine and ribs were exposed. His mind was in a daze, and he could only barely think. The impact of Giant Sun's will had not only targeted his body, but a large amount of special will had also entered his mind, wreaking havoc. It affected his thoughts. Fang Yuan, who only had a trace of sobriety, did not even think about it. He quickly turned around and dodged. At the next moment, Giant Sun's will turned into a golden axe that swooped down from the sky, chopping down fiercely and chopping off Fang Yuan's left arm and left leg. If not for Fang Yuan turning around in time, he would have been chopped into 2. His mind clearing up slightly, Fang Yuan quickly used his remaining hand to push himself off the ground, the huge force propelling his body out of the pit. But immediately, Giant Sun's will turned into a golden hammer that flew into the air and smashed down on Fang Yuan. Bam! Fang Yuan felt like he was hit by a charging elephant. His ribs were all broken, and most of his organs were crushed into pieces. At the same time, his mind was invaded by Giant Sun's will again, and he fell into an even greater state of unconsciousness. Fang Yuan was like a rubber ball that was hit by someone. He rolled all the way and left a long mark on the ground. The huge friction caused his clothes to be tattered, and he was covered in dust. Eventually, he laid on the ground powerlessly, not moving. His broken bones pierced through his skin and flesh, protruding out. Blood slowly flowed out. It was not red, but the deep green color of 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King. His expression was twisted, his fangs were exposed, and he looked like he was struggling in pain. At this moment, Fang Yuan's mind was in a chaotic battle. The wills were competing intensely, and Giant Sun's will had the upper hand. Fang Yuan was passively taking the beating. He resisted with all his might. He could not even think clearly. Only by destroying Giant Sun's will in his mind could he regain consciousness. But Giant Sun's will did not give him any chance. It condensed into a golden sword that was 15 feet long and 18 feet wide, emitting an inviolable aura of condemning all living beings. This is Giant Sun's will's true battle strength. This is too terrifying. Far away, He Lulan held the unconscious Tai by Yunxing as she clicked her tongue. Giant suns will continue to refine immortal Gu. He was plotted against by Wisdom Gu. He was attacked by over 20 Gu immortals, but he disregarded his own sacrifices and forcefully charged forward, sending Wisdom Gu flying. From start to finish, he had suffered many injuries. His current size was less than a millionth of when he was asleep. But even so, Fang Yuan had no way to retaliate. Without using an immortal Gu, it was no wonder He Lulan was sweating profusely. This battle strength was too terrifying. But soon, He Lulan calmed down. No, a true special will is not this strong. But just now, Ancestor Giant Sun's opportunity was too good. He directly dealt a heavy blow when the enemy was unprepared. The thief wanted to retaliate, but he could not think. His mind was already invaded by the special will. It was in a mess. If both sides were on guard and had enough time to react, this would not have happened. The main thing is that he inherited Ancestor's battle experience. He is ruthless and decisive. Once he finds a flaw, he will attack continuously, not giving the enemy any chance to turn the situation around. Especially when his will invades the mind, this effect is terrifying. He simply cannot retaliate. It seems I need to guard against this when fighting against Wisdom Path Gu Masters. He Lulan reminded himself as he slowly descended to the ground. He looked at the Sword of Will, slowly floating and finally hovering above Fang Yuan's head. The tip of the sword pointed at Fang Yuan's head. This guy is finished. He Lulan lightly muttered. The great enemy in his eyes had ended up like this because of a mistake that could not be considered a mistake. His heart was filled with relief, joy, and also a faint sense of sadness. The strength of Giant Sun's will was because he had inherited Giant Sun Immortal's battle experience. Although Fang Yuan had 500 years of rebirth, in this aspect, Giant Sun's will was much stronger and more experienced than him. Once Giant Sun's will found a chance, he would attack continuously, firmly occupying the advantage and rapidly expanding the battle results, not giving Fang Yuan any chance to turn the situation around. Giant Sun Immortal not only had good luck. From this aspect, one could see a trace of his invincibility, as well as his firm and domineering battle talent. It's over. He Lulan looked at Tai by Yunxing in his hand. In the wind veil of assimilation, he was Fang Yuan's only ally, but he was still unconscious. He Lulan casually threw him on the ground, his gaze fixed on the sword of Giant Sun's will. Without any hesitation, the sword of Giant Sun's will fell like lightning, the tip of the sword aimed at Fang Yuan's head. Even though Fang Yuan had transformed into 6-armed heavenly zombie king and had the body of a zombie, once his head was pierced, Giant Sun's would directly enter and destroy his mind before completely destroying his soul. This was a true fatal blow. Tai Bai Yunxing was unconscious. Fang Yuan was unconscious. They had no strength to retaliate. But just as the sword tip was an inch away from Fang Yuan's head, a wall of water suddenly formed. At the same time, a sharp female voice shouted, "With me here, don't even think of taking his life." "Who is it?" He Lulan lost his voice. He looked at the wall of water rippling. The surface of the wall of water formed a whirlpool, wrapping around the sword tip and blocking the sword of Giant Sun's will. At the same time, a powerful and dense aura rose from Fang Yuan's body. Giant Sun's will retracted the sword, retreating at lightning speed, retreating a few hundred steps in an instant. He quietly floated in the air. His voice was deep as he thought of something. "It's you. Tens of thousands of years ago, you barged into 88-point Jinyang Tower, and the fortune rivaling Heaven Gu was released by you." Mo Yao giggled. "It is hard for you to still remember." As she spoke, the wall of water turned into a water armor, quickly covering Fang Yuan's body. A light blue light enveloped Fang Yuan. His injuries rapidly healed. His severed limbs grew back. His bones and flesh recovered rapidly. Giant Sun's will naturally remembered because there were Gu worms in 88-point Jinyang Tower that recorded everything. When Mo Yao explored 88-point Jinyang Tower, he did not awaken Giant Sun's will. But after Fang Yuan awakened Giant Sun's will, he immediately used the relevant goo worms to browse through the records and learn of everything that had happened. Mo Yao's voice and appearance, Fang Yuan's name, as well as all the bad things he had done in 88-point Jinyang Tower. Giant Sun's will knew all of them. Thus he exposed Fang Yuan's disguise as Chang Shanin. Giant Sun's will was furious. "You bunch of despicable and shameless thieves. You have been eyeing True Yang building for tens of thousands of years. Die!" Giant Sun's will attacked furiously. His golden sword flew like lightning, piercing through the air and drawing golden rainbows in the air. These golden rainbows landed on the water armor, creating waves, but they could not penetrate the armor's defense. Fang Yuan finally woke up. This is Rank 7 Immortal Goo House Water Pavilion? He looked at the water armor on his body and came to a realization. As it turned out, at some point in time, Water Pavilion had been attached to his body. He was in a daze, his life hanging by a thread. It was Mo Yao's will that activated Water Pavilion and protected him. Giant Sun's will could control 88-point Jinyang Tower. Mo Yao's will could also control Water Pavilion. There was yellow apricot immortal essence left behind by Giant Sun Immortal in 88-point Jinyang Tower. How could Water Pavilion not have red date immortal essence left behind by Fairy Mo Yao? Chapter 646. It is all thanks to you that I was able to escape with my life. Fang Yuan squinted, a cold light flashing in his eyes. He moved his muscles and bones, rubbing his palms. His newly formed bones were creaking as his battle-intense soared. If you want to repay me, just return Water Pavilion to Spirit Affinity House. Mo Yao's will heave a long sigh. Let's fight. Ha ha ha, good. Fang Yuan growled, jumping up like a fish. He had transformed into 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King. His body was filled with majestic strength. He had green eyes and sharp fangs, extremely vicious and cruel. The water armor shrunk into a ball, turning into a helmet that protected his head. He was no longer afraid of Giant Sun's will attacking his mind. Without any worries, Fang Yuan took a step forward, raising his fist and punching towards the sword rainbow of will. Swoosh! The expected sound of impact did not occur, but a soft sound was heard. Giant Sun's will was extremely shrewd. He did not clash head-on with Fang Yuan. Instead, at the crucial moment, the sword rainbow turned into a golden ribbon, coiling around Fang Yuan's wrist, before turning into a ray of light and flying away. As for Fang Yuan's bull-sized fist, it was cut off at the wrist, falling to the ground. Even though Fang Yuan's 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King had outstanding defense, it could not withstand the cutting of Giant Sun's will. Fang Yuan quickly rolled on the ground, picking up his fallen wrist. Only a drop of green blood was seeping out of the wound on his arm. Fang Yuan paid attention to Giant Sun's will as he pressed his fist into the wound. The flesh on the wound immediately healed. Even the bones started to connect. This was the strong recovery ability of 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King. But why would Giant Sun's will give Fang Yuan time to recover? The sword rainbow of will suddenly turned around, shooting towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan squinted. His legs shook, bringing his body flying into the sky. The sword rainbow chased after him relentlessly. Fang Yuan activated for Eagle Rise Goo at the same time. But the sword rainbow was even faster, rapidly closing the distance. Fang Yuan activated Windflower Goo again. He had already lost count of how many Windflower Goo he had used, but he had used up a lot of them. The Windflower Goo caused Fang Yuan to change directions rapidly, but the will sword rainbow was more agile. Not only did the distance not increase, it used this chance to catch up to Fang Yuan. All of a sudden, both sides fought fiercely in midair, exchanging blows. The intent sword streaked through the air and circled around Fang Yuan's body. From time to time, he would fly and cut. Fang Yuan was completely at a disadvantage. The originally strong defense of the six-armed heavenly zombie king seemed weak under the sword rainbow of will. Chunks of flesh fell from the sky. These were all cut by the sword rainbow of will on Fang Yuan's body. Fortunately, he had transformed into the six-armed heavenly zombie king. Fang Yuan had completely lost his sense of pain. It was also because of the helmet that Water Pavilion had transformed into. Giant Sun's will did not succeed in attacking Fang Yuan's mind again. "You're showing some improvement." Seeing that Fang Yuan did not succeed after a long time, getting hit most of the time and attacking less and less, Mo Yao's will was getting anxious. "Easy for you to say," Fang Yuan snorted, his gaze becoming more and more ruthless. Giant Sun's will was different from ordinary enemies. It had almost no weight and was extremely fast, even changing directions very quickly. Fang Yuan's flying master attainment was not enough. In front of it, it was not enough. Giant Sun's will did not have a fixed form. Sometimes it was like a sword rainbow cutting. Sometimes it was like a saber or axe chopping. Sometimes it was like a drizzle. Sometimes it was like a heavy hammer. What was more troublesome was that it could split and regroup. Suddenly, it would split into 2 or 3 sword rainbows, circling around and attacking, causing Fang Yuan to lose sight of the other. Sometimes it would turn into a hammer and a sword. The huge hammer smashed through Fang Yuan's arm defense, and the sword rainbow shot out like lightning. All sorts of transformations complemented each other. It was extremely exquisite. It could be said that the specialty and essence of the Battle of Wills was fully displayed. As for Fang Yuan's rebirth, he walked the strength path and enslavement path. He was proficient in fighting head-on, or the path of gathering people to suppress others. Suddenly encountering such an enemy, it was hard to have any methods to restrain him. For a moment he was at a disadvantage and could only passively take a beating. It was normal. In the sky, Fang Yuan's green-black figure and Giant Sun's will's golden rainbow fought, forming the largest battle. Large numbers of goo worms were still flying around. Their survival instincts made them avoid Fang Yuan and Giant Sun's will, while avoiding the formless hand's pursuit. Even after so many goo worms flew out, there are still countless goo groups. It is hard to imagine how many immortal goo were used in 88-point Jinyang Tower. Yi Louis-Sang raised his head and heaved a long sigh. Most of his injuries had already healed. At the crucial moment, the reputation of a super tribe was still useful, allowing Yi Louis-Sang to obtain the help of other goo masters. There are not many formless hands left. Although we lost many goo worms, we have so many goo worms with us. We can capture them and recover our battle strength. A goo master suggested loudly. This suggestion was quickly agreed upon by other goo masters. We need to cooperate sincerely. We need to move quickly. The wind veil of assimilation is getting thicker and spreading. The space inside will become smaller and smaller. At this time, He Lulan carried the unconscious Tai by Yunxing and walked over. The wind veil of assimilation is not something we mortals can deal with. To escape with our lives, we need to rely on ancestor Giant Sun's strength. Everyone was silent. In the sky above them, Fang Yuan and Giant Sun's were fighting intensely. From time to time, there were explosions and furious roars. It was like a raging fire. Whether it was Fang Yuan or Giant Sun's will, the terrifying battle made everyone's hearts palpitate. They subconsciously avoided them, not wanting to take the initiative to participate in the battle between these two experts. But He Lulan's words were extremely correct. Just relying on the mortal goo they subdued, no matter how many, would not be able to break through the wind veil of assimilation. He Lulan continued, "Don't worry. How can this scoundrel be Ancestor's match? Can't you see Ancestor has already gained the upper hand?" Everyone's eyes brightened. The battle situation in the sky was very clear. Everyone could see it clearly. He Lulan's words changed. But although Ancestor has the upper hand, he is unable to turn it into a victory. In the end, Ancestor's immortal essence was completely taken away by this scoundrel. Ancestor has over 10 immortal goo. but is unable to activate them. Everyone nodded, agreeing with He Lulan's analysis. Yi Luiseng asked, "Then what should we do next?" He Lulan laughed heartily, showing Tai by Yunxing in her hand. "This old scoundrel is that guy's senior brother. They have a very close relationship. Our abilities are limited. We can only try our best to assist Ancestor. It is still the same words. We need to capture goo worms to increase our strength. I suggest that, in order to cooperate, we should all report the goo worms on our bodies in full detail. I will go first." Goo masters usually kept their own goo worms a secret. This was an extremely important information. Once it was leaked, they would be targeted by others and might even lose their lives. But the situation now was special. They might not even be able to keep their lives. This was the only way they could maximize their chances of survival. He Lulan was a formidable character. She had high prestige and had taken the initiative to expose her goo worms. The surviving goo masters agreed, and with a few words, He Lulan once again took in these people for his own use. As for He Lulan, he had even greater ambitions. He wanted to ascend to Goo Immortal, and to obtain a Strength Path Immortal Goo, he needed the help of Giant Sun's will. And these people were powerful pawns for him to realize his ambitions. The intense battle in the sky had already reached its climax. "Caught you!" Fong Yuan growled, pouncing down like a tiger. His 6 hands were harder than steel pincers, grabbing at the sword of Giant Sun's will at lightning speed. But Giant Sun's will instantly dispersed, and the counterattack that Fong Yuan had prepared for a long time could only destroy a few golden thoughts. Damn it! Fong Yuan could not help but curse. Giant Sun's will could split and reunite. It was extremely agile. Fong Yuan lacked methods. He could only be a punching bag most of the time, and the few times he counterattacked, the effect was not good. "Sai, if there is no other way, we can only engage in a battle of attrition." Mo Yao's will said, "Giant Sun's will is like water without a source. When fighting, he needs to think hard. This will accelerate the collision and consumption of his thoughts." Fong Yuan focused on the battle while rejecting Mo Yao's suggestion in his mind. "We cannot afford to drag this out. Don't forget the weakness of 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King. It can only be used for 15 minutes. After 15 minutes, the killer move's after effects will completely transform my body into 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King. Once I completely transform into 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King, my entire body will turn rigid. My aperture and immortal aperture will lose all life force. My cultivation will be cut off." Mo Yao said, "You are underestimating yourself. Don't forget that you are already a Strength Path Goo Immortal. Your life essence has been elevated. Thus, the time needed to use the killer move has been greatly extended. It is far from 15 minutes. A rough estimate would be at least an hour. Even so, we cannot afford to drag this out. Don't forget that the wind veil of assimilation is continuously getting thicker, compressing the space inside. My methods cannot restrain the special will. Does your water pavilion have any good methods?" Fong Yuan asked. Mo Yao heaved a long sigh. Water pavilion might be a rank 7 immortal goo house, but it is not specialized in intense battles. It is specialized in concealment and movement. Most importantly, my main body only left 20 beads of red date immortal essence. After so many years of supporting the immortal goo house's operation, only 5 beads are left now. If you want to rely on Water Pavilion to turn the situation around, give up on this idea. Be careful. Mo Yao suddenly shouted a warning, but it was already too late. Giant Sun's will feigned an attack and attracted most of Fong Yuan's attention, before suddenly making a turn and moving to his back, attacking fiercely. Fong Yuan spat out a mouthful of green corpse blood. The 8 eagle wings on his back were smashed into pieces, and his spine was completely broken by this attack. His entire back was caved in, and his chest was protruding out. The huge force caused him to descend rapidly. Fong Yuan quickly mobilized his backup goo worms, attempting to fly back to the sky. But how could Giant Sun's will give him this chance? He attacked while he was down. Golden light flashed like a rainbow as he circled around Fang Yuan and attacked. Fang Yuan raised his 8 arms and curled up his body, barely protecting his body. Giant suns will change according to his will. Slashing, smashing, stabbing, all sorts of attacks quickly caused Fang Yuan's 8 arms to wither. The 6-armed Heavenly Zombie King's body was in a terrible state, with many wounds on its body. Fortunately, Fang Yuan had turned into 6-armed Heavenly Zombie King. Otherwise, his flesh body would have already died. Chapter 647. Fang Yuan had just conversed with Mo Yao's will. These few sentences flashed through his mind like lightning. But giant suns will manage to grasp this extremely short period of time, and caught the dazed Fang Yuan and gave him a vicious beating. Giant Sun's will's grasp of opportunities was even better than Fang Yuan's. Boom! A loud explosion resounded. Fang Yuan fiercely smashed into the ground. Rocks and soil flew, and the whole ground shook slightly. Giant Sun's will followed closely behind. Taking advantage of someone's weakness, it turned into a golden sword again. The sword tip was extremely sharp and fast, leaving behind a trail of light in the air as it stabbed down. Fang Yuan could not resist at all at the crucial moment. It was Mo Yao's will that controlled Water Pavilion to turn into the water armor again, barely protecting Fang Yuan's life. Giant suns will slashed and slashed again and again, hitting the water armor and creating huge waves. Quickly stand up. Mo Yao's will shouted anxiously. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth and struggled, using his only remaining arm to support himself from the ground. He withstood Giant Sun's will's powerful attacks and slowly stood up. It's no use, you can't kill me. Your Giant Sun immortal essence has already been placed in my immortal aperture. Ha ha ha. Fang Yuan laughed wildly, attempting to destroy Giant Sun's will's fighting spirit. But these words only made him even angrier. The frequency of the slashes increased by several times. Crack, crack, crack. Because it exceeded the limit, Giant Sun's will's thoughts were self-destructing. But because of the frenzied attacks, the water armor could not withstand it. It was pierced by the will's sword from time to time. Fang Yuan laughed loudly. He protected his head. As long as he protected his mind and did not let Giant Sun's will invade his mind, no matter how many times his organs were pierced, he did not care. The water armor continued to be pierced and then regenerated. The blue light it emitted nourished Fang Yuan's body, causing his injuries to recover rapidly. Quickly dodge. If this continues, my immortal essence will be expended too much. Mo Yao's will reminded anxiously. No, this is a rare opportunity. You have to hold on. Fang Yuan refused to give in and remained standing in the same place. If you run out of immortal essence, you can lend me Water Pavilion if you want to use up your immortal essence. I still have more than 20 green grape immortal essence beads. Giant Sun's will had gone crazy. It had done a foolish thing. It had actually consumed its own body in exchange for a powerful attack. If this goes on, it will destroy many more thoughts than I destroyed in battle. If that's the case, Mo Yao's will hesitated. The two sides fought fiercely. Another stalemate. Should we go and support the ancestor? Gu family patriarch Gu Gulong asked. While Fang Yuan was fighting with Giant Sun's will, He Lulan led the group and captured many gu worms, greatly recovering their battle strength. The reason why he was able to capture the gu worms so easily was mainly because there were many gu worms in the wind curtain, and the number of formless hands was getting fewer and fewer. With a gu in his hands, he was not flustered, especially when they saw Fang Yuan being smashed to the ground and being suppressed by Giant Sun's will. It wasn't just Gu Guolong. There were also other gu masters who were excited and eager to give it a try. He Lulan did not speak. He looked around. The wind curtain of assimilation continued to spread. The wind walls thickened and continued to compress the space inside. The gu groups had survival instincts and could only fly towards the inside. Thus, they were densely packed, almost covering the sky and covering the eyes. There were even times when a goo master stretched out their hand and casually grabbed the goo worms around them. Crack, crack. Cracks appeared on the ground beneath his feet. This was a sign that it was on the verge of collapse. Far away, a huge sphere of light expanded once again. Wisdom goo, which had been sent flying by giant suns earlier, seemed to have sensed the danger of dying and used all its strength to resist fate, preventing other existences from getting close. All of this showed there was not much time left. Hey Lulan decided not to wait any longer. He nodded and shouted, "Everyone, listen to my command. Attack together. Don't let any internal friction cause our offense to weaken." Everyone immediately nodded with a solemn expression. To them, killing Fang Yuan was a chance to survive. However, just as He Lulan and the others were about to attack, Giant Suns suddenly laughed. "Oh, Fang Yuan, you have fallen into my trap!" Saying so, he retreated. Though it had almost no weight, it retreated as fast as lightning, retreating 1,000 steps in the blink of an eye. What? Fang Yuan's pupils shrunk as he saw a formless hand grabbing towards him. He could not help but exclaim, "Seven-fingered, formless hand!" It turned out that Giant Suns had pretended to clash with Fang Yuan, and did not hesitate to self-destruct to lure Fang Yuan to resist, attacking crazily to attract all of Fang Yuan's attention, and at the same time obstructed his vision. It was to lure a formless hand inside the wind curtain. Although the formless hands were decreasing, there were still some remaining. Giant Suns lacked immortal essence and could not use immortal goo, but he did not place his hopes on He Lulan and the others. His plan was to use the formless hands as an external force. He secretly split out a portion of his will and wrapped it around many immortal goo to lure the formless hands. The formless hands were faster than Giant Suns' will, so Giant Suns pass the formless hands layer by layer. He split out 10 portions of his will and wrapped them around immortal goo, not far from each other. Once the formless hands got close, they would destroy the immortal goo. If the formless hands did not succeed, they would sense the aura of the next immortal goo and pounce over. Like this, after Giant Suns lost 8 immortal goo, he finally succeeded in luring the formless hands over. "Quickly dodge!" Mo Yao's screamed. "It's too late!" Fang Yuan was already running, activating Eagle Rise goo at the same time. But it was no use. He needed time to increase his speed, and the formless hands had already reached him. At the moment of life and death, Mo Yao's sighed faintly. He suddenly swept up Water Pavilion and broke away from Fang Yuan, fiercely crashing towards the 7-fingered formless hands. The 7-fingered, formless hands grabbed and immediately snatched away the rank 7 immortal goo water milk goo that formed Water Pavilion. Water Pavilion was a rank 7 immortal goo house. It was formed from over 3,000 goo worms. Each goo worm was interconnected and indistinctly resonated with each other. Its core was the rank 7 water milk immortal goo. Other than that, there were 2 supplementary immortal goo. They were the rank 6 movement immortal goo worldly wave trace, and the wisdom path immortal goo delight in water and mountain goo. Right now, the only and also the biggest core was water milk immortal goo. After being grabbed by the formless hands, Water Pavilion immediately crumbled and disintegrated. "Ha ha ha! Let's see how you can block me this time." Giant Suns laughed continuously. He had paid a huge price and finally obtained the result he wanted. The formless fists carried water milk goo and soared into the sky. "Quickly destroy it!" Mo Yao's screamed. The remaining 3,000 goo worms were wrapped in red date immortal essence beads. They coiled around Fang Yuan. Without her reminder, Fang Yuan had already done so. He activated almost all of his movement goo and chased after the formless fists. At the same time, he released a majestic attack. Giant Suns snorted coldly and continued to block. "Let's attack too." He Lulan and the rest saw an opportunity and rushed to join the battle, ruining Fang Yuan's plan. "You guys came at the right time." Giant Suns praised. He changed his tactic. No longer blocking, he turned into a rainbow light and sneak attacked Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan did not care about the Gu Master's attacks. He could use Six-Arm Heavenly Zombie King to block them. But Giant Sun's Will's attacks made him extremely wary. Giant Sun's Will did not obstruct Fang Yuan at all. He showed his tactic. Chase, I'll let you chase. In the process of chasing, I can kill you. Water Pavilion was broken, and Mo Yao's Will could no longer provide the same defense as before. Fang Yuan fell into an even more dangerous situation. He Lulan and the rest's attacks were also troublesome, greatly hindering his speed. Slap! Giant Sun's Will attacked fiercely. Turning into a crescent shovel, he suddenly changed his target and cut the goo worms around Fang Yuan into two. Oh no, my red date immortal essence. Mo Yao was caught off guard. Not only were many of his goo worms destroyed by Giant Sun's Will, his red date immortal essence was also snatched away. He did not have much red date immortal essence to begin with. Now that it was gone, Mo Yao was immediately silenced. Mo Yao, I will open my aperture. Quickly come in. Fang Yuan shouted in his mind, at the same time retreating rapidly. Giant Sun's Will had used up his moves. He could not chase in time. Thus Fang Yuan managed to pull some distance away. He snorted coldly and immediately flew over. But using this time, Mo Yao's Will controlled the remaining immortal goo and entered Fang Yuan's immortal aperture. Quickly lend me worldly wave trace goo. Fang Yuan urged anxiously. Mo Yao's Will did not hesitate, saying, I have no immortal essence left anyway. I will lend you these goo worms. Although Fang Yuan had obtained many immortal goo earlier, he did not have time to refine them. He could only temporarily suppress them with his will. There were only two that he did not suppress with his will. They were Tai by Yunqing's landscape as before and man as before. Unfortunately, without Tai by Yunqing's permission, Fang Yuan could not borrow them. Now that he had obtained Mo Yao's confirmation, Fang Yuan immediately used one of the rank 6 immortal goo. Fang Yuan shouted in his mind, using a bead of green grape immortal essence to activate worldly wave trace. This goo was like a jellyfish, the size of a baby's fist. It wrapped around a bead of green grape immortal essence and slowly swallowed it. Swoosh! A huge wave appeared under Fang Yuan's feet, moving Fang Yuan rapidly, immediately pulling away from Giant Sun's Will. Worldly Wave Trace was a rank 6 immortal goo. Even though Fang Yuan was not a water path goo immortal, he was already a rank 6 goo immortal. He had the qualifications to activate it. Giant Sun's Will was stunned. This was the first time Fang Yuan had escaped from him since the start of the battle. But he was only slightly shocked. He sneered, If this was the outside world, I would not be able to do anything to you. Unfortunately, under this wind veil of assimilation, space is getting more and more limited. Just run. As time passes, I'll catch you one day. Give up struggling. You destroyed 88-point Jinyang Tower. You destroyed Imperial Court, Blessed Land. You still want to leave? Humph. Don't be delusional. You are already dead. Don't worry. Even if I die, I will drag all of you down with me. Don't think about having an easy time. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth. His green face and fangs looked even more sinister. Then come and fight. Don't keep running if you have the guts. Although Giant Sun's Will could not catch up to Fang Yuan, he chased after him with surging killing intent. Fang Yuan did not dare to fight him. He no longer had Water Pavilion to protect his mind. Once Giant Sun's Will found a flaw in the battle, he would be able to attack his mind. At that time, he would fall into chaos again, unable to think. He would be at the mercy of others, unable to retaliate. However, what Giant Sun's Will said earlier was not wrong. Chapter 648. Giant Sun, I admit you are powerful. But don't forget, your Giant Sun immortal essence is in my immortal aperture. Without immortal essence, how can you activate your immortal goo? With just your special will, you cannot break the wind veil of assimilation. Fang Yuan's mind worked rapidly, trying to negotiate with Giant Sun's will. You want to negotiate with me? Ha ha ha. Giant Sun's will laughed. He could not conceal his anger. Why would I negotiate with you? I can kill you and take back the immortal essence from your immortal aperture. Isn't that the same? I suggest you try destroying your immortal essence. Maybe you can succeed. Giant Sun's will was fearless. It was not that immortal essence could not be destroyed, but it was not possible at this moment. If Fang Yuan destroyed it in his immortal aperture, the immortal essence would cause great harm to the immortal aperture. It would be suicide. If he destroyed it outside his body, the emitted immortal essence would instead help Giant Sun's will activate the immortal goo. Fang Yuan, I will not compromise. You can't beat me, but you can't escape either. What else can you do? You should just die. Giant Sun's will chased as he sneered. Fang Yuan was silent. He only focused on escaping. As time passed, the wind veil of assimilation spread. It was silent, but it devoured and assimilated everything. The space that Fang Yuan could dodge became smaller and smaller. He was surrounded by Giant Sun's will. He was surrounded by danger. Giant Sun's will, I am standing here. Do you dare to come? Fang Yuan stood still. He stopped activating worldly wave trace immortal goo. Giant Sun's will also stopped. He was a few hundred steps away from Fang Yuan. He did not get any closer. Humph. I expected you to make such a choice. He sneered in disdain. But so what? You are only delaying your death for a while. I will watch you die of old age. So it turned out. The place where Fang Yuan was standing was covered by the light of wisdom. The light of wisdom countered Giant Sun's will. Thus Giant Sun's will stopped his pursuit. After this intense battle, his remaining will was only the size of an adult. It could not withstand such intense consumption. Fang Yuan, your lifespan. Mo Yao's will reminded. There's no other way. Under these circumstances, what do you think I can do? Fang Yuan gritted his teeth and said in a resentful tone. He also felt extremely helpless, standing in the halo of wisdom. Fang Yuan could clearly feel his lifespan decreasing. However, he was forced to do so. Giant Sun's will hated him to the core, not giving him any chance to compromise. Sigh. Mo Yao's will sighed heavily. You're just struggling at death's door. Maybe at the next moment, wisdom goo will retract the light of wisdom. Fang Yuan remained silent. Giant Sun's will suddenly shouted to He Lulan and the rest. All of you go and deal with this thief. The defensive goo on his body. He had already used up more than half of his energy in the battle against me. You are forcing him towards wisdom goo. The closer he got to wisdom goo, the brighter and stronger the light of wisdom, and the faster his lifespan was consumed. I want to see just how much lifespan he can use up. He Lulan and the rest responded loudly. Even He Lulan, who had the great strength true martial physique, did not want to fight close combat with Fang Yuan. They had already discussed this, and now they attacked together, launching long-range attacks. Fang Yuan snorted coldly, standing in the halo. He activated his defensive goo while retaliating with long-range combat goo. His body was covered in 4 to 5 layers of light barriers. Dozens of bone shields danced in the air, and from time to time, stone doors rose from the ground, blocking the fierce firepower of He Lulan and the rest. Ordinary defensive mortal goo were not useful against Giant Sun's will. But against these mortal goo masters, they were still very effective. Fang Yuan was a strength path cultivator and was not proficient in long-range combat. But he had many long-range combat goo. It was just that they were not systematic. Most importantly, he had unlimited primeval essence. Thus, he was not at a disadvantage against everyone, and his situation was many times better than when he fought against Giant Sun's will. Hurry up and attack. Don't stop for a moment. Even if he has unlimited primeval essence, mortal goo cannot be used continuously. He Lulan shouted. That's right. Mortal goo are not immortal goo. They also have a limit. Activating them continuously will cause the goo worm to collapse. Yi Lui Sang added, they were the leaders of He tribe and Yi Lui tribe respectively. They knew a lot. Goo were the essence of heaven and earth, carriers of the great Tao. In essence, they were tools. Every tool had a corresponding usage. If a tool was used too much, it would be unable to bear the burden and collapse. When mortal goo masters used mortal goo, because of their limited primeval essence, they could only use it a limited number of times. Thus, this disadvantage was not obvious. When goo immortals used mortal goo, this problem would be obvious. However, after a while, He Lulan and the rest's hopes were dashed. How can he have so many goo worms? Someone shouted in disbelief. Fan Yuan's number of goo worms was beyond their imagination. In the battle, he continuously changed goo, using them alternately like moving clouds and flowing water. Even if his origin is mysterious and he prepared many mortal goo for his immortal ascension, it is impossible for a mortal aperture to carry so many goo. But it is impossible for a mortal aperture to carry so many goo. Everyone was puzzled and bewildered. Don't tell me. Giant suns will thought of the scene of Fan Yuan opening the Stargate. Fan Yuan opened the Stargate at 88 Point Jinyang Tower. Thus giant suns will knew it clearly. It seems he used that door to leave imperial court, blessed land, and obtained great support. Giant suns was experienced and knowledgeable, thinking of whole earth goo and connecting heaven goo. He immediately guessed the use of the Stargate. Thanks to Fan Yuan's who immortal blessed land, he had indirectly purchased large numbers of mortal goo through jewel yellow skies. Although most of them were given to Tai by Yunsheng, but he also had a lot of them. Fan Yuan was a vigilant person. There was no harm in being prepared. It was finally put to use now. Humph, you borrowed a good external force. Unfortunately, your opponent is me. Giant suns will snorted and suddenly moved. He was as fast as lightning, piercing through the sky. He did not charge into the light of wisdom, but shot through the group of goo worms. After a few breaths of time, he returned to the sky above He Lulan and the others, scattering a large number of mortal goo. You have all been connected. Next, I will impart a killer move to you. Giant suns will said as he split into a dozen or so goo worms and sent them into everyone's apertures. Everyone had 38 goo worms. These mortal goo had already been refined by Giant Sun's will. Under the cooperation of Giant Sun's will, everyone immediately refined the goo worms and received special pointers to learn the killer move. This killer move. After He Lulan and the others comprehended it, they showed expressions of pleasant surprise and admiration. It is just a small piece of work that my main body created when I was free. I never had a name for it. Giant suns will set indifferently. Right now, it is indeed useful. So let's call it the 38 sealing technique. After obtaining the killer move, He Lulan and the others immediately activated it, breathing out streams of purple light chi. Fan Yuan squinted his eyes, trying his best to dodge. But the space was limited. The purple light chi was mixed in with other attacks and could not avoid being hit. So that's it. This killer move's effect is like this. Fan Yuan's expression changed slightly. 38 sealing killer move targeted goo worms. This concept was not strange. Most of a goo master's battle strength came from their goo worms. Thus, many goo worms targeted this point, like rank for flattening the bone goo. Rank 5 crow 7 goo. But this 38 sealing killer move's effect was much stronger than the crow 7 goo. When a goo master was hit by it, all of their goo worms would be sealed. This killer move naturally could not seal a mortal goo. But for mortal goo, the higher the target's rank, the shorter the sealing time. But it was completely sealed. The goo worms that formed it were ordinary and could be easily collected. It involved chi path, and even offensive goo worms could follow the chi path and be sealed immediately. This was an exceptional killer move and was especially suitable for the current situation. After Fan Yuan was hit, his defensive goo were sealed one after another. The stone door was invaded by the purple light chi, and the stone door shield goo was immediately sealed. The white bone shields floating around Fang Yuan were enveloped by the purple light chi and fell to the ground, turning back into flying bone shield goo. Fang Yuan's wind blades, as long as they came into contact with the purple light chi, even if the corresponding wind blade goo was stored in Fang Yuan's aperture, a layer of faint purple chi would appear on the goo worms, and they would also be sealed. Historically, it was easy to seal defensive goo, but difficult to seal offensive goo, because defensive goo were easy to come into contact with. But the 38 sealing killer move treated all goo equally. Fang Yuan's goo worms were getting fewer and fewer as he used them. He did not have many defensive goo to begin with, and could not resist the purple light chi. He could only move around and dodge. But this place was only so big. There would always be a time when he could not dodge. At this time, Fang Yuan took the initiative to attack the purple light chi. He would rather have more offensive goo sealed and use defensive goo to protect himself. Once the purple light chi came into contact with his 6-arm heavenly zombie body, the corresponding goo worms might be sealed, and the killer move 6-arm heavenly zombie king would be destroyed. Soon, Fang Yuan's firepower thinned, and he was suppressed by the other goo masters. "Kill! I'll kill you, you devil!" Yi Lui Sang shouted excitedly and shot out hundreds of fireballs with a wave of his hand. The fireballs exploded one after another, causing rocks and rocks to fly and thunder to rumble. Fang Yuan dodged everywhere and was caught in the explosions. His skin and flesh were torn open. "You demon, your sins are too heinous. You actually overthrew true Yang building. We ended up like this. It is all your fault." Gu Guolong shouted angrily. The wind blades he shot out were like blades. They were endless and had the ability to track, cutting open wounds on Fang Yuan's body. Rays of purple light chi were also shot out from time to time and did not stop at all. The surviving dozen or so goo masters gritted their teeth. They were filled with anger. They wanted nothing more than to eat Fang Yuan's flesh and drink Fang Yuan's blood. They had worked so hard and fought in the battlefield, taking huge risks, and finally arrived at Imperial Court-Blessed Land. It was supposed to be a huge, fortuitous encounter, but they ended up in such a state, their clansmen and friends were all dead. This difference was too great, facing the culprit who caused all of this. It was easy to imagine how furious they were. "You are destined to die today. This is the result of offending ancestor Giant Sun." Some goo masters did not forget to flatter Giant Sun's will. Unfortunately, Giant Sun's will was not in human form, and no expression could be seen. Chapter 649. Giant Sun's will was too strong, not only in battle strength, but also in his deep foundation. He had inherited a portion of the immortal Venerable's experience, and just a killer move that he created unintentionally forced Fang Yuan into a desperate situation again. "Damn it, is it time to use Spring-Autumn Cicada again?" Fang Yuan gritted his teeth, a thought emerging in his mind. His first aperture was filled with heavy pressure. The aperture walls were filled with spider-web-like cracks. Spring-Autumn Cicada floated in the center, its body flickering with alternating yellow and green light. Fang Yuan did not hold back. His aperture had clearly reached its limit. It might shatter at any moment, but he quickly dispelled the thought of using Spring-Autumn Cicada. His goo worms were getting more and more sealed. His firepower was getting weaker. Fang Yuan was gradually getting beaten up. "Come, fight back!" The goo masters laughed wildly. "Why are you scared now? Come out and fight if you have the guts." Some sneered. "You demon, to think you would have such a day, die." Someone cursed in pain. Seeing Fang Yuan being suppressed by them, they felt incomparable joy. Suddenly, Mo Yao's anxious voice resounded in Fang Yuan's mind. "Oh no! Fang Yuan, zombie black spots have appeared on your body. The death energy has already started to corrode your body. If the black spots spread all over your body, you will become a 6-arm heavenly zombie king. An even worse situation appeared. The originally estimated time limit of an hour had not even reached, but Fang Yuan had already turned into a zombie. The zombie state had already been permeated by the death energy and could not be restored. Unless the killer move 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King was dispelled, the zombie black spots would continue to spread. No, once I dispel the killer move, giant suns will suddenly attack. At such a short distance, I will not be able to react. I had no time to react. Fang Yuan shook his head, his expression extremely grave. Although he had defensive goo worms, these mortal goo were not worth mentioning in front of Giant Sun's will. Only 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King. Only then could Fang Yuan gain a firm foothold. Right now, although Giant Sun's will did not go deep into the light of wisdom, that was because the price was too high. The gains were too small. Giant Sun's will could definitely give up. To lure the 7-fingered formless hand, he lost 8 immortal goo at once. If I stop my killer move, Giant Sun's will most likely go all out and kill me. As long as I die, then it would be able to take back Giant Sun's immortal essence. We cannot take this risk. Fang Yuan's attitude was firm. But your body... Mo Yao's tone was hesitant and full of worry. Fang Yuan was silent, his gaze steely. At first, it was only a small spot on his back, but in a short span of a dozen breaths, it had spread to the entire back. The speed at which it spread was getting faster and faster. Soon after, Fang Yuan's chest was corroded into a deep black color. The Goo Masters were slightly stunned at this situation. Giant Sun's will laughed, so that's how it is. You've been a zombie for too long. The balance between the death chi and life chi has been broken. Now the death chi is overflowing. You will completely become a zombie, a living dead, a monster that is neither human nor ghost. You will never be able to advance in your cultivation. Giant Sun's was experienced and had broad horizons. He immediately saw through Fang Yuan's situation. The Goo Master's morale immediately rose. Someone laughed heartily. Ha ha ha! Evil is doomed to destruction. Demon, you have committed too many evil deeds. You brought this upon yourself. Now, even without us doing anything, you are finished. Humph! Demonic path people are greedy for strength. They disregard everything. Now, you have finally tasted the bitter fruit. What a pity! Even if you became an immortal by luck in the end, you still became a zombie, a monster. This is the result of scheming and scheming, harming the common people, going against Ancestor Giant Sun, us, and the righteous path. Mo Yao's will also urged, Fang Yuan, the price of your actions is too high. In my opinion, Giant Sun's will might not dare to come in. He does not have much left. You have extraordinary talent and outstanding talent. You should not end up like this. It is not too late for you to stop now. Once you become a 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King, the chances of you returning to your human body are too slim. Fang Yuan's gaze flickered, his thoughts fluctuated, and his expression fluctuated. But in the end, he did not loosen his tightly clenched teeth. He had completely transformed into a 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King. The zombie black spots caused his body to turn pitch black inside the Strength Path Immortal Aperture. The clear world had turned into dark gray. White stone mountains had collapsed into ruins. The sky was gray. The earth was decaying. There was no longer a trace of life. And the first aperture was also deathly silent. The purple crystal aperture wall no longer had a clear and lively feeling. It was like a piece of gray stone. But precisely because of this, the pressure from spring-autumn cicada was no longer so dangerous. He had just become a Goo immortal, but he had degenerated into a zombie. His past accumulations and all his achievements had become nothing. From now on, his cultivation could no longer advance. He had no potential to advance further. From this point, the current Fang Yuan could not even be compared to a mortal. Even with Fang Yuan's iron will, he felt disheartened. The thought of using spring-autumn cicada appeared in his mind again. If I use spring-autumn cicada, I can restart everything and retreat in time. I can naturally avoid this situation. But Feng Yuan forcefully suppressed this thought. The wind veil of assimilation was already very close. There was no sound of wind. It only quietly spread and compressed the space, but it gave everyone an even heavier mental pressure. Feng Yuan faced everyone from afar. He suddenly made a shocking move. He stopped all his goo worms. He had completely turned into a 6-armed heavenly zombie now. He no longer needed goo worms to activate it. He allowed the purple light chi to land on his body. But this 38 sealing technique had no effect. As long as Feng Yuan did not activate his goo worms, the purple light chi would not be able to follow his aura and trace back to the source, sealing the goo worms. Everyone was stunned. Even giant suns could not help but gasp in surprise. But soon, the goo masters burst out with even more intense attacks. Kill this demon. He actually stopped his goo worms in front of us. He is courting death. Everyone shouted and shouted with all their might. Feng Yuan retreated step by step, relying on 6-armed Heavenly Zombie King's defense and recovery ability to resist everyone's attacks. Be careful, don't affect Wisdom Goo. Seeing that Feng Yuan was getting closer to Wisdom Goo, He Lulon quickly reminded. The Goo Master's firepower was slightly restrained. It was no longer vast, but it was more precise, targeting Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan's appearance was unrecognizable. His chest was lacerated, his bones were broken, and his organs were damaged. He had no choice but to turn around, his back facing everyone as he continued to take the attacks. Boom! A bolt of lightning fiercely struck Feng Yuan's back. A huge force pushed him to the ground. Cheers came from behind. Ha ha ha, I defeated him. This goo worm that I just caught is not bad. It should be rank 5 lightning hammer goo. Feng Yuan got up with difficulty. His back was lacerated. There were traces of lightning coiling around the wound. His spine was exposed in the air. Take my wind path killer move. Someone shouted. Swoosh! A huge sawtooth wind blade flew over. Coiling around Feng Yuan's arm and cutting it off, it fell to the ground. This person was breathing roughly. His primeval essence was almost used up, but his eyes were shining with a cruel and excited light. He shouted, Did you see that? Did you see that? I cut off one of his arms. Humph, you just grabbed his weakness. If not for the flesh on that arm being cut off, with only a single bone left, would you be able to cut it off? Someone scoffed. Even though 6-armed Heavenly Zombie King's body was strong, it could not block such frequent and heavy attacks. Everyone laughed, shouted, and ravaged Feng Yuan, taking pride in inflicting deeper injuries on his body, competing with each other. Feng Yuan was knocked down again and again. His tall and sturdy body became short and crooked, but he got up again and again, even though he only had 1 arm left out of his 8. Even though he did not have any intact skin on his body. Green zombie blood splattered everywhere, his organs were exposed, and his right shoulder was only left with a pale, white scapula. Why? Mo Yao's will cried. Feng Yuan was silent. Enough. Giant suns will suddenly spoke. The Goo Masters did not dare to disobey. Their attack stopped. At this point, you're still not willing to give up? Humph. Your spirit is truly admirable. Giant suns will said in a gentle tone. Enough, it is not easy for you to reach this point. Give up, I will give you a chance to surrender. As long as you acknowledge me as your master, I will allow you to atone for your crimes. What? Ancestor, giant sun, you want to spare him? Ancestor, please reconsider. Everyone was in an uproar. Surrender? Feng Yuan chuckled. Let me think about it. Giant suns will continued. You destroyed 88 Point Jinyang Tower. Your crimes are unforgivable. But I will give you a chance to turn over a new leaf. Acknowledge me as your master and help me rebuild 88 Point Jinyang Tower. Only then can you wash away your sins. After Truyang Tower is rebuilt, not only will I return you your freedom, I will also teach you how to get rid of your zombie identity and regain your flesh and blood body. If others heard this, their hearts would have already wavered. Giant Sons will give Fang Yuan a way out, and more importantly, gave him hope to continue cultivating. Fang Yuan muttered, "Let me think about it." Giant Sons will smiled lightly. "I will not give you any chance to stall for time. I will count to 10, and you will give me an answer. 10. Fang Yuan, lad, are you really going to surrender? Be careful of Giant Sun's will's tricks. As long as you leave the light of wisdom, you will be his prey. He can do whatever he wants to you." Mo Yao's will worriedly warned in Fang Yuan's mind. Fang Yuan sneered in his heart. How can I be stupid enough to believe a word of it? Shortly after, he sighed. Sigh, to think that I still have to use my final trump card. You still have a trump card? To speak the truth, I have a spring-autumn cicada. What? Spring-autumn cicada. Don't tell me it is that world's 7th-ranked mystical goo. The one that can reverse the flow of time and make people return to the past, the spring-autumn cicada that can change history? Mo Yao's will cried out in shock. Chapter 650. That's right. As Fang Yuan said that, he sneered inwardly and asked Mo Yao's will in return, "Haven't you always wanted me to use it?" Fang Yuan, what do you mean by that? How would I know that you have the spring and autumn cicada? Mo Yao's will was startled, and he immediately denied it. Fang Yuan let out a long laugh. Mo Yao, I'm a cautious person. Before I think about winning, I think about losing first. So, from the first day you lurked in my mind, I had already imagined the worst-case scenario. What's the worst-case scenario? That is, I have the spring-autumn cicada, and you know the secret of my rebirth. I think that when I first entered the water pavilion, you all already knew about this secret, right? Mo Yao's will appeared in Fang Yuan's mind. With a sincere expression, she shook her head and said, Fang Yuan, have you misunderstood something? Fang Yuan ignored her and continued, You knew this secret, but you pretended to be ignorant and showed yourself. Next, you pretended to feel guilty for letting Spirit Affinity House down, purposely giving me the mission of returning Water Pavilion to Spirit Affinity House. In fact, this is just a cover for you. You've put in a lot of effort to win my trust. You helped me conceptualize 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King, taught me ink transformation and other refinement path killer moves, helped me sneak into Truyong building, and also repeatedly warned me during the battle, acting as an advisor. These actions were all to lower my guard. At the same time, you have been tampering with my thoughts, subtly influencing my thinking. You truly have sinister intentions. Mo Yao's willpower raised its voice and showed a displeased expression. Little guy, what's wrong with you? How could you think of me like that? Did you take the wrong medicine? He. Mo Yao, you're amazing. I've had a big fall because of you. You acted so well that I almost believed it. When Giant Sons will awakened, you advised me to leave this place and return to the central continent. But on the other hand, you influenced my thoughts and made me continue to take risks. When facing Ma Hongyan, on one hand, you persuaded me to help Ma Hongyan, but on the other hand, you tampered with my thoughts and stimulated my killing intent. It triggered my rage and fanaticism, causing me to impulsively try to kill Ma Hongyan, causing the destiny of my black coffin to increase greatly. To be fair, under normal circumstances, I would only calculate benefits. How could he be so brainless? This is the first time I've seen the Frost Jade Peacock. After learning the conditions for becoming the master, after exiting the Truyong building, I actually recalled some things from my previous life, a certain person. My personality isn't weak to such an extent. These are the memories of my past life that I have suppressed in the deepest part of my heart. This is also your doing. You wanted to secretly attack me and pry into the memories of my past life while my state of mind was slightly fluctuating. Mo Yao's will widened its eyes and said, in an unfriendly tone, as if it had been wronged, "Fong Yuan kid, all of this was clearly your choice, yet you ended up like this." Not only did he refuse to admit his failure, he even blamed it on me. Fong Yuan laughed. "Ha ha ha. Admit my failure. Of course I have to admit my failure. My foundation is still too shallow, especially when compared to you. Mo Yao and Giant Sun experience and vision are no longer my advantages. But do you know where your greatest weakness is?" Mo Yao's will snorted coldly, crossing its arms. "Kid, if you say that again, I'm going to get angry. I have helped you so much. Is this how you treat your benefactor?" Fong Yuan turned a deaf ear to him and continued. "Your greatest flaw is actually using Water Pavilion to take the initiative to collide with a rank 7 formless hand. You gave me this mission to return Water Pavilion to Spirit Affinity House. Why did you give up the favorable position to protect me at the critical moment? Could it be that after these days of interaction you have changed your principles and are leaning towards me? Hee, I don't think my charm has reached such a level. This is enough to prove that the mission you said you were going to return was just a cover." Fong Yuan's tone was plain, but Mo Yao's will's voice was like thunder. She fell into silence. This time she did not retort. Fong Yuan smiled lightly, continuing, "Other than this, you have other flaws. First, you attached Water Pavilion to me, but concealed this. You clearly had ill intentions. You wanted to use this rank 7 immortal goo house to restrict me at the crucial moment. Second, if you really wanted to cooperate with me, why did you hide your will? This means that once your will's identity is exposed, I will be suspicious. Third, you purposely miscalculated the time and made me turn into 6-arm heavenly zombie. I actually felt discouraged after becoming a zombie. This was also your doing. Fourth, you played tricks on me many times, secretly influencing my thoughts and making me think of using spring-autumn cicada many times. My will has always been firm. I do not hesitate. I plan before taking action. Once I make a decision, I will execute it. How could I have the same thought over and over again? Fifth, since you had little immortal essence and I had become a goo immortal, why didn't you lend Water Pavilion to me earlier? You clearly had other plans." Mo Yao's will raised her head and laughed, retorting, "Fong Yuan, you are speaking incoherently. Don't forget, I saved your life. If I did not use Water Pavilion, you would have been killed by Giant Sun's will already. Now you are saying that I purposely harmed you and miscalculated the time and made you turn into 6-arm heavenly zombie king. I saved you and harmed you at the same time. Am I crazy? Of course you are not. You have always been clear-headed, harming me and saving me at the same time. This is all part of your plan. As long as I put myself in your shoes, it is not hard to guess your motives." After pausing for a while, Fong Yuan continued, "If I am a will that has remained in this world for 10,000 years, but my main body is already dead and my loved one has failed the tribulation. At this time, if I saw spring-autumn cicada, what would I do? The answer is self-evident. I would naturally want to use spring-autumn cicada to go against the river of time. Spring-autumn cicada's effect is to sacrifice the goo master completely, leaving only the goo master's consciousness in the goo worm. At the crucial moment, I would sneak into spring-autumn cicada and destroy the goo master's will, replacing it and returning to the past to be reborn, changing my own history." Fong Yuan's analysis was powerful and resonant, showing his extraordinary confidence. The pupils of Mo Yao's will shrunk, falling into silence again. Fong Yuan said, "However, there are many difficulties for you to achieve this goal. There are 2 main obstacles. First, you are only a will. No matter what your will is, you are unable to activate most goo worms independently. Spring-autumn cicada is not only one of these, it requires even more. It requires the goo master to self-detonate, sacrificing their primeval essence, flesh and blood, as well as the other goo worms in their body as a source of power. The stronger this power is, the more ancient the past it can return to. Second, spring autumn cicada is my goo worm. It is also my vital goo. It is not ordinary. You are not a formless hand. It is not easy to forcefully snatch it. Later, I found many wisdom path goo worms that can produce many kinds of wills. Thus, it is even harder for you to snatch it. This way, you can only feign civility with me and act according to the situation. On one hand, you need to strengthen me, help me, and raise my foundation, so that when I self-detonate, I can obtain a stronger force to activate spring-autumn cicada. On the other hand, you need to take advantage of the situation and create a desperate situation, making me have no choice but to use spring-autumn cicada despite the huge risk. Saying so, Fang Yuan sighed. I was wary of you before, but as you gradually influenced my thoughts, I eventually fell into your schemes and arrangements. You secretly influenced me, causing me to constantly take risks in Truyang building. You also encouraged me to deal with Ma Hongyan, Giant Sun's Will, and He Lulan. Many things were clearly not beneficial and were not rational, but I was impulsive again and again. You made me create strong enemies everywhere. It was to make it easier to create a desperate situation. But on the other hand, you were afraid that if you did not handle it well, I would die. Thus, at the crucial moment when my life was hanging by a thread, you had no choice but to take action and expose Water Pavilion to protect me from Giant Sun's Will's fatal attack. Thus, when I was about to be captured by the formless hand, you drove Water Pavilion to crash into it. It was because you were afraid that it would randomly grab my spring-autumn cicada and expose it. The communication between wills, although there was a lot of content, was extremely fast. But after Fang Yuan finished speaking, Mo Yao's will did not reply for a long time. His mind was silent, and outside, Giant Sun's Will had already counted down from 10 to 6. Finally, Mo Yao broke the silence. He clapped and laughed. Hee, good analysis. It was truly meticulous and well organized. To think that after planning for so long, I still could not deceive you. You really made me look at you in a different light. Lad, even if you have been reborn, your talent is still outstanding. If I were alive, we might become good friends. Who knows? What a pity, what a pity. Fang Yuan saw through everything. He laid his cards on the table with Mo Yao's will. Mo Yao's will could not hide it anymore. At this moment, she chose to be honest. Her figure was graceful. Her face was covered with a black veil. Although she was a will, she was like a blooming night lotus, elegant and graceful. Her temperament was superb. As expected of the 36th generation, fairy of Spirit Affinity House, a rank 7 Go Immortal and a refinement path Grandmaster. Even though her scheme was exposed, she did not feel embarrassed. Seeing that there was no hope of concealing it, she was very frank and straightforward. She sighed. Back then, my main body took a risk and entered 88-point Jinyang Tower. I obtained a true inheritance and true inheritance, secluded domain, creating this will of mine. I left behind Dichio inheritance. On one hand, it was to be prepared to preserve the possibility of refining calamity beckoning immortal goo. On the other hand, it was a trap mainly targeting Spirit Affinity House. Back then, I had betrayed the sect for Boqing, but I did not expect that after 10,000 years, the person I waited for would be you. Actually, when you were refining calamity beckoning immortal goo, I had already discovered the spring-autumn cicada in your body. I am a refinement path Grandmaster. I had tampered with the immortal goo refinement process. My will was already hidden in the refined calamity beckoning immortal goo. This arrangement was to deal with Spirit Affinity House's pursuers, because no one could find an opportunity to refine the immortal goo and did not grab it. Chapter 651. Just like you said, when I found out you had spring-autumn cicada for the first time, I was extremely excited and immediately thought of using spring-autumn cicada to revive. I used calamity beckoning immortal goo to lure you to Water Pavilion. The 10% refinement of Water Pavilion was also a facade I made to make you lower your guard. After you go out, I will immediately activate the Water Pavilion and hide in the sweat on your skin. But regarding this point, how did you confirm that the Water Pavilion was on you from the very beginning? Feng Yuan replied, "This is not hard to guess. Firstly, you had to ensure my safety. Just your will alone was not enough. The rank 7 immortal Gu House Water Pavilion was the strongest guarantee. Secondly, thinking expended thoughts and damaged your will. I asked you to think of strength path killer moves, but I did not see your will weaken. After that, you fought with giant suns will in my mind, refining true yang building's supreme true inheritance and also receiving the light of wisdom. But I still did not see any signs of your will weakening. The only explanation is that Water Pavilion is close to you. Your will was constantly replenished in the building. Back then, when I inspected the goo worms that made up Water Pavilion, I did not notice it at first glance. The crucial goo worm should be that wisdom path immortal goo delight in water and mountain goo, right? You guessed half right. Mo Yao's will said, delight in water and mountain goo can only produce joyful will. But this will of mine is not joyful will, it is transformed from joyful will through some other goo worms. This kind of will can indeed influence one's thoughts and thoughts, making people do things that go against their nature. That means you purposely could not defeat Giant Sun's will? Feng Yuan laughed. Giant Sun's will is indeed very strong, but the difference in battle strength between us is not so great. When I woke up from my daze, when I realized that Water Pavilion had already transformed into a suit of armor to protect me and save my life, I realized that something was wrong. Although I was vigilant earlier, but because of your secret influence, it gradually dissipated. But although I felt something was wrong, I did not dare to confirm it. When Giant Suns will attacked me, I guessed his tactic. This battlefield is only so big. There are only a few external factors that can affect the situation. How could I not pay attention to formless hands? Thus, I decided to take a risk and beat him at his own game. I purposely moved slowly and took a hit from the formless hands. The result proves that you indeed have ulterior motives. Later on, although the Water Pavilion was in ruins, however, I was still worried about its power. Thus, I deceived you into entering my immortal aperture and borrowed your goo worms. Afterwards, when he fought with them from afar, he purposely got hit by their killer moves, and most of the goo worms he borrowed from them were sealed. It was to prevent anyone from entering. Do you have any goo worms that don't require primeval essence to activate? Mo Yao's will heard this. Shaking his head, he lamented, Feng Yuan, you're too smart. Once you realized something was wrong, you calculated to this extent. Your acting skills are even better than mine. But there's still something I don't understand, Feng Yuan said. Oh, please. Earlier, I had fixed immortal travel taken away by a 6-fingered, formless hand. I know that fixed immortal travel is an immortal goo that you want to get rid of secretly. It will affect your plans too much. But why are you so sure that the 6-fingered formless hand will snatch the fixed immortal travel, and not other immortal goo that are inferior to spring autumn cicada? Mo Yao's will smile bitterly. Kid, I am only the will left behind by my main body for 10,000 years. Do you really think I can control the situation? The situation was so chaotic back then. The moment the formless hand grabbed you, I hesitated, afraid that Water Pavilion's appearance would arouse your suspicions. But after it snatched fixed immortal travel, I was overjoyed. I quickly interfered with your thoughts and made you make the decision to help Tai Bai Yinsheng. This delayed your time and caused you to lose fixed immortal travel. Feng Yuan was stunned. Your luck is really good. Mo Yao shook his head, smiling bitterly. Back then, I sneaked into True Yang Building and wanted to snatch fortune, rivaling Heaven Goo, but I let it escape. Ever since then, my luck has been bad. Later, when I blocked the 7-fingered, formless hand for you, my intention was to sacrifice the rank 7 calamity beckoning immortal goo in Water Pavilion. Unfortunately, The formless hand grabbed the core water harmony immortal goo. If your spring autumn cicada had a mortal's consciousness, I would have made a move long ago. But it had your goo immortal will inside, so I did not dare to act rashly and could only infiltrate it secretly. I was lurking in your mind, paying attention to your thoughts and prying into your memories. But after fighting with Giant Sun's will, I could not split my attention. All my will was used to control Water Pavilion to protect your life. Otherwise, when you realized something was amiss, I would have sensed it. In fact, I might have even interfered with your thoughts and made you overlook this. Also, I really did not have much immortal essence left. Most of it was used to nurture my will. Your battle of attrition was very effective, but if I had 5 or 6 more beads of red date immortal essence, the situation would be different. Fong Yuan nodded. Sigh. Actually, I had an unfair advantage. Just the will cannot think as comprehensively as the main body. Especially when wills have their own characteristics, their actions will be biased. A will is a will after all, it cannot replace the main body. If your main body were to deal with me, I would have fallen for it long ago. Fairy Mo Yao, you truly live up to your reputation. Just by relying on your will, you were able to reach this step. Fong Yuan sighed repeatedly. After revealing his cards, he instead consoled Mo Yao's will, as if he had forgotten that they were enemies, as if he and Mo Yao's will had been good friends for many years. He continued to sigh. This plan of yours is too difficult to execute. It is like walking on a tightrope. You need to pay attention to the balance of the situation at all times. If it was before, when you dealt with me, I might have been deceived by you. Unfortunately, not long after I came to Northern Plains, I made a similar mistake. And my aim is to not make the same mistake again. Saying so, the image of a white-clothed girl appeared in Fong Yuan's mind. Actually, it is all thanks to Wisdom Gu's help. Without using it actively, just the passive light of wisdom allowed me to think so quickly. I was able to think through many things and see through your scheme. As expected of a rank 9 immortal Gu. After saying so much, I have a question for you. What is your will? Mo Yao chuckled. There is no harm in telling you now. Anyway, you already know my methods. You will get the answer sooner or later. And in this situation, even if you find out my true motive, it is already too late. You using spring-autumn cicada to self-detonate is already a foregone conclusion. This will of mine is called fake will. Fake is real, true is fake. Fake will disguise as other people's thoughts and participate in the collision of thoughts, secretly changing the result of their thoughts and influencing their decisions and actions. Fong Yuan realized at once. No wonder I could not find out where you were hiding after searching my mind so many times. So you were disguising as my thoughts. But you are wrong about one thing. I will not use spring-autumn cicada. Are you sure? He. Mo Yao's will laughed. I was the one who helped you perfect 6-arm heavenly zombie king killer move. I purposely underestimated the time limit and turned you into a zombie body. You have already lost the possibility of advancing further. You have no future left now. I have been by your side for so long. I have a deep understanding of you. You no longer have any trump cards. In the current situation, the wind veil of assimilation is pressing down. You have lost fixed immortal travel. Do you think you can maintain the Stargate stably? Don't be unrealistic. You are currently being attacked by everyone. Although you purposely acted low earlier, your battle strength is still lower than Giant Sun's will. After all, this is not true inheritance, secluded domain. In true inheritance, secluded domain, wills and thoughts will be suppressed. As for worldly wave trace, immortal Gu, I will not lend it to you anymore. Also, other than Giant Sun's will, you still have a huge hidden threat. That is great strength, true martial physique's He Lulon. Rank 5 peak stage, hee. Think about the power of his self-detonation. Right now, you are only relying on the light of wisdom, Gu, to maintain the light of wisdom. Ha. Strong enemies are waiting for you. You have no way out. Mo Yao's will laughed for a while before speaking in a gentle tone. You are not willing to use spring-autumn cicada because you are worried about your black coffin luck. Actually, you don't have to be nervous. Spring-autumn cicada's weakness is this. It will make the host's luck worse and worse. Back then, Red Lotus Demon, Venerable, suffered from this. Luck is indeed a huge influence, but it cannot decide everything. It also depends on who is facing it. You have so much bad luck, but you used your own strength and intelligence to contend against it, and still had such accomplishments. Ma Hongyan had so much good luck, but he could not grasp it. Even though he escaped, he must have fallen into the hands of Northern Plains Gu-immortals and become a prisoner. Fong Yuan sneered. You have planned for so long, you must have made ample preparations. You definitely have the confidence to win. A contest of wills is my weakness. If I self-detonate, I will be using my weakness to fight against your advantage. How can I be so stupid? Mo Yao also laughed. To think that you also have a timid moment. Unfortunately, your guess is not completely correct. I indeed want to use spring-autumn cicada, but your foundation is not enough to go back to 10,000 years ago. I plan to go against the river of time and find Red Lotus Demon Venerable's inheritance. Using the power of the inheritance, I will go against the flow of time for 10,000 years. Hee. Don't you want to see what Red Lotus Demon Venerable's inheritance is? Mo Yao revealed a shocking news. She actually knew about Red Lotus Demon Venerable's secret inheritance. But Fong Yuan did not reply. He only remained silent. In the outside world, giant suns will finally count it down from 10 to 1. It seems you are stubborn. You want to resist till the end. Not obtaining Fong Yuan's surrender, Giant Sun's Will's voice was very deep. There's no pity for this demon to die. Ancestor Giant Sun was merciful and gave him a chance to turn over a new leaf. But he is still stubborn. Yi Lui Sang shouted, but inwardly he let out a sigh of relief. Kill this demon, cut off his head, and use it as our urinal. Today, we will get rid of this evil for the people. The crowd was boiling. Not good. The wind veil of assimilation is less than 100 steps away. Ancestor Giant Sun, what do we do? Someone was panicking. Chapter 652. The wind veil of assimilation was getting closer. This was the main reason why Giant Suns wanted Fong Yuan to surrender. If Fong Yuan surrendered and offered his primeval essence, everything would be easy. But Fong Yuan was stubborn and did not surrender. Giant Suns had no choice but to fight with his life on the line. Hey Lulan, this is a Strength Path Immortal Gu for you. Release your Dark Path seal and display the true battle strength of one of the 10 extreme physiques. Your great strength true martial physique has the best recovery speed in the world, far above the other 9 extreme physiques. Don't worry. Even if you self-detonate, I have my own methods to save you. Giant Suns said as he handed a Strength Path Immortal Gu to He Lulan. After obtaining the immortal Gu that she had yearned for day and night, He Lulan could not conceal her excitement. Thank you, Lord Ancestor. At the same time, Giant Suns will promise the other Gu Masters many benefits, giving out Gu worms one by one. Giant Suns will raise the morale. This scoundrel has done many evil deeds. Get rid of him. You will all be great heroes of Northern Plains. You will bring benefits to the common people. You will be respected wherever you go. We all know that being exposed to the light of wisdom will reduce one's lifespan. But in this situation, if we continue to drag on, we will be killed by the wind veil of assimilation sooner or later. Compared to death, what is the loss of a bit of lifespan? Moreover, as long as you hold him back, I will definitely make a move and kill him. Everyone looked at each other. Giant Suns had unparalleled prestige. He was left behind by his ancestor. With threats and promises, the situation forced them. Everyone mustered their courage and looked at Fong Yuan. Strange, why is he not dead yet? After being exposed to the sun for so long, he should have lost his lifespan a long time ago, right? Someone suddenly asked. If Feng Yuan died of old age, they would not have to fight anymore. That is because he is already dead. He has completely turned into a zombie monster, a living dead person. The dead have no lifespan. Thus, no matter how long he is exposed to the light, he will not die of old age. Hey Lulan explained, shattering everyone's fantasy. So it is like this. Everyone was shocked. They finally understood that they had to fight. The air seemed to have frozen. The Gu Master's killing intent surged. No doubt, this was the final battle. They wanted to kill Feng Yuan. He had great confidence. After all, he had the great strength, true martial physique, and giant sun's will. But they were also nervous. Feng Yuan's terrifying battle prowess was also deeply rooted in everyone's hearts. Killing this demon is a given, but there are bound to be casualties in battle. Please don't let it be me. This was what everyone was thinking. The atmosphere became more and more oppressive, and the battle was on the verge of breaking out. At this moment, there was another change. Wisdom Gu suddenly retracted the light of wisdom. He plunged into the group of Gu flying in the sky. Earlier, it used all its strength to release rank 9 aura, but now it completely concealed it and hid among the Gu group, quickly vanishing without a trace. Everyone was taken aback. Giant Suns was the first to react, laughing loudly. Wonderful! This wisdom Gu's wild will had just been born. It was still very immature. Previously, he had been holding up a halo to prevent other life forms from approaching him. Now that he sensed that a great battle was imminent, he wanted to avoid being implicated. He ran away first. Hearing this, everyone was overjoyed. There was no better situation than this. Without the obstruction of the light of wisdom, Giant Suns could directly participate in the battle. Demon, the wisdom Gu that you relied on as a barrier has already escaped. Your death is here. Accept your death obediently. Demon, you have committed too many sins and have finally fallen to this state. You are dead meat. Everyone shouted. Their morale was high. Giant Suns was even more restless. Ha 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 ha. Feng Yuan broke the silence, laughing loudly. His laughter shook the wind and clouds. It was arrogant and overpowered all other sounds. He had a green face and sharp fangs. His eyes were shining with a fierce light. Although his recovery ability was strong, his injuries were too severe. His body was still in tatters. He only had one arm left. His body was crooked, but his aura burst out, causing everyone to take a step back. Damn demon! Why are you still so arrogant when you are about to die? What are you laughing at? Hey Lulan took a big step forward. His body was like a bear. He stared with his eyes wide open. Demon, those who commit too much evil will only bring about their own destruction. Now you are dead. Feng Yuan, I have already given you the only chance to surrender, but you did not grab it. Right now you have nowhere to go. Giant Suns resolutely shouted. Mo Yao's also said, Lad, don't try to be mysterious. The aura of nothingness cannot stop them. Don't you want to see Red Lotus Demon Venerable's secret inheritance? There will be a huge battle soon. If Giant Suns gets to your head, I will not be able to save you. Give up. This is a hopeless situation. There is no way out. Quickly use Spring-Autumn Cicada. Feng Yuan's laughter stopped. He said in a hoarse voice, Isn't there a saying that heaven never seals off all paths? As long as I want to leave, the path is under my feet. Everyone was stunned. These words were very familiar. After thinking for a while, they realized it was a story from The Legends of Renzu. The Legends of Renzu, Chapter 3, Section 3. Luopa Valley was a vast and complicated maze. Renzu searched for the missing northern dark eye soul. But he himself also lost his way in the maze for several days and nights. He could not find the exit. He was extremely tired. He collapsed on the ground, his back leaning against the wall of the maze. Boundless loneliness quickly engulfed him. This was because he had given his original heart to hope. What he had now was a heart of loneliness. The feeling of loneliness was unbearable. Renzu was afraid of loneliness. He had once dug out his eyes and turned them into a son and daughter to accompany him. But now he could only endure the torture of loneliness. In the loneliness, Renzu felt boundless coldness, confusion, and pain. Time seemed to have stopped. He was the only person left in the world, a lonely person. There was no one to rely on, no fire to warm himself. Renzu felt suffocated. But as time passed, he gradually got used to the loneliness. He even started to savor it. He started to feel that loneliness was not scary. In the loneliness, he felt peace. Tranquility, peace. He muttered to himself, "Oh, human, what exactly are you? Struggling in this world, coming and going in such a hurry." Then he heard a voice from inside his body. "Oh, human, you are the spirit of all living beings. You are lonely. Thus you wish to be comforted, understood, and proven. What you want to do now is to find a way out. Leave this God-forsaken place." Renzu was shocked. Who is talking to me?" The voice laughed again. "I am a goo called myself. Look at your inner heart. Examine your inner heart, and you will discover me." Renzu quickly examined his heart of loneliness, and indeed in the deepest part of his heart he saw a goo worm. This goo worm was vivid and lifelike. It was exactly the same as him, but it had shrunk by 1,000,000 times to the size of an ant. Renzu was surprised. This goo worm of yours, how did it get into my body?" Self-goo said, "Ever since you gained life, I have been in your body. You just did not discover it. It is not easy to discover me. You need to examine your inner heart in loneliness." "Is that so?" Renzu had no interest. He did not mind. He was still thinking about Northern Dark Ice Soul. Self-goo saw Renzu's waning interest and smiled. "Renzu, you should be happy. You need to know, discovering yourself and understanding yourself is the most important thing in life. You are the most reliable person in the world. Let me help you leave this place." "You can help me leave this place?" "No way. Can you bring me out of Luopa Valley and cross Reverse Flow River?" Renzu was surprised and joyful. Self-goo laughed loudly. "Oh, Renzu, why must you walk this path? The exit and entrance of the door of life and death are the traces left behind by Fate Goo when it visited Fairness Goo. When you walk on it, you will be arranged and manipulated by fate. If you want to revive and leave this place, it is best to walk a completely new path." Renzu was confused. "Didn't you say there is only one path?" "Wisdom Goo already told me. Where is there a second path?" Self-goo said, "Oh, Renzu, as long as you want to walk, the path is under your feet." Renzu was even more confused. "Then how do I walk?" Self-goo said, "Didn't I say it? You need to think about walking first. Think." Renzu tried to use his brain, thinking about how to walk. He thought for a long time until his head was spinning. Finally, a goo jumped out of his mind. Renzu recognized this goo. It was Renzu's good friend, Cognition Goo. "Where there is cognition, there will be me." Cognition Goo said, "Oh, human, you are in a predicament again. Let me help you." Saying so, Cognition Goo let out radiance and enlightened Renzu. Cognition Goo had an ability. It could enlighten all living beings. Living beings enlightened by Cognition Goo would obtain wings. Back then, Verdant Great Sun obtained self, wings, and flew into the sky. After the radiance faded, Renzu obtained a pair of wings. This pair of wings grew from his ankles. It was very small. Cognition Goo guided. This pair of wings is called Renzu. It will help you walk on a new path. You need to be careful. New paths are hard to walk. Other Goo cannot be relied on. You can only rely on Self-goo. Saying so, Cognition Goo vanished. Renzu was still confused. How should I walk? Walk forward and create your own path. This is a path that belongs to you alone. You can only walk alone. Self-Gu's tone was excited. Renzu took a step forward. Boom! At the next moment, his vision changed. Everyone heard Fang Yuan's words and reacted. They were furious. This demon has lost his mind. Kill, let's work together and kill him. He. Who do you think you are? You dare to compare yourself to Renzu? Then walk. I want to see what path you can walk on. Everyone finally lost their patience. They shouted and charged towards Fang Yuan. Guh. At this time, He Lulan suddenly showed a painful expression. She spat out a mouthful of blood. Good timing. Fang Yuan grinned, giving off an eerie aura. He raised his only remaining arm and swung his fist at her. Boom! Chapter 653. This strength path phantom's facial features resembled the young Fang Yuan. It was vivid and lifelike, about the same size. It blocked the path of the Gu masters. It was alone, appearing small and lonely. Isn't that He Lulan's killer move? In his mind, Mo Yao's was stunned. Oh, I remember. You took his crucial Gu worm. But how did you copy his killer move? While he was speaking, the Gu masters had already charged forward. Fang Yuan's strength path phantom only lasted 3 rounds before it was torn to pieces. The remaining fist energy was about to condense, but Yelu Sang burned it with a mouthful of fire. This demon is a paper tiger. There's no need to be afraid of him. Humph. The only thing he's relying on is stealing Lady He Lulan's name. This strength path phantom only has the form. At most, it only has half the power of Lady He Lulan's killer move. What is there to fear? Everyone's morale soared. After a slight delay, they rushed toward Fang Yuan at an even faster speed. Only He Lulan had a bewildered expression as she slowed down and fell behind. Did he use my vital Gu to send out a strength path phantom? How is this possible? This strength path phantom actually looks like him. Although his vital Gu was seized, his injuries recovered rapidly. The recovery ability of the great strength true martial physique was dozens of times stronger than that of the 6-arm heavenly zombie king. It was above the other 9 absolutes. It was not strange that Fang Yuan forcefully refined He Lulan's vital Gu. Fang Yuan had already become an immortal. With the help of immortal essence, even mortal Gu had a huge advantage. But the strength path phantom that Fang Yuan struck out was actually exactly the same as his original appearance. This surprised He Lulan. Even if you snatched He Lulan's Gu and roughly recreated his killer move, you won't be able to do anything to him. However, it was only in form, although it also had the ability to condense fist chi. But compared to He Lulan's original killer move, it's a far cry, Mo Yao's commented bluntly. At this time, everyone had already arrived in front of Fang Yuan. On the outside, Giant Sunzel had shrunk into a ball and was slowly moving, waiting for Fang Yuan to reveal a flaw in the chaotic battle so that he could deal a fatal blow. Well then, Mo Yao, open your eyes wide and watch. Fang Yuan's smile widened. He swung his fist, using his only remaining arm. Fist chi gushed out. It turned into a strength path phantom. The phantom did not stop, immediately pouncing towards the charging Gu masters. Fang Yuan punched again. It was another strength path phantom, but this time it was different. This strength path phantom looked like the young Fang Yuan. Dansheng had 2 arms. He was also much stronger than before. Fang Yuan's breathing was thunderous. His fists were like the wind, the shadows of his fists interweaving to form a screen. Boom, boom, boom. Punches after punches hit the air, creating continuous explosions. Fist chi surged and gushed out, forming a whirlwind. Wind and cloud surged, like the roars of dragons and tigers. In the blink of an eye, over 100 strength path phantoms appeared out of nowhere. 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside. They protected Fang Yuan in the center. The Gu masters had just killed the 2 strength path phantoms and were preparing to fight with Fang Yuan. They raised their heads. Everyone's expression changed greatly. How can there be so many strength path phantoms? Someone's eyeballs almost popped out. Damn it, there are still more appearing. Someone cursed loudly. Fang Yuan punched continuously. The fist chi seemed to be endless, forming one strength path phantom after another. The Gu masters could not believe it. This number greatly surpassed He Lolan's limit, and the number was still rapidly increasing. In the blink of an eye, there were already close to 1,000 strength path phantoms. Fang Yuan was alone just a moment ago, but now there was an army standing beside him. This can't be fake, right? Some people even doubted what they saw, thinking Fang Yuan had used a Gu worm to create an illusion. But next, the strength path phantoms' attacks made everyone painfully understand the reality of these phantoms. Kill. We will let you have a taste of our power. These strength path phantoms could actually speak human language. They had extraordinary intelligence. They attacked together, forming a stream of people. The Gu masters who had the advantage in numbers were actually drowned by the strength path phantoms. They seemed to be drifting in a rapid river, being hit by the waves from all directions. Defend. Stabilize the formation. They are only strength path phantoms. Damn it. These strength path phantoms can actually cooperate with each other. They can use battle tactics. The Gu masters shouted. They formed a formation like a reef on the shore. But after fighting, they found the power of these strength path phantoms had already surpassed their imagination. These strength path phantoms cooperated with each other without any regard for sacrifice. Although they only had one method of attack, they gave the Gu masters enormous pressure. The Gu masters' formation soon showed signs of being unable to hold on. What killer move is this? My strength path phantoms cannot cooperate with each other like this. This is simply an army that will fight to the death. He Lolan's heart shook with unease. Fang Yuan retreated while punching. The number of strength path phantoms continued to increase rapidly. This killer move of yours. Mo Yao's stammered. She was completely shocked. She analyzed. Mortal Gu absolutely cannot have such power. You must have used an immortal Gu. Don't tell me you were hiding a trump card that I did not discover? No, impossible. You must have refined an immortal Gu. How could you refine an immortal Gu so quickly? Fang Yuan laughed loudly. Why do you think I tried so hard to get close to Wisdom Gu? Of course it is to use its rank 9 aura to help me refine the immortal Gu. If it was someone else's immortal Gu, it would not be easy to deceive them. Thus I could not refine man as before and landscape as before. But my young wild could not tell if this aura came from me or not. Gu worms that were 2 ranks higher would have pressure. Back then, on Qing Mao Mountain, Fang Yuan had used Spring Autumn Cicada's aura to assist in Gu refinement. That means you purposely turned into 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King. Mo Yao's will realize this and immediately felt something amiss. The light of wisdom consumed lifespan, but after turning into a zombie, one would already be dead. Thus they could spend more time being illuminated by the light of wisdom. Mo Yao continued to observe. She discovered this killer move of Fang Yuan's. It followed a certain characteristic of strength path. His strength path phantoms were usually 2-arm phantoms, but sometimes he would use 4-arm phantoms. Occasionally, he could form 6-arm phantoms. The more arms, the stronger the strength path phantoms. 2-arm phantoms only had ordinary battle strength, comparable to 100 Beast King. 4-arm phantoms were comparable to 1,000 Beast King. 6-arm phantoms were comparable to a myriad Beast King. This is simply the reappearance of a beast group. Mo Yao's will realize this, and her body shook. She said in disbelief, You lad, you actually did it. You solved an ancient problem and achieved the fusion of enslavement and strength path. Enslavement path controlling myriad beasts, gathering numbers to crush. Strength path, single-handedly. The essence of two completely different Gu master paths were perfectly harmonized in Fang Yuan's killer move. Fang Yuan had started to solve this problem a long time ago, but there was no progress, and he was even mocked and persuaded by Mo Yao's will. However, he had never given up on this aspect. He would never give up because of others' denial, mockery, or persuasion. The most crucial breakthrough was during the process of immortal ascension. He used this extremely precious opportunity to raise his strength path attainment level. Natural imitation. Giving up on everything else, he wholeheartedly sought the answer of the fusion of enslavement and strength path from heaven and earth. This was opening his heart to heaven and earth, imparting him the supreme profundity. Finally, he had to thank Wisdom Gu. Fang Yuan had been exposed to the light of wisdom for a long time, expending his lifespan and turning into a living dead person. He paid such a heavy price, but his gains were also huge. He could finally use the Gu worms he had and use them to the best of his ability to unleash killer moves. How could he gain anything without paying any price? Of course, he also had to thank He Lulan and his vital Gu. This was one of the crucial parts of Fang Yuan's killer move. Other than that, there were some other immortal Gu. The Gu worms used to assemble six-arm Heavenly Zombie King, and Fang Yuan's second vital Gu, all-out effort Gu, also played an important role. This was also one of the reasons why Fang Yuan purposely turned into six-arm Heavenly Zombie King. He needed six-arm Heavenly Zombie King's Gu worms to assemble this new killer move. Even if he had the Black Coffin Death luck, was surrounded by strong enemies, and was isolated by the wind veil of assimilation, heaven would never seal off one's way. There were no desperate situations in this world, only people who were in despair. The answer to the problem was in our own hands. When we look into our hearts, we will find that the power of miracles is within us, to discover ourselves, to recognize ourselves, to rely on ourselves. The convergence of enslavement and strength path. This is a difficult question that has baffled countless heroes and geniuses throughout the ages. To think that you would actually obtain the perfect answer. Lad, you have indeed walked a new path. Developing along this path, you can even truly unite enslavement and strength path, forming a brand new path. This path will definitely be unprecedentedly powerful. Mo Yao's will side her magnanimity as a refinement path Grandmaster allowed her to not be stingy with her praises towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was just about to say something when giant suns will suddenly appeared in front of him. This was a sneak attack. At the crucial moment, Fang Yuan dodged the attack from Giant Sun's will, using his left shoulder to receive the attack from Giant Sun's will. With a loud bang, Fang Yuan fell to the ground, creating a trench that was tens of steps long. It seems that there is still a lot of your will in my mind. You were influencing my thoughts earlier. Fang Yuan was furious, seeing through Mo Yao's scheme. Mo Yao's will shed all pretense of cordiality, screaming, "Lad, I asked you to activate Spring-Autumn Cicada obediently, but you refused. Fate sent you to me. It was to give me a chance to rebirth. I will definitely grab this chance." Most of your will and Gu worms are imprisoned in my immortal aperture. Red Date Immortal Essence is already under my control. You can no longer receive the replenishment of your will. Since you are influencing my thoughts, you will have to participate in the clash of thoughts. I want to see how long this will of yours hidden in my mind can last. Fang Yuan attacked Mo Yao's while staring at Giant Sun's will. The strength path phantoms around him moved, quickly filling up the gap and protecting Fang Yuan again. Giant Sun's will was in a difficult position. It was fine when Fang Yuan was alone, but now he had so many helpers. Giant Sun's will excelled in speed and transformation, but he was afraid of consumption. Fang Yuan's combination of enslavement and strength path killer move countered it. No matter how fast you are, I will defend with my life. No matter how many transformations you have, I will self-detonate. There were too many strength path phantoms. They surrounded Fang Yuan in layers. Not only were there strength path phantoms in all directions, even the sky was filled with them. There was no space to attack. This killer move actually fused the essence of enslavement and strength path. The strength path phantoms can not only reform their remnant chi, they can also self-detonate to kill the enemy. This lad must have made preparations in this aspect. Otherwise, just the time of the light of wisdom would not have allowed him to create something out of nothing. Right? He succeeded in his immortal ascension. It is very likely that he received guidance from heaven and earth during the process. Damn it! Giant suns will thought intensely for a while before stopping. He did not have much left. He could not think for too long. It would cause a lot of internal friction. Chance. Suddenly, he turned into a golden rainbow. He weaved through the strength path phantoms and fiercely slashed at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan grinned. Old man, what are you so anxious for? This was a flaw he had purposely revealed when he directed the strength path phantoms to position themselves. Giant suns will fell into Fang Yuan's trap. Immediately, 3 strength path phantoms appeared in front of him. Giant suns will thought intensely. He moved like a snake and avoided 2 of them, but he could not avoid the final strength path phantoms, so he directly slammed into it. Bang! With a loud sound, the strength path phantoms were smashed into pieces. Old man, do you really think I'm a sick cat? Humph, I've been waiting for a long time. Fang Yuan was already waiting behind him. He raised his fist and smashed it towards Giant Sun's will. Chapter 654. Fang Yuan finally displayed his true strength. His fist speed was extremely fast. Giant Sun's was caught off guard and was hit. With a loud sound, the condensed golden will was smashed into pieces, splitting into countless parts. But at the next moment, the will condensed again. Its size had shrunk by 1/5. Giant Sun's will, who had suffered a huge loss, was about to retaliate in anger. Fang Yuan had already retreated, as the heavy strength path phantoms protected him again. Giant Sun's will, who saw this, was so angry that he almost collapsed again. He could not think much, otherwise he would have seen through this trap, thus falling into Fang Yuan's trap. Hey Lulan, what are you hesitating for? Giant Sun's will shouted. How can he use the same strength path phantoms as him? Hey Lulan was in a dilemma, but when he heard Giant Sun's will shout, he shook and finally came to his senses. Fang Yuan's killer move was vast and sharp, suppressing everyone into a disadvantage. They could not even raise their heads. Even Giant Sun's will could not make any progress. This was a moment of life and death. His great strength, true martial physique, was the crucial battle strength to change the situation. Thinking of this, He Lulan's eyes widened in anger as he stood up. Boom! An ordinary punch had a terrifying effect. The biting cold fist chi almost broke through the encirclement of the strength path phantoms. Human figures flew. The phantoms shattered one after another. This was the true battle strength of the great strength, true martial physique. At this moment, He Lulan unleashed his full strength, no longer holding back. The strength left behind by immortal Gu dark limit on his body formed a thin layer of black membrane. He Lulan tore this layer of black membrane. His image changed. The surging aura of the 10 extreme physiques soared to the sky. The formless aura shook the air and formed a shockwave that engulfed the surroundings. What's going on? Lord He Lulan has actually turned into a woman. The rumors were true. Su Xian's night elopement. She gave birth to a young lady with He tribe's supreme elder He Cheng. No wonder Giant Sun's will had chosen He Lulan and Ma Hongyan to be the owners of the Frost Jade Peacock. It turned out that she had long since seen through He Lulan's true gender. He Lulan turned a deaf ear to the crowd's exclamations. Her eyes were fixed on Fang Yuan, and her killing intent was boiling. She was wild and unruly, like a vigorous female black tiger descending the mountain. He was brave and fearless, as if he wanted to devour someone. Fang Yuan snorted coldly. Fist Qi kept surging around him, condensing one strength path phantom after another. The army's momentum was already dense. He was very confident in his killer move. He was not afraid of He Lulan. The self-detonation of the 10 extreme physiques can indeed kill immortals. But my killer move. You can do the same. The strength path phantoms shouted one after another. Like a surging river, it surged towards He Lulan. He Lulan, who had revealed her true appearance, slaughtered all gods and Buddhas in her way. She was like a Valkyrie that could repel an army of 1,000. No matter how the strength path phantom army attacked, she did not budge. Save me! Yi Lui Sang and the others shouted for help. It turned out that Fang Yuan was multitasking, dealing with He Lulan on one side. He did not forget to take care of the other Gu masters on the other side, and also guarded against Giant Sun's will. The attainment of an enslavement path master was displayed, without a doubt. The strength path phantom army cooperated with tacit understanding. They were integrated as one, and did not care about sacrifices. Yi Lui Sang and the others were already in a precarious situation, but now they could not hold on any longer. The final line of defense was broken. He Lulan wanted to go back and save them, but was firmly held back by the strength path phantoms. These strength path phantoms actually have the intelligence of a normal person. How did he do it? He must have snatched my vital goo, but he can actually create strength path phantoms that are exactly the same as him. He Lulan was extremely shocked. The more she fought with the strength path phantom army, the more she could sense their power. A single strength path phantom was not enough to worry about, but with 3 strength path phantoms working together, they could slightly resist them. With 6 strength path phantoms forming a small battle formation, they could hold back He Lulan. 9 strength path phantoms attacked one after another. They could even put pressure on He Lulan. The more strength path phantoms there were, the stronger their battle strength. This was all thanks to their perfect coordination. Even beast groups could not do this, but Fang Yuan's enslavement path army was his own strength path phantoms that came from the same source and were connected to his heart. He Lulan could not save them in time, and Yi Lui Sang and the others were killed by the strength path phantoms. Facing the bloodline descendants' call for help, Giant Sons made the opposite choice from He Lulan. He turned into several arrows and tried to kill Fang Yuan in the chaos. Fang Yuan mobilized the guards around him and fought an intense battle with Giant Sun's will. The battle was extremely short, but it was exceptionally explosive. Giant Sons saw that he could not get what he wanted, so he left immediately and did not continue fighting. He really did not have much left. An intense battle would bring about intense thinking. He was gradually unable to endure this kind of internal friction. And Fang Yuan was also in trouble. In his mind, Mo Yao's would occasionally disturb him, causing him to have distracting thoughts. He repeatedly made mistakes in mobilizing the strength path phantoms. His master-level enslavement path attainment could not be fully displayed. But as time passed, Fang Yuan gradually gained the upper hand. His strength path phantoms army increased in number. The narrow space in the sky and on the ground were filled with these strength path phantoms. There were already over 10,000 of them. At the same time, the influence of Mo Yao's will on him became weaker and weaker. Giant Sons attacked many times, but did not succeed. He was left with less than the size of a human head. The only one who was still fighting was He Lulan, but she was a monster with unlimited stamina. The great strength, true martial physiques, battle strength, left people speechless. If not for the layers of strength path phantoms, he might not have been able to restrain her. Child, be careful. I researched this strength path killer move for you. Even though it is powerful, it has a flaw. The strength path phantoms you release are actually the image of your subconscious. Mother Su Xian was on the verge of death. She used an extremely weak voice to warn him with worry. He Lulan sat at the head of bed, grabbing her hand as she nodded while sobbing. The legends of Ran Zhu told us long ago, everyone has a version of themselves in their heart. Child, your strength path phantoms are the version of yourself in your heart. From this, we can see that you thirst for power. You desire to leave your female identity and become a man. Try to use this killer move as little as possible. Be careful that the killer move will subtly influence you, eventually turning you into the cruel nature of the strength path phantoms. Su Xian nagged, almost using up all of her strength. Mother, I know, don't worry. Bean-sized teardrops rolled down He Lulan's cheeks. One day, when the strength path phantoms you release are completely in your appearance, Mother will be at ease. Remember, you have to find yourself. Also, be careful of your father. After Su Xian said this, she used up the last of her strength and passed away. Mother. In the room, He Lulan's heartbroken voice echoed. He Lulan, what are you doing? You are actually absent-minded at this time? Giant suns will roared angrily, breaking He Lulan's memories. He Lulan woke up. She stared at Fang Yuan. Her emotions were very complicated. This guy had actually found her. How did he do it? It is the final moment. The wind veil of assimilation is approaching. He Lulan, self-detonate. I will save you. I swear on the glory of Giant Sun. Giant suns will ordered. Fang Yuan's gaze focused. Although he had the phantoms to protect him, he was sure he could hold on for a period of time to open the Stargate. But at this moment, he was not willing to take the risk. He quickly tried to sow discord. He Lulan, you are an outstanding talent of your generation. Even if Giant Suns will has an immortal goo, his immortal essence is still in my hands. What can he use to save you? Why don't you surrender to me? I have a way to escape this wind veil of assimilation. Fang Yuan had only wanted to give it a try. He did not have much hope. But after He Lulan heard this, her movements slowed down. Her battle intent also clearly dropped. Giant Suns saw that the situation was bad. He quickly shouted, Don't listen to this demon's nonsense. He cannot be trusted. He Lulan, don't hesitate. This is our final chance to turn the tables. Don't tell me you don't trust your ancestor. Don't forget, I am only lending the strength path immortal goo to you. It still has my will inside. As long as I willed it, the immortal goo will self-detonate. He Lulan shouted, her battle intent rising again. Demon, you have a glib tongue. You are as crafty as a fox. Damn it, what good did you use on me earlier? I will make you pay the most disastrous price. Hand over your life. He Lulan erupted, like a raging dragon entering the sea. She carved out a path of blood from the encirclement of the phantom army. Fang Yuan laughed heartily. Good. I want to personally experience the power of the great strength true martial physique. Saying so, he took the initiative to face He Lulan in close combat. Although 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King was strong, it was not the match of the 10 extreme physiques. And this was under the situation where Fang Yuan had unlimited primeval essence, and large numbers of mortal goo were constantly activated. He Lulan's feelings were even more different. Fang Yuan's strength, together with the coordination of the surrounding strength path phantoms, made her feel heavy pressure. She was continuously injured. But the recovery ability of the great strength true martial physique was even stronger than 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King. The pain made He Lulan even more fierce. At once, both sides exchanged blows evenly matched. Giant Suns did not wait for long. He finally saw a flaw in Fang Yuan's defense and attacked at lightning speed. Fang Yuan took a step back, his body turned around and punched back. He clearly hated Giant Suns to the core. Giant Suns gritted his teeth and fiercely collided with Fang Yuan, creating an even bigger flaw. He shouted, He Lulan! As long as she grasped this flaw, He Lulan would definitely be able to heavily injure Fang Yuan, or even capture him alive. At this moment, Giant Suns will finally saw hope. Here it comes. He Lulan charged forward, activating her goo worms and unleashing an unprecedented fierce attack. Suddenly, over 10 strength path phantoms jumped out to protect Fang Yuan. You! Giant Suns will shouted in shock. He Lulan's attack did not hit Fang Yuan but hit him instead. Giant Suns will collapsed, revealing 3 immortal goo. He Lulan opened her mouth and actually swallowed the 3 immortal goo in one gulp. With a gulp, she swallowed the 3 immortal goo into her stomach. Fang Yuan laughed loudly. The dozen strength path phantoms that came to reinforce him changed their formation and surrounded Giant Sun's will before exploding. Chapter 655. Why? The golden thoughts betrayed him. He shouted in anger. He could not understand. Old thing, I was only following your orders because I had a motive. Now that I have obtained the strength path immortal goo, why should I listen to your orders? He Lulan sneered. Her beautiful face was filled with arrogance and coldness. You ingrate, unfilial descendant. You dare to betray your ancestor. The golden thoughts screamed in anger. Be quiet, don't make a ruckus. Sure enough, you cannot think when you have too few thoughts. Is that why you are so shallow? He Lulan crossed her arms in front of her chest, her gaze filled with disdain. You want me to self-detonate, and now you say you can save me. Why? Because of your slavery goo, divert disaster goo, and fixed immortal travel? These are your only 3 remaining immortal goo. Tell me, which immortal goo can bring me back to life? You think you can deceive me with such a childish trick? If you were strong enough, I would listen to you and obey the strong. But now, what right do you have to order me around? Just because you are left behind by a dead person? Hee. Even if you are Giant Sun immortal, so be it, you are finished. This is a new era. Why is a dead person like you still jumping around? Her words were filled with the attitude of a formidable person. He Lulan, she was still that He Lulan. Even if I am only left with a thought, I can destroy the immortal goo. The golden thoughts cursed loudly. But He Lulan was calm. Go ahead and try. How can this be? You actually suppressed for immortal goo. Even though you have the great strength, true martial physique, you do not have the will of an immortal. How can you suppress for immortal goo? The golden thought's body flickered with light as it shouted in disbelief. Evidently, its plan to destroy the immortal goo had failed. There are many things you do not know. The current He Lulan was unfathomable. He Lulan, you have the Huang Jin bloodline. The tribe leader of a super tribe actually colluded with outsiders to harm your ancestor. You 2 despicable and shameless things. When did you collude with each other? Why didn't I notice it all this time? The golden thought angrily rebuked. As expected, it's much easier to deal with them if they can't think. Sigh. You're really embarrassing the Giant Sun immortal with your ugly behavior. Fang Yuan sighed. The corners of his mouth parted slightly, revealing a disdainful smile. In fact, the 2 of them had just joined forces. Previously, He Lulan roared, Devil, you have a glib tongue and are as cunning as a fox. Damn it! What good did you use on me just now? I will make you pay the heaviest price. Give me your life. Fang Yuan did not use any goo worms. However, He Lulan said that Fang Yuan had used a goo. This was the code. Whether it was Fang Yuan or He Lulan, they were both meticulous, suspicious, and ruthless heroes. The 2 of them had worked together and experienced the struggle for the imperial court, so they understood each other better. They both knew that the other was ambitious and unwilling to be inferior to others. Precisely so, Fang Yuan was willing to take a gamble. After all, he had the strength path phantom to protect him. The risk was not high. The 2 swindlers worked together sincerely. He Lulan seized the opportunity and successfully plotted against Giant Sun's will taking away all the immortal goo. I am not resigned to this. I am not resigned to this. I am the strongest, but I was plotted against and ended up in such a state. You won't have it easy either. My main body left behind many arrangements. Once 88 Point Jinyang Tower falls, the other arrangements will be activated. Truyong Building will be rebuilt, and you will be hunted down endlessly. I did not lose to you, if not for dealing with Ma Hongyun and spoiling my luck. How could I lose? In the end, I lost to luck. The golden thought screamed hysterically. Bam, bam, bam. At the next moment, it self-detonated, self-destructing. It was after all left behind by giant sun immortal. No matter how few thoughts it had, it was still decisive. It was worried that its secrets would be exposed, so it chose to self-detonate. The self-destruction of the thoughts was extremely fast. Even if Fang Yuan wanted to stop it, he had no way to do so. Different from blood path, strength path, and enslavement path, his wisdom path attainment was still very shallow. Unless he lured giant suns will into his own immortal aperture, like Mo Yao's will, he could easily suppress it. This way, the strongest existence in imperial court, blessed land, the strongest existence, turned into ashes at this moment. Not a trace of it was left behind. He Lulan let out a breath of turbid air, looking at Fang Yuan with a calm gaze, saying solemnly, "Now, it is time for us to talk. I believe we have the foundation to cooperate." Fang Yuan nodded, sneering. "Let's not talk about anything else. The immortal goo fixed immortal travel that you took was originally mine. It turned out that the formless fist that took away fixed immortal travel was broken by Giant Sun's will. After Giant Sun's will took it, he forcefully suppressed Fang Yuan's consciousness in the goo worm, not having time to refine it, or maybe he did not have the strength to do so. Thus, Fang Yuan did not sense the existence of fixed immortal travel. He had lost sight of the target earlier, thinking that the formless fist had already flown away. I know, this is one of my conditions. Now, I am suppressing your immortal goo, but time does not allow me to forcefully refine it. I need you to lend me this fixed immortal travel. He Lulan said shockingly. Fang Yuan had calm expression. Why should I lend it to you? Humph, the goo is with me, without fixed immortal travel. How can you leave this place? Only if we cooperate, sincerely, can this be possible. He Lulan said. Fang Yuan chuckled. Who told you that I have no other methods to leave this place? He Lulan's pupils shrunk, looking deeply at Fang Yuan. The wind veil of assimilation isolates heaven and earth. Whole earth goo and connecting heaven goo cannot be used. You actually have other methods, but you're not using them. Ha! This method has its flaws. She was a formidable person after all. She quickly calmed down and even made a probing counterattack. Her tone was very certain, but she was not sure in her heart. She was just probing. Fang Yuan laughed loudly. His strength path phantom army was beside him. He was not afraid of the great strength, true martial physique's self-detonation. But the enemy in front of him was not an ordinary great strength, true martial physique, but He Lulan. This person could not be underestimated. She had fought with Fang Yuan many times at 88 Point Jinyang Tower and was evenly matched. She had even given Fang Yuan a lot of trouble. Now, she was clearly immortal, but could suppress 4 immortal goo at once. Even Giant Sun's will was shocked. If Fang Yuan did not lend her fixed immortal travel, she would be dead for sure. If she risked her life to counterattack, Fang Yuan would still have some reservations. Without the interference of Mo Yao's will, Fang Yuan regained his nature. He calculated his gains and asked the question he was most concerned about. Then what do I get? Immortal goo dark limit. He Lulan replied calmly, but she was actually relieved. Oh, please tell me the details. I will help you obtain this goo. This goo is in the hands of Goo Immortal Jiangyu. It can isolate aura and deceive heavenly secrets. It can defend against deductions. My great strength true martial physique was sealed by the power of immortal goo dark limit. You committed such a huge crime. Northern Plains Go Immortals will definitely investigate and find trouble with you. Not just them. There are also the arrangements left behind by Giant Sun Immortal. But with Immortal Goo Dark Limit, you will not be able to find out your location. Interesting, what else? Fong Yuan rubbed his chin. He Lulan smiled lightly. We are all smart people. Frankly speaking, I have a huge grudge. I will not self-detonate and die with you. But I am sure you do not want to see me being forced into a corner and dragging you down with me, right? Humph, not to the extent of dying together. It will bring me a lot of trouble. But it is true. Fong Yuan snorted coldly. He Lulan's pupil shrunk. From your words, it seems you have not fully displayed the power of this killer move. However, I have another trump card. Fong Yuan nodded. He Lulan had already displayed it earlier. She could actually suppress an immortal goo. The great strength, true martial physique alone could not do this. As long as there were enough benefits, why would there be a need to fight? Fong Yuan was not afraid of He Lulan's self-detonation, but there was no need to push it too far. It would not benefit either of them. He Lulan continued, I will help you obtain Immortal Goo Dark Limit. After I use fixed immortal travel, I will return it to you. I will also give you my Strength Path Killer move. I believe it will be helpful to your new killer move. Also, I have not killed your senior brother Tai by Yinsheng. Fong Yuan's gaze swept over. The unconscious Tai by Yinsheng was still lying on the ground. His body was covered in a defensive light barrier. This was clearly set up by He Lulan. He could not help but raise his evaluation of He Lulan by another level. He Lulan was not simple. She actually preserved Tai by Yunqing's life until now. Evidently, she had long been dissatisfied with Giant Sun's will and had a plan. Most importantly, she had stated so many conditions. Immortal Goo Dark Limit was the main point. Fixed immortal travel was the secondary point. After that was the Strength Path Killer move, and finally Tai by Yunqing. Such an arrangement showed her understanding of Fong Yuan. Then what are your conditions? Fong Yuan asked. Help me become an immortal, and help me kill my father with my own hands. Saying this, He Lulan's eyes revealed deep hatred. Fong Yuan could not help but raise his eyebrows. He did not ask why. He did not need to. Haha. Fong Yuan laughed heartily. Looking at the surrounding wind veil of assimilation, his gaze finally landed on He Lulan. After tearing open Dark Limit seal and revealing her true appearance, He Lulan was no longer the fat, violent bear He Lulan, but a stunning beauty with a fiery figure, sharp eyebrows, and heroic eyes. She was domineering and powerful. Interesting. Then why don't we cooperate for the time being? Fong Yuan praised and agreed. The benefits of cooperation moved his heart. In any case, fixed immortal travel was in her hands. Fong Yuan could do nothing about it. They might as well cooperate and see. Next, Fong Yuan stated his conditions and reached an initial agreement with He Lulan. The wind veil of assimilation had shrunk to its limit. Large numbers of goo worms were piled up in the narrow space, squeezing each other. Even more goo worms had been devoured by the wind veil of assimilation, becoming a part of it. And Calamity, Tribulation, Formless Hand had finally disappeared completely. We don't have enough time today. Let's talk another day. After reaching an agreement, He Lulan activated fixed immortal travel. A jade green light shrouded her body. She was not a goo immortal, but she could activate immortal goo. Before leaving, she looked deeply at Fong Yuan, seemingly asking casually, What is the name of your killer move? Myriad Self. Fong Yuan replied. He Lulan nodded, engraving this name in her mind. She knew that sooner or later, this killer move would become famous throughout the 5 regions. At the next moment, fixed immortal travel activated. He Lulan's figure vanished on the spot. Once she left, Fong Yuan immediately destroyed the environment here, preventing her from using fixed immortal travel to return. The wind veil of assimilation was already closing in from all directions. Fang Yuan's location was only the size of a small house. Large numbers of goo worms had already been devoured by the wind veil of assimilation, but there were still a few flying around. Fang Yuan released starlight goo and opened a stargate. But he did not leave immediately, instead using a deep gaze to look at these flying goo worms. He did not have confidence, but he still wanted to give it a try. A few breaths later, a goo worm flew in front of him. Rank 9 wisdom goo. Ha ha ha. In the narrow space, Fang Yuan's laughter echoed. It was precisely spears in the open and arrows in the dark interweaved into a net, scheming and scheming in the dark. Misfortune befalls one's heart and changes one's mind, gaining a glimmer of hope from danger. Immortal zombies are half dead with no lifespan. Myriad Self has no hesitation. Countless piles of bones. Dual demons will have endless mysteries. Chapter 656. Slowly opening his eyes, Fang Yuan woke up. What entered his vision was a glowing pink light and a crystalline mountain wall. Fang Yuan was dazed for a moment before reacting. He had already passed through the Stargate and returned to immortal blessed land from Northern Plains. But this trip to Northern Plains was extremely tiring and dangerous. It could be said to be a narrow escape from death. Even though Fang Yuan had the body of a 6-armed heavenly zombie, his heart was filled with fatigue. After returning to immortal blessed land, he made some arrangements before falling into a deep sleep. He didn't know how long he slept for before he slowly woke up. He was too tired. Even now, Fang Yuan only wanted to lie down and not get up. My body is filled with death energy. I have completely turned into a zombie. I do not know fatigue. But my soul is the original soul. It has its limits and can be damaged. A thought flashed in his mind as Fang Yuan slowly sat up. His mind was at peace. There was a comfortable feeling. Sleeping also had the effect of calming and nurturing the soul. Fang Yuan let out a breath of turbid air and stretched his limbs. He felt like his entire body was rusty, giving him a heavy and inflexible feeling. He did not find it strange. He knew that this was the aftereffect of using the killer move Myriad Self. His soul had been greatly consumed. Thus, it was difficult for him to control such a strong zombie body. Where is the land spirit? Fang Yuan asked. His voice was extremely hoarse and unpleasant to listen to. Like the sound of sand rubbing against ice, it gave off a dry and cold feeling. Master! At the next moment, Little Who Immortal's voice resounded in Fang Yuan's ears. Her voice was still pleasant to listen to, but now it was mixed with worry and sadness. Fang Yuan turned around. He saw Little Who Immortal's eyes were red as she appeared on his left. How long did I sleep for? Fang Yuan nodded and asked, Master, you have slept for 2 days and 3 nights. Little Who Immortal answered. Fang Yuan was dazed for a moment. 2 days and 3 nights. This was the time in Who Immortal Blessed Land. 5 days in Who Immortal Blessed Land was equivalent to 1 day in the 5 regions outside. In other words, less than a day had passed since Fang Yuan left the wind veil of assimilation and returned to the Northern Plains. Fang Yuan calmed down. He had not slept. He had already discussed with He Lulan and confirmed their temporary cooperation. Soon he would return to Northern Plains. Little Fox Immortal saw that Fang Yuan was silent. Thinking that he was sad, she opened her small mouth and comforted him. Master, Master, don't be sad. Although your current appearance is very ugly, there will definitely be a way to change it back. She believed him. One day, Master, you will return to your original form. Master, you need to pull yourself together. Fang Yuan laughed involuntarily as he stretched out an arm and patted Little Fox Immortal's head. Little Fox Immortal dodged for a moment, but in the end, she allowed Fang Yuan's terrifying zombie hand to land on her head. She hung her head and said nothing. Fang Yuan gently rubbed her head. Little Fox Immortal finally could not hold it in any longer and started crying, "Master, although your hand is cold, I still like it very much." With that, she hugged Fang Yuan's thigh and cried. Little Fox Immortal was still so cute, like a 5 to 6-year-old girl, tender and pure, petite and exquisite. She was dressed in a colorful dress, and her snow-white foxtail was drooping on the ground, showing her disappointment. Land spirits were formed from the combination of obsession and heavenly power. They were different from wills and would not deceive people. Little Fox Immortal's words were the truth. Fang Yuan's expression was calm. He did not speak, but the fangs that protruded from his mouth were slightly retracted. His action of patting Little Fox Immortal's head also became more gentle. He split a portion of his consciousness and looked inside. His first aperture was deathly silent. There was not a trace of primeval essence inside, only Fang Yuan's first vital goo. The originally transparent, purple crystal aperture walls had turned into a gray stone texture. The stone walls were filled with small cracks. The culprit behind these cracks was the spring-autumn cicada in the center of the aperture. Spring-autumn cicada's body flickered alternately in green and yellow colors. The surging aura of a rank 6 immortal goo filled the entire aperture. If it was the original rank 5 peak stage aperture, it might have already burst. But now that the aperture was dead, it could instead bear the pressure of the immortal goo. Although there was a limit, it was quite far away now. At the same time, Fang Yuan noticed that the aperture was almost empty. It could no longer produce primeval essence. This is the price of turning into a zombie. The aperture is dead. It can no longer produce primeval essence. Fang Yuan thought. He could not help but think of Guyue's generation. Guyue's generation had turned into a blood-white zombie. Their aperture could no longer produce primeval essence. Thus they had a huge demand for goo worms, like heavenly essence treasure lotus. My current situation is much better than Guyue's generation. I had already ascended to a goo immortal. I have 19 beads of green grape immortal essence. I have unlimited primeval essence. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan's mind moved from the first aperture to the second aperture. The newly formed Strength Path Immortal Aperture had already turned into ashes. The blessed land was now a dead land. The sky was overcast. White stone mountains had already collapsed. The ground was black and rotten, emitting a foul stench. The ground was full of cracks. It was as if there had been a huge earthquake. This was caused by forcefully storing wisdom goo. In this immortal aperture, there were almost all of Fang Yuan's goo worms. The most eye-catching ones were naturally the immortal goo. There were as many as 7 immortal goo inside. If this number was known, it would definitely shock the jaws of everyone. Immortal goo were unique. They were extremely rare. Ordinary goo immortals often did not even have one immortal goo, including the fixed immortal travel goo that he lent to He Lulan, as well as spring-autumn cicada. Fang Yuan had a total of 9 immortal goo. This number was enough to make most rank 7 goo immortals feel ashamed. There were 3 immortal goo related to Water Pavilion: Worldly Wave Trace goo, Delight in Water and Mountain goo, and Calamity Beckoning immortal goo. As for the other 4 immortal goo, they were obtained by Fang Yuan after breaking the Formless Fist. Other than immortal goo, there were also mortal goo. Among them, the most valuable mortal goo was also obtained by Fang Yuan after breaking the Formless Fist. These goo worms came from the various true inheritances in True Inheritance, Secluded Domain. Each of them was of high quality and had their own differences from common goo worms. But in terms of importance, it was still his second vital goo, rank for all-out effort goo, as well as bitter strength goo, borrow strength goo, self-reliance goo, refine essence spirit goo, earth strength goo, water strength goo, wind strength goo, lightning strength goo, fire strength goo, lurking soul coat goo, breath concealment goo, and others. It was these goo worms. They formed the foundation of the killer move myriad self. allowing Fang Yuan to obtain victory in the wind veil of assimilation. Other than these, there were other miscellaneous gu. For example, during Fang Yuan's trip to northern plains, he used eagle rise gu, which consumed the most energy, wind flower gu that could quickly change direction, soul blade gu obtained from soul blade General Panping, battlebone will gu, stargate gu, whole earth gu, connecting heaven gu, divine sense gu, and others that gu immortals were equipped with. Among them, the most numerous were beggar moths. There were close to 1,000 of them that could store primeval essence. At the final juncture of his trip to northern plains, they helped Fang Yuan a lot. After inspecting his aperture, an immortal aperture, Fang Yuan looked at his own body. He did not need to look in the mirror to know that he had completely turned into a monster. 20 feet tall, green face and fangs, blood-red eyes, muscles bulging all over his body like hard rocks. The most eye-catching thing was, he had 8 arms, other than the original 2 arms. The other 6 had sinister appearances. They were respectively from rank 5 flying zombie gu, Azura zombie gu, heavenly demon zombie gu, blood white zombie gu, nightmare zombie gu, plague zombie gu, and earth chief zombie gu. Whether his appearance was ugly or beautiful, Fang Yuan did not care. Land spirit little Hu Immortal cared because she was the female Gu Immortal fairy white fox's obsession. Fang Yuan cared because his zombie body's cultivation was stagnant, unable to advance a single step. This was the most serious obstacle to his pursuit of the demonic path and his dreams. He was ambitious. He wanted eternal life. Eternal life represented the strongest, invulnerable to all calamities, invulnerable to all tribulations. No one could harm his life. He had an endless lifespan. Although the zombie body had no lifespan, the soul would still be damaged and would perish in the face of even stronger attacks. It had many drawbacks and weaknesses. Many Gu masters and Gu immortals would often turn into zombies when they had no other choice. This method could only be said to be struggling at death's door, like looking up at heaven from hell. How can I get rid of my zombie body and revive from death, having a fresh body again? Fang Yuan asked himself. Evidently, this was a difficult problem that had to be solved. Although he did not have an answer, he had a plan. Interrogating Mo Yao's will in his immortal aperture was one method. Using wisdom gu was the second method. Little Hu Immortal's cries gradually stopped. Fang Yuan retracted his arm and calmed his thoughts, asking, "Did anything happen while I was unconscious?" Little Hu Immortal heard her master's question and immediately stood up, wiping her tears and answering sensibly, "Master, there are 2 main matters. First, your senior brother, Lord Tai Bai Yunsheng, has already woken up. He has been wanting to visit you these last 2 days. Sometimes he is so anxious that he even cries. But Master had given orders earlier, so I stopped him. Second is Crane Gate. They have stopped their rockmen trade with us." Fang Yuan heard this and frowned slightly. Fang Yuan was well aware of the reason why Crane Gate suddenly stopped their rockmen trade. Hu Immortal blessed land had Dang Hun Mountain. This was something that the 10 great sects of Central Continent knew. Crane Gate coveted Dang Hun Mountain, but they could not directly attack Hu Immortal blessed land. Thus, over a year ago, they sent Fang Jing to negotiate, and they reached an agreement on the rockmen trade. But their main target was Dang Hun Mountain and Gutsgu. Afterwards, Crane Gate urged and emphasized many times, requesting Fang Yuan to open up the Guts Gu trade, but they were all rejected by Fang Yuan. Over the last year, Hu Immortal blessed land did not relent. Crane Gate's patience was finally exhausted. Thus they stopped the rockmen trade. As for whether they wanted to express their anger and force Fang Yuan to negotiate again, or if they had other motives, it would depend on the development of the situation. Hu Immortal blessed land is not a paradise. It is located on Tianti Mountain, and its external situation has always been worrying. This time, Crane Gate is making trouble. There must be a reason behind it. I need to be careful. If Fang Yuan had an immortal aperture, His reliance on Who Immortal Blessed Land would be greatly reduced. He could even directly annex Who Immortal Blessed Land and escape. Unfortunately, he was now a zombie. His immortal aperture had become a dead aperture. There was no point in talking about it. Fang Yuan thought about it, but could not think of anything for the time being. Chapter 657. The stagnation of cultivation was only the main drawback. Apart from that, there were other small drawbacks. One of the reasons was that he could not feel pain at all. Rigid thinking was the second reason. In this world, Wisdom Path had already explained the mysteries of human thought. When a person thinks, thoughts will appear in his mind. Intelligent people generate ideas faster and more, while stupid people generate fewer and slower ideas. These thoughts collided, merged, or destroyed each other, and finally, one or several brand new thoughts were formed. These new ideas were the result of thinking. The mind was where thoughts were born, and it was the key domain for life to think. And this domain was determined by two aspects. One was the body, while the other was the soul. If a human soul were to reside in a wild beast, then this wild beast would become very smart. This level of intelligence was far higher than that of wild beasts, but slightly weaker than the human body. Gu is the essence of heaven and earth, while man is the spirit of all living beings. Humans are the smartest among all living things. In order to achieve this, a human body and a human soul were needed. Now, Fang Yuan was completely dead. Only his soul remained. As a result, the number of thoughts generated in his mind and the speed of his thinking decreased by a large margin. Intense thinking would cause the number of thoughts to decrease rapidly. The zombie's brain produced fewer thoughts, and the speed at which it produced thoughts could not keep up with the speed at which it consumed energy. If Fang Yuan was a brute, then so be it. It just so happened that he was an ambitious schemer who was used to thinking. After turning into a zombie, he immediately felt very uncomfortable and inconvenient. No wonder most of the zombies, such as Guyue's generation, died. Will choose to sleep. When he was asleep, he didn't have to think much, so he didn't have to waste as much of his thoughts. More and more thoughts would slowly accumulate in his mind. When it's time to fight, I'll think about it intensely and use these thoughts. Fang Yuan came to a realization. This was the same reason why giant suns will choose to sleep. If you think too little, you will appear clumsy and shallow. I never thought that one day I, Guyue Fang Yuan, would also become an idiot. Fang Yuan mocked himself in his heart and collected his thoughts. He said to Little Fox Immortal, "Bring my senior brother Tai by Yinxing in. I want to see him." Little Fox Immortal agreed obediently and disappeared on the spot. It was a land spirit. It could move freely in Who Immortal Blessed Land. In the span of 10 breaths, Little Fox Immortal appeared with Tai by Yunxing again. "Junior brother, Sai, what should we do now?" As soon as he saw Fang Yuan, Tai by Yunxing was stunned, and then his eyes turned red. He choked with sobs. He knew that Fang Yuan had completely turned into a 6-armed, heavenly zombie. He already had some understanding. This was also what Fang Yuan had specifically asked Little Fox Fairy to tell Tai by Yunxing. Fang Yuan laughed heartily. "Originally, I had advanced to a strength path Gu Immortal, but now that I have become like this, there is no helping it. I have to continue calling you Senior Brother. Come on, Senior Martial Brother. This place is simple and crude. Please find a stone block to sit on." The cave Fang Yuan was in was dug out by Fairy White Fox in the middle of Dang Hun Mountain years ago, the ruins of Dang Hun Palace. After Dang Hun Mountain was destroyed by Gruel Mud Immortal Gu, Fang Yuan had the help of Tai by Yinxing. It was restored. The restored Dang Hun Mountain retained this cave. But Dang Hun Palace's golden brick walls, silver brick floor, pink curtains, round bed, golden silk bedding, incense burner, and wind chimes were all gone. Rank 6 immortal goo landscape as before could restore mountains and rivers to their previous state. Dang Hun Palace's furnishings were not in the category of mountains and rivers. Of course, Fang Yuan did not want to recreate Dang Hun Palace. After all, it was Fairy White Fox's chamber. The smell of cosmetics was too heavy. It was not suitable for Fang Yuan. There was no furniture in the cave. It was very simple and crude. Tai Bai Yunxing chose a stone block closest to Fang Yuan and sat down. Right now, he was filled with gratitude and friendliness towards Fang Yuan. He trusted him unconditionally, because he and Fang Yuan had gone through life and death together. They had gone through too many trials and tribulations in northern plains. They had seen each other's sincerity. Not to mention that in True Inheritance' secluded domain, Fang Yuan had helped Tai Bai Yunxing twice without hesitation or blinking. The first time, he saved landscape as before immortal goo. The second time, he abandoned man as before immortal goo to save Tai Bai Yunxing's life. At that time, Tai Bai Yunxing was so moved that he almost shed tears. He had a goo immortal inheritance. He naturally understood the attraction of an immortal goo to a goo immortal. Fang Yuan abandoned the immortal goo to save him. Tai Bai Yunxing. It was enough to prove Fang Yuan's sincerity. Later, Tai Bai Yunxing was captured by He Lulan. Fang Yuan immediately changed his direction and snatched back man as before. Tai Bai Yunxing also approved of Fang Yuan's choice. He felt relieved. This was a rational decision. When he woke up, he found he was already in Hu Immortal Blessed Land. He was out of danger. Tai Bai Yunxing was overjoyed. Being able to keep his life was naturally something to be happy about. But what made him even more surprised was that after he woke up, Little Hu Immortal returned the two immortal goo, landscape as before and man as before to him. Tai Bai Yunxing had a kind and gentle nature. He had deep feelings towards these two immortal goo. Regaining the precious treasures, he was extremely happy. But when he heard about Fang Yuan's situation from Little Hu Immortal, his heart shook. He could not feel happy anymore. His heart was filled with sadness, guilt, sorrow, and sympathy. Thus, he repeatedly requested to see Fang Yuan, trying to save his junior brother with all his strength. Right now, he was sitting on a rock. His face was filled with sorrow as he heaved a long sigh. I am ashamed. Junior brother, not only did you save my life, when we meet, I still have to receive your consolation and consolation. Fang Yuan stretched out an arm and patted Tai Bai Yunxing's shoulder, using his hoarse voice to laugh heartily. Fate is fickle. It is very likely that things will not go according to one's wishes. As a person, we need to be more open-minded. Although I became a zombie, I am at least half dead. I am much better than those dead people and giant suns will. And at the final moment, I even obtained wisdom goo. I have already profited greatly. Senior brother, don't worry about it. You should be happy. Before Fang Yuan left, he opened a stargate. Wisdom goo realized this was a passageway to the outside world. Its survival instincts drove it to fly towards Fang Yuan. This was within Fang Yuan's expectations. Stargate goo was immortal goo. It could not bear the might of an immortal goo. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth. He stored wisdom goo into his immortal aperture. Even though wisdom goo concealed its aura, Fang Yuan's immortal aperture became a dead land. Its endurance rose sharply. It did not take long for Stargate goo to pass through. Fang Yuan almost could not take it. The first thing he did after returning to Hu Immortal Blessed Land was to quickly release wisdom goo. Hu Immortal Blessed Land was also a rank 6 immortal aperture, but it was planted on Tianti Mountain, absorbing the earth chi of Central Continent. It was very stable. It could not be mentioned in the same breath as an immortal aperture hidden in a goo immortal's body. Regarding wisdom goo, Tai Bai Yunxing also knew. Extraordinary people do extraordinary things. Junior brother's ability is something I admire from the bottom of my heart. But even the legendary rank 9 immortal goo cannot cure your zombie corpse. Why don't you let me do it? Let's try using man as before immortal goo. Tai Bai Yunxing's emotions were sincere. As he said this, He had already stood up impatiently, but Fang Yuan stopped him. "Senior brother, you are very clear in your heart. This man, as before immortal, Gu, can only restore a person to their previous state. Although it has the ability to revive, so much time has passed, who knows how many billions of seconds have passed. How can I be restored to my previous state? Even if I use it, it will be a waste. Why waste the precious green grape immortal essence?" Tai Bai Yunqing's expression was ashen. His emotions were unstable. After Fang Yuan finished speaking, he suddenly stretched out his palm. He fiercely slapped his own face. Slap, slap, slap. 5 to 6 times, Tai Bai Yunqing actually slapped himself. "Senior brother, stop. Why are you doing this?" Fang Yuan was caught off guard. He hurriedly stood up and stretched out his arms, grabbing Tai Bai Yunqing's hand. Tai Bai Yunqing could not match Fang Yuan's strength. After being restrained, he cried bitterly, "Junior brother, I have let you down. I have let you down." As he cried, his knees bent. He was about to kneel down. Fang Yuan quickly helped him up, asking in shock, "Senior brother, why are you like this?" "Junior brother, if I had directly lent man as before immortal Gu to you, you would have been able to use it at the crucial moment, and you would not have ended up like this." Tai Bai Yunqing cried bitterly. He had a kind nature, even though he had harmed Gao Yang and Zhu Zai's lives. That was a human survival instinct. To him, Fang Yuan was his benefactor. He was also his little junior brother. They belonged to the same sect, but he was both his benefactor and his little junior brother. But he was harmed by his own negligence. If Tai Bai Yunqing had taken the initiative to lend his Gu to Fang Yuan would not have ended up in such an awkward situation. After Tai Bai Yunqing woke up, this thought had been lingering in his mind, causing him to feel ashamed to death and be filled with remorse. Right now, Tai Bai Yunqing was paralyzed on the ground, feeling sad and ashamed. He was relying on Fang Yuan to support him. Fang Yuan was 6 meters tall. Looking down at Tai Bai Yunqing, who was crying bitterly, a dark light flashed in his eyes. "I am very happy that you can think this way." He smiled inwardly, but said sincerely, "Senior brother, you don't have to be so sad. Although it is hard to recover from a zombie body, I still have many flaws. Don't forget that we have Wisdom Gu." Tai Bai Yunqing shook his head, saying intermittently, Wisdom Gu is rank 9. It followed you here because of its survival instinct. Junior brother, even if you are a rank 6 Gu immortal, you will never be able to refine it. You will not be able to control it." "Of course I understand this, but even so, just a little bit of its light of wisdom will bring me great benefits. Speaking of which, my zombie body has no lifespan. It is more suitable to be close to Wisdom Gu." Fang Yuan stretched out his third arm and patted Tai Bai Yunqing's back, consoling him. "Moreover, I still have Mo Yao's will." Mo Yao. Tai Bai Yunqing was puzzled. "This is my other gain from 88 Point Jinyang Tower. Mo Yao was once a refinement pathmaster, a certain generation's fairy of Central Continent's spirit affinity house." Tai Bai Yunqing was a native of Northern Plains. He had never heard of the name Mo Yao, but he had heard of Spirit Affinity House, one of the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent. A certain generation's fairy of Spirit Affinity House, and also a refinement pathmaster. It seems this Mo Yao is not simple. Tai Bai Yunqing's sorrowful expression eased slightly. Fang Yuan laughed again. "And most importantly, senior brother, have you forgotten that we still have Master? Master will definitely have a way. I won't hide it from you. After Master gave me the mission to investigate 88 Point Jinyang Tower, he gave me a consumable Gu to notify and report to him. 2 days ago, when I had just returned to Hu immortal blessed land, I had already used this Gu." Fang Yuan had searched Tai Bai Yunqing's soul in 88 Point Jinyang Tower. He knew all of Tai Bai Yunqing's experiences and secrets. Tai Bai Yunqing had once met a mysterious old beggar. He had obtained a time path, Gu immortal inheritance from him. Fang Yuan had swindled and deceived him. Using his glib tongue and acting skills, he had successfully convinced Tai Bai Yunxing in 88-point Jinyang Tower, making him believe that he and Tai Bai Yunxing had the same master, that old beggar. Fang Yuan had even casually given the old beggar the name of Zishan Mikoto. Tai Bai Yunxing, however, had no doubts about this. Now that Fang Yuan mentioned this matter again, Tai Bai Yunxing's eyes brightened. So junior brother has a way to contact master. This is great. Others might not have a way, but master has great abilities. He will definitely have a way. The fire of hope ignited in his heart. Listening to his tone, the old beggar held an extremely important position in his heart. Tai Bai Yunxing was filled with confidence in the old beggar. If he knew the truth now, who knew what expression he would have? Fang Yuan did not reveal the slightest flaw. He said in all seriousness, "Senior brother, don't be impatient. I believe master's letter will definitely come in a few days. We just need to wait patiently." Tai Bai Yunxing nodded. Fang Yuan's mention of Zishan Mikoto's name finally calmed his mind. He stood up straight, and Fang Yuan let go of his arm. Tai Bai Yunxing took a step back, his gaze meeting Fang Yuan's red eyes. He suddenly raised his palm. He placed his hand on his chest and said solemnly, "Junior martial brother, don't worry. I will engrave your kindness in my heart. I will never forget it. I swear to longevity heaven. Even if master has no way, I, Tai Bai Yunxing, will use all my strength to revive junior brother." Ha ha ha. Longevity heaven is giant sun immortal's grotto heaven. We just tore down this old guy's true yang building. You swear to it. Isn't that too fake? Fang Yuan raised his head and laughed. "Senior brother, I won't be polite with you. We're on the same side, and I've saved your life before. A drop of water should be repaid with a spring. You have to repay this kindness." "Say it." Tai Bai Yunxing answered immediately, without a trace of hesitation. He had already decided to repay the kindness. Even if Fang Yuan asked him to climb a mountain of swords or plunge into a sea of flames, he would not refuse. These days since he woke up, his conscience had been heavily reprimanded. Paying and sacrificing for Fang Yuan would make his conscience feel better. So Fang Yuan also said solemnly, "I have been brooding about this for a long time. That is the problem of our seniority. I was master's true disciple before, but now that you have become an immortal, you have surpassed me, but I am not convinced. I was originally a strength path Gu immortal. Although I am a zombie now, I will return to that sooner or later. So according to seniority, I am the senior brother, and you are the junior brother." Ah! Tai Bai Yunxing stared. He had never expected that Fang Yuan's solemn request for him to repay the kindness was actually such a small matter. A feeling of gratitude welled up in his heart. Fang Yuan was clearly not trying to force him to repay the kindness. But was he, Tai Bai Yunxing, a vile person who did not know how to repay kindness? Tai Bai Yunxing sighed inwardly. He stretched out his palm and patted Fang Yuan's rock-hard thigh. The thick leg hair pricked his palm and caused some pain. 10 feet was equivalent to 3 meters on Earth. Fang Yuan was 6 feet tall. He was a 6.5-meter giant. Tai Bai Yunxing could only pat Fang Yuan's thigh. He was silent for a while. Before raising his head and looking at Fang Yuan's face, he sneered, "Oh, junior brother, in your dreams! How can seniority be messed around? Unless master rearranges it. I will definitely be the senior brother. Ha ha ha!" Tai Bai Yunxing was a proud person. How could he repay the kindness he owed others so easily? "Hey!" Fang Yuan shouted, venting his dissatisfaction. "Old Bai, how can you be such a vile person? Did you forget what you said just now? I will absolutely not call you senior brother." "Ha ha ha, junior brother, I can understand you, I don't mind." Tai Bai Yunxing laughed, but he was moved to tears. How many years had it been since he laughed so heartily like this? He had finally found the group. Although he had not known Fang Yuan for long, he felt very close to him, as if they were family. Chapter 658. Only Fang Yuan was left in the cave. Tai by Yunqing had already left. He sat on a stone stool. His 8 monstrous arms were hanging down. Some were behind his back, and some were crossed in front of his chest, together with his huge body. Just sitting there made him look like a towering mountain, causing people's hearts to palpitate. Fang Yuan had thought deeply about how to deal with Tai by Yunqing. Fang Yuan only believed in himself. He never truly believed in others. If he killed Tai by Yunqing, he would obtain man as before immortal Gu, landscape as before immortal Gu, as well as a rank 6-time path immortal aperture. But using him like this would not maximize his benefits. He had to admit, Tai by Yunqing was a very useful chess piece. This useful could be seen in 2 aspects. Firstly, he was very useful. Before he became an immortal, he was a famous healing master in Northern Plains. Now that he had reached rank 6-time path, his blessed land was a high-grade blessed land, and don't forget he was also a flying master. His value was huge. Secondly, he was very easy to control. Fang Yuan had once soul-searched him. Thus, he had a thorough understanding of him. Tai by Yunqing was a good person. He had a conscience and knew how to repay kindness. He was indebted to Fang Yuan. He had helped him several times in Truyang building, especially when he brought him out of the wind veil of assimilation when he fainted and returned the 2 immortal Gu to him. He had already obtained Tai by Yunqing's complete trust. This could be seen from how Tai by Yunqing chose his seat earlier. There were many stone stools in the cave. Fang Yuan had an ugly appearance and a huge body. Ordinary people who got close to Fang Yuan would feel pressure and subconsciously avoid him. But Tai by Yunqing chose the seat closest to Fang Yuan. This meant, in his heart, Fang Yuan had already become one of his closest people. He was not worried that Fang Yuan would harm him. Tai by Yunqing had once harmed Gao Yang and Zhu Zai. This was the most crucial point. At that moment, his survival instinct took over. This was human nature. After the incident, Tai by Yunqing felt guilty and couldn't forget about it. He looked haggard and suffered greatly. Under Fang Yuan's scheme, he was on the verge of becoming a demon and impulsively ascended to immortality. His original goal was to seek death. To seek death because of guilt, one could see his conscience. Coincidentally, Tai by Yunqing obtained the help of Giant Sun's will. After successfully ascending to immortality, he fell into a coma. Fang Yuan used the Glass Abode Master token to enter a certain checkpoint of the Truyang building and wake him up. At this crucial moment, tell him the secret of the sect. This happened to strike at Tai by Yunqing's weak spot. Tai by Yunqing denied himself. Therefore, he was in extreme pain and felt extremely lost. At that moment, Fang Yuan had appeared and given him a sect, a sense of belonging, a sense of security and warmth. After that, she entered his time path immortal aperture and handed the immortal Gu to him for safekeeping. That was a sign of her initial trust in him. After that, everything that had happened in the Truyang building, she made Tai by Yunqing completely believe in Fang Yuan. In a way, he had to thank Mo Yao for interfering with Fang Yuan's thoughts. Otherwise, how could Tai by Yunqing trust him so much? Tai by Yunqing harmed Gao Yang and Zhu Zai's lives. This went against his values greatly. He has always felt guilty about it. He felt that he was not such a person, but he did such a thing. Now that I am his benefactor, he owes me. He will definitely repay me 100-fold or even 1,000-fold. This is not only because he knows how to repay kindness, it is also a chance for him to prove that he is a good person again. Fang Yuan analyzed calmly in his mind. Bad people would not know how to repay kindness. They would even bite the hand that fed them. The more Tai by Yunqing sacrifices for Fang Yuan in the future, the more he would prove that he was a good person. This way, he would be able to offset the guilt he felt towards Gao Yang and Zhu Zai. This involved the psychology of balance and compensation on Earth. In a way, Fang Yuan gave Tai by Yunqing a chance to prove himself again, a reason for him to live again. Fang Yuan knew this in detail. Thus he saved Tai by Yunxing, and even gave him man as before and landscape as before, these two immortal goo. I have too many immortal goo. The cost of feeding them will be very high. At this time it is better to give man as before and landscape as before to Tai by Yunxing. At the same time the immortal aperture is dead. It cannot produce immortal essence anymore. I only have 19 beads of green grape immortal essence. The more I use them, the less I have. Although I still have some white fox immortal essence, if I can use Tai by Yunxing's green grape immortal essence, why not? Thinking of the feeding of immortal goo, Fang Yuan felt a headache. Raising goo worms was like raising a mistress. Goo masters often could not afford to raise or use them. Ever since Fang Yuan had Who Immortal blessed land, feeding mortal goo was not a problem. But now that he had so many immortal goo, Who Immortal blessed land could not support such a high cost. This was a blissful worry. Many goo immortals did not have a single immortal goo, and were searching for them bitterly. In his previous life, Fang Yuan had also struggled for a spring-autumn cicada. After painstakingly refining it, he was surrounded and self-detonated. Right now, Fang Yuan was racking his brains on how to feed so many immortal goo. Fang Yuan sat quietly by himself, trying to find inspiration from his previous life's memories. After trying for a while, he gave up. Sigh, after becoming a zombie, my thinking has become much more rigid. Just now, when I was talking to Tai by Yunxing, I felt my thinking becoming slow. Now, I cannot keep up with my original rhythm when thinking. He summoned Little Who Immortal Land Spirit. How is wisdom goo? Where is it now? Little Who Immortal was the blessed land's land spirit. All the changes and situations in the blessed land were basically under her control. Master, after wisdom goo was brought in by you, it went deep underground and found a rockman cave. It seems to be hibernating now. Little Fox Fairy closed her eyes. After sensing for a while, she immediately opened her big watery eyes and replied. Fang Yuan nodded, ordering, "Bring me there." The underground cave that wisdom goo was hibernating in was very big. Fang Yuan was moved in by Little Who Immortal. His 6 meters tall body could move freely. Sensing Fang Yuan's arrival, wisdom goo shone with 5 colors. Little Who Immortal sat on Fang Yuan's shoulder, staring at wisdom goo curiously. This was rank 9 wisdom goo. Although Little Who Immortal could sense every place in the blessed land, it was rare for her to be in such close proximity. Oh, wisdom goo! I brought you out of the trap and saved your life. According to our previous agreement, it is time for you to fulfill a part of it. In the dark cave, Fang Yuan's voice echoed. Wisdom goo was quiet. After a few breaths, it slowly floated in the air. At the same time, it shone with the light of wisdom. So beautiful! Little Who Immortal's eyes shone brightly. She laughed happily. The spherical light of wisdom shone with all sorts of colors, enveloping Fang Yuan and Little Who Immortal. Fang Yuan immediately felt his thoughts colliding. His thoughts were like lightning. He was able to obtain the result of his thoughts at an extremely fast speed. This feeling is so comfortable. Little Who Immortal slowly opened her eyes wide. She was dazed, immersed in the pleasure of the sudden increase in wisdom. But after a few breaths, her figure started to fade. Little Who Immortal, you are formed from obsession. Although you have fused with the power of heaven and earth, wisdom goo still restrains you. You cannot stay here for long. Go back. Fang Yuan stretched out a finger and tapped on Little Who Immortal's head, waking her up. Little Who Immortal covered her small melon head. Her fair cheeks flushed with excitement. Master, Master, I can actually become so smart. Such an amazing wisdom goo. She shouted like a child who had found a new toy. She was extremely happy. Master is the most amazing. You can even get wisdom goo. Just let me stay here for a while, okay? She actually started to flatter Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan laughed heartily. It seems wisdom goo has activated your little brain. Go out quickly. Saying so, he stretched out 2 fingers and lightly pressed on Little Hu Immortal's head. Little Hu Immortal's cute head was pressed by Fang Yuan's fingers again and again. Little Hu Immortal immediately frowned. She shook her head. "Master, I will be leaving." She did not dare to disobey Fang Yuan. She flickered and disappeared. The underground cave calmed down. Fang Yuan did not sit cross-legged. His zombie body was tough and thick. There was no difference between sitting and standing. He stood in the light of wisdom. The first thing he did was to observe Mo Yao's will, which was suppressed in the immortal aperture. Mo Yao's will was not affected by the light of wisdom, even though he had observed it under the wind veil of assimilation. Fang Yuan was reassured after confirming it again. Since the immortal aperture is formed, it has become a small world. The walls of the immortal aperture are the walls of heaven and earth, isolating the inside from the outside. External forces are almost unable to affect the inside. Only then did Fang Yuan close his bloodshot eyes and start to meditate and comprehend. He had already become a zombie. The production of thoughts in his mind had fallen by several levels. His thoughts were also rigid. But the light of wisdom allowed thoughts to move rapidly and collide with each other, expending a large amount of thoughts in a short period of time to produce a result. If it was an ordinary zombie, they might become smart for a moment before turning into an idiot. But in Fang Yuan's mind, there were still wills. These wills were produced by wisdom path goo worms. They could think as well. In order to deal with Mo Yao, Fang Yuan had researched wisdom path and bought special will goo, deliberate will goo, sharp will goo, and other goo worms. These wills had helped him a lot in the final moments of his Northern Plains trip. Now, Fang Yuan's mind could not keep up. He could only use these wills as a replacement. His primeval essence was unlimited. His wills were also almost limitless. Under the cover of the light of wisdom, the originally stable wills were like snow melting under the sunlight. They shrunk smaller and smaller. Next, inspiration appeared one after another. The dusty memories became clear. As long as Fang Yuan concentrated his mind to recall, these vast and complicated memories would appear vividly in his mind. At this moment, the world seemed to have become bright. Chapter 659. In the underground cave, Fang Yuan was in deep thought under the light of wisdom. Although I have been reborn and have 500 years of experience in my previous life, compared to old monsters like Mo Yao and Giant Sun, I pale in comparison. My past advantage is no longer there. In the long river of history, countless stars twinkled. How many heroes had there been? Giant Sun Immortal was an invincible character rarely seen even in 1,000,000 years in human history. Fairy Mo Yao was a refinement grandmaster, a fairy of spirit affinity house back then, an influential person with shocking talent. She was one of the top 10 Gu immortals in the huge central continent at that time. Although Fang Yuan had a firm will and had unique experiences, he was just an unremarkable star among the stars. With his current foundation and strength, he could not stand shoulder to shoulder with all the experts in history. My trip to Northern Plains has exceeded my expectations. If not for the interference of Mo Yao's will, I would have stayed in Truyong Building and changed my identity every 10 years to slowly explore it. But the truth is already set in stone. Northern Plains will definitely be shaken. Countless experts and forces will come to find trouble with me. Fang Yuan summed up his experience. He felt that his disadvantage was in wisdom path. His strength was in scheming and planning. And with his rebirth experience, this advantage was even greater. But Mo Yao's will actually interfered with his thoughts, causing him to be unable to think properly. 88 Point Jinyang Tower is the spiritual symbol of Northern Plains. I am the culprit behind its destruction. If I am caught, the consequences will be unthinkable. Although I am hiding in Hu Immortal Blessed Land now, it is not safe here. I have been plotting against Dang Hun Mountain's Crane Gate. Northern Plains Gu Immortals might be able to use Wisdom Path to make deductions. They might be able to deduce my background. Fang Yuan was well aware that hiding in Hu Immortal Blessed Land seemed very safe, but it was actually waiting for death. He could only take advantage of the fact that they had not found out the truth. Only by making the first move could he save the situation. Dark Limit Immortal Goo. I have heard of its name in my previous life. It can indeed conceal aura and prevent deductions. If I can obtain this goo, I believe the situation will turn for the better. Fang Yuan thought of He Lulan. This woman was not to be underestimated. She was an unrivaled hero. See the wind and change the rudder. Betraying his ancestors for his own benefit, and even wanting to kill his own father. This was a naked, demonic nature. He had the great strength, true martial physique. He had also obtained a strength path immortal goo. Once he ascended to goo immortal, he would soar to the sky. She was very similar to Fang Yuan, but it was precisely because of this. Work with her. He had to be extra careful. Be it immortal goo dark limit or fixed immortal travel. They were both things that Fang Yuan wanted. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan's thoughts stopped. The willpower in his mind was almost exhausted. Fang Yuan was stunned for a moment before retreating from the light of wisdom and activating his goo worm to create his will again. Very soon, his mind was filled with many wills. Unfortunately, mortal goo do not produce many wills. Under the light of wisdom, it was easily depleted. If I use immortal goo to create wills, the quantity will be huge and can last for a long time. I can think as much as I want. Fang Yuan felt regret in his heart. He had a rank 6 wisdom path, immortal goo with him. It was delight in water and mountain goo that could produce boundless will. But Fang Yuan thought about it and did not use it. Activating immortal goo required immortal essence. He did not have much green grape immortal essence. He only had 19 beads left. His immortal aperture had already become a land of death. One used meant one less. He had to save his green grape immortal essence as much as possible for emergencies. Thus, he could only use mortal goo for now. After accumulating a certain amount of mortal will, Fang Yuan stepped into the light of wisdom again. This time, he did not think about the external situation. He concentrated on thinking about himself. I have become a zombie now. My cultivation cannot advance. How can I revive and return to my human form? This is the first problem. If only I could use yin-yang rotation goo. But I am an immortal zombie. Yin-yang rotation goo is only rank 4. The second problem is I am already bankrupt. Fang Yuan had invested almost all of his assets in his trip to Northern Plains. He was already unable to make ends meet. His finances were bankrupt. Right now, he did not even have a single immortal yuan stone. Even Hu Immortal Blessed Land had become barren. Before the decisive battle in Northern Plains, Fang Yuan had already spent all of his remaining immortal yuan stone. At the final juncture, he had no choice but to exchange for other items. The fox groups and wolf groups in Hu Immortal Blessed Land were sold as much as possible in the vast grassland now. Only sporadic fox and wolf groups could be seen. The 10,000 hairy men that Fang Yuan had bought were mostly sold to save the situation. Only 2,000 old hairy men with rich experience in goo refinement were left. They were not willing to sell them. The Rockmen slave trade had always been a strong pillar of support for Fang Yuan's economy. But after Crane Gate stopped the large order, the pillar collapsed. The Rockmen trading market in Jewel Yellow Skies had already been divided. Fang Yuan could not get involved. This made his situation even worse. Just having strong battle strength was useless. He had to use sufficient resources to support his cultivation. In the goo path, nurture, use, and refine, goo masters not only needed to use goo, they also needed to nurture and refine goo. Fang Yuan had become a zombie now. His cultivation had stagnated. He needed to accumulate more resources. Only then would he have a higher chance of reviving. 3 days later, Dang Hun Mountain's palace. Fang Yuan had rearranged this place, simply creating a rough hall with several stone chairs on the left and right. The main seat was as wide as a bed. The back of the chair was as tall as a monument, but it was perfect for Fang Yuan to sit on. Tai Bai Yunxing was sitting on the first seat on the left, frowning deeply as he held a small white pigeon in his hand. This white pigeon was flickering with a faint light. It was a rank 5 messenger pigeon Gu. Not long after, Tai Bai Yunsheng's mind came back from the messenger pigeon Gu. He sighed deeply and said worriedly, "That is to say, teacher does not intend to make a move, and will treat this encounter as junior brother's test mission." Fang Yuan nodded. "That's right." In the letter, Master reprimanded me, saying I was greedy and did not listen to his advice before leaving, rashly activating Di Qiu inheritance. In the end, I fell into the trap of Mo Yao's will, resulting in this disastrous outcome. Thus, this time, he wants me to solve this problem myself. Master style is like this. It seems I can only work hard myself. Tai Bai Yunxing nodded, expressing his agreement with Fang Yuan's last sentence. Back then, after the old beggar gave him the Gu immortal inheritance, he disappeared without a trace, not caring about him. This style was the same as the current test for Fang Yuan. Thus Tai Bai Yunxing did not feel it was strange. Tai Bai Yunxing pondered for a moment before asking, "Junior apprentice brother, I heard you say that Master has accepted a total of 6 true disciples. You are ranked 5th and have grasped 2 Gu immortal inheritances, Strength Path and Enslavement Path. That is to say, you still have 5 fellow disciples. Can we get help from them?" Fang Yuan shook his head. What a joke! Of course it was impossible. The contents of this messenger pigeon Gu were forged by Fang Yuan alone. The name Zishan Makoto was also casually made up by him. The 6 great true disciples did not even exist. How could he ask for help from people who did not exist? This is impossible. Fang Yuan smiled bitterly, his gaze extremely sincere. First of all, I have only heard about these fellow disciples from Master. Not only have I not seen them personally, I also don't know their identities or where they are. Most importantly, this is a mission from Master. He has already acknowledged your identity in the letter and placed you as the 5th disciple. He wants you to help me solve this problem during this period of time. At the same time, he also wants me to keep and use the spoils of war I obtained in Northern Plains. This is all help from Master. If I ask for help from fellow disciples again, it might not be what Master wants. After all, he gave me a test mission. Tai Bai Yunxing was worried and anxious. Even if teacher did not say it, I would still stay by junior brother's side and do my best to help you. What do we do now? Old Bai, you have also seen the contents of the letter. Master told me to join Zombie Alliance. Fang Yuan answered. Zombie Alliance? What kind of organization is this? Tai Bai Yunxing asked. He had just ascended to Immortal. He did not know much about Go Immortal level matters. Zombie Alliance, as the name suggests, is a zombie alliance. This alliance has a long history. It first appeared during the medieval antiquity era, 300,000 years ago. Now, it has become a superforce spread throughout the 5 regions. Eastern Sea is the headquarters, while Northern Plains, Central Continent, Southern Border, and Western Desert each have a branch. Fang Yuan introduced. They are actually spread throughout the 5 regions. Are they stronger than the Huang Jin tribes and super forces of Northern Plains? Tai Bai Yunxing was moved. Fang Yuan shook his head. Not so. Almost all of Zombie Alliance's members deal with zombies. The higher-ups are immortal zombies like me. Most of these immortal zombies are Go Immortals who have reached the end of their lifespan and have no choice but to turn into zombies to extend their lifespan. These Go Immortals' immortal apertures are dead. They cannot produce immortal essence or absorb heaven and earth chi. Every once in a while, a portion of their blessed land will shrink and collapse. Thus, their battle strength cannot compare to ordinary Go Immortals. Of course, some immortal zombies are an exception. All in all, Zombie Alliance's branches were weaker than the local super forces. But Eastern Sea's Zombie Alliance headquarters was a level higher than Eastern Sea's super forces. So that's it. Tai by Yunsheng gained new knowledge, he asked in confusion. Then why did Master want you to join Zombie Alliance? Fang Yuan pondered. If a Gu immortal's lifespan is exhausted and they become an immortal zombie, they would obtain lifespan Gu. Next, he obtained lifespan Gu and wanted to revive. Back then, one of the goals of Zombie Alliance was to cooperate with each other and research a method to regain a body. So many years have passed. They must have made a lot of progress in their research. I think this is Master's intention. Tai Bai Yunsheng was both happy and worried. This suggestion is really good. Then, how will you join Zombie Alliance? Fang Yuan laughed heartily. Old Bai, don't worry, joining Zombie Alliance is very simple. I just need to show my immortal zombie identity. So simple? Of course. Zombie Alliance is being suppressed by the super forces. They're not having a good time. They would love to have more members in the Alliance. At the same time, immortal zombie identities are not easy to disguise. Zombie Alliance has done a lot of research. They have many effective methods to distinguish them. I plan to join Northern Plains Zombie Alliance, but before that, we need to wait for someone. Hey, Lulan! Tai by Yunsheng blurted out. Fang Yuan nodded. Chapter 660. Sigh. I have not seen a mirror willow for many years. Mo Yao's will sighed as she caressed the only mirror willow in front of her. She was filled with emotions as if she was recalling the past. As for Fang Yuan's will, he stood beside her and watched quietly, not disturbing her. This world was dark and decaying. It was Fang Yuan's immortal aperture, blessed land. Fang Yuan had deceived Mo Yao's will into his immortal aperture and suppressed it. Mo Yao was a refinement path grandmaster. She was once a legendary Gu immortal. She had left behind a deep mark in Central Continent's history. Her will was of great value. Even though Fang Yuan was framed by Mo Yao's will and almost died in Northern Plains, Fang Yuan did not hate Mo Yao's will. In fact, he admired and even praised her. If he was the one making the plan, he might not be able to do it better than Mo Yao's will. He had planned to interrogate Mo Yao, but Mo Yao's will was very cooperative. Towards Fang Yuan's refinement path questions, not only did she answer everything, she even made an analogy, which benefited Fang Yuan greatly. But when Fang Yuan asked about Spirit Affinity House, Mo Yao's will made a request. I have been away from Central Continent for many years. I have been missing the people and things there. Please find me a mirror willow so that I can relieve my longing for home. Mirror willow was an ordinary plant. It was the size of a normal willow tree, but its leaves were like mirrors. The leaves of this willow tree were the food of beggar moths. Earlier, during the Rockman trade, Fang Yuan had bought a batch of mirror willows from Crane Gate. They were now planted in Hu immortal blessed land. Thus, he randomly picked one and placed it in his immortal aperture. Back then, my main body and brother, Bo Qing, met for the first time under this mirror willow. The mortal world is turbulent, romance is nothing. Mo Yao's will sighed. Then she turned her head around. He looked at Fang Yuan's will and said, Thank you for fulfilling my small request. Since you want to know about Spirit Affinity House, I will tell you. It's just that the information I have is outdated. You have to pay attention to this. Fang Yuan's will nodded. Mo Yao's will stood under the mirror willow and spoke, revealing a lot of inside information about Spirit Affinity House. As Fang Yuan listened, he compared it with his previous life's 500 years of experience. His understanding of Spirit Affinity House deepened. Your immortal aperture is dead. The mirror willow would be eroded by the death chi in less than 3 days, turned into a withered, rotten wood. It is a pity. After reporting Spirit Affinity House's information, Mo Yao sighed. But it was unknown whether the pity she was referring to was the mirror willow or Fang Yuan's immortal aperture. Come again next time. Would you please bring me a cup of Qingpu tea? This was Spirit Affinity House's specialty tea. It was not rare. Even though I can't taste the tea, I want to take another look. Mo Yao said. Fang Yuan's snorted coldly. It seems like you have no self-awareness as a captive? You actually want this and that. Don't tell me you have other plans? Mo Yao's smiled charmingly. Fang Yuan, you are too cautious. My scheme was exposed by you, and I was tricked into being suppressed in your immortal aperture. I am already a fish on the chopping board, under your surveillance at all times. You can do whatever you want of me, even if I have other plans. What can I do? However, let's not beat around the bush. Even though I failed completely, I cannot make a comeback. But if you use force, the things you obtain will be very incomplete. After all, soul searching is easy, but will searching is difficult. If you were a wisdom path grandmaster, it would work, but your wisdom path foundation is practically non-existent. You can only buy goo worms randomly from the market. Wisdom path is different from other paths. It is mysterious and profound. You have not even started on it yet. Mo Yao's criticize Fang Yuan without holding back. Because she knew that Fang Yuan had a broad mind, he was an extraordinary demon. As expected, at the next moment, Fang Yuan's laughed heartily. You are right. My wisdom path attainment is shallow, but thanks to your cooperation, you can live in my immortal aperture from now on. I will bring you the Qingpu tea. Saying so, her soared into the sky. The immortal aperture opened a crack, allowing this to fly up and reach Fang Yuan's mind. In an instant, Fang Yuan understood all the information this had obtained in the immortal aperture. He indeed lacked methods to search wills. Soul searching was easy, but will searching was difficult. This was normal. If not for this, wisdom path gu masters would often use wills to fight. Once these wills were captured, they would be exposing their secrets to the enemy. Precisely because it was difficult to search wills, wisdom path gu masters used it to fight their enemies. As for Mo Yao, she is a character indeed. No wonder she left her name in history. Fang Yuan praised inwardly. Mo Yao's will scheme was seen through. She failed completely. She could not even self-destruct. She was imprisoned in Fang Yuan's immortal aperture and suppressed. But even in such a desperate situation, she did not give up. She cooperated with Fang Yuan and answered Fang Yuan's questions. She was showing her value and trying to stall for time. If one day Fang Yuan met with an accident and his immortal aperture broke, or he was captured or died in battle, Mo Yao's would have a chance to escape. Mo Yao's was not discouraged. She was still persevering. Fang Yuan admired her inwardly. Of course, if Fang Yuan had the correct method to search wills, he would have acted immediately. But now Mo Yao's cooperated with him. It was more beneficial to him. If I could find a wisdom path inheritance, things would be much easier. Unfortunately, wisdom path is mysterious and profound. There are very few gu masters and gu immortals in the current world. There is no ownerless wisdom path inheritance in my memories. Previously, Fang Yuan had purchased some scattered wisdom path gu worms from jewel yellow skies. It could be considered as some progress in wisdom path. Unfortunately, he was bankrupt now. His purchasing power had fallen to rock bottom. He could not even make these small progress. As for Red Lotus Demon Venerable's inheritance, he did not ask about it, because Mo Yao's knew. Fang Yuan did not have any methods to deal with her for the time being. Both of them were smart people. Forcefully asking would not yield any results. Master, Crane Gate's reply. At this time, Little Who Immortal appeared beside him, holding a rank 5 letter gu. Crane Gate had suddenly stopped trading in the Rockmen. Not long ago, Fang Yuan had sent a probing letter. Crane Gate's reply was very fast. Fang Yuan took the letter gu and probed it with his mind. The content of the letter was very firm. It requested Fang Yuan to start trading guts gu. Otherwise, Crane Gate would declare Fang Yuan as a traitor of the sect and mobilize gu immortals to attack Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Over a year ago, Fang Yuan used fixed immortal travel and snatched to immortal blessed land under everyone's watchful eyes. It was like snatching food from a tiger's mouth. Crane Gate immediately reacted, using the similarity between Fang Yuan and Fang Zheng. They announced that Fang Yuan was actually a disciple that Crane Gate was secretly nurturing. Only then did the other 9 sects admit Crane Gate's victory. Crane Gate's plan was to get rid of the other 9 competitors. Then, they would secretly deal with Fang Yuan alone, attempting to occupy her immortal blessed land for themselves. Fang Yuan was happy to see this happen. After all, dealing with one Crane Gate and one of the 10 great sects were 2 different levels of difficulty. But this way, Fang Yuan tacitly agreed to Crane Gate's lie. He was Crane Gate's disciple. Who immortal blessed land is located on Tianti Mountain. Even the 10 great sects cannot casually attack it. They will incur the wrath of the people of Central Continent. But if they declare me as a traitor of the sect and invade, they will have the right to do so. Fang Yuan's expression was dark. He pondered. However, he did not panic. He had already anticipated this plot more than a year ago. But he did not expect Crane Gate's patience to be exhausted so quickly. Fang Yuan smiled, saying to Little Who Immortal, "Invite Tai Bai Yunxing over." Tai Bai Yunxing heard this news, and his face was filled with worry. What should we do? Crane Gate is one of the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent. They are extremely powerful. They even surpass the super tribes of Northern Plains. If they really attack, we won't be able to stop them with just the 2 of us. Fang Yuan then smiled. Old Bai, oh old Bai, I called you here naturally to ask you about this difficult problem. But now that we have met, you are asking me a question. Tai Bai Yunxing gasped. His expression was a little ashamed. He frowned, thinking hard. Finally, he thought of a solution. Didn't we ally with He Lulan? We can ask her to help us. Evidently, He Lulan's powerful battle strength had already been deeply engraved in Tai Bai Yunxing's heart. Although He Lulan has the great strength true martial physique, even if she successfully advances to go immortal, with just the 3 of us, we will not be able to resist such a huge Crane Gate. Fang Yuan shook his head and sighed. What should we do? What should we do? Tai Bai Yunxing paced back and forth, thinking hard. Fang Yuan looked at him, smiling without speaking. Suddenly, Tai Bai Yunxing stopped and patted his head. I got it. Didn't teacher ask you to join Zombie Alliance? We can definitely join Zombie Alliance and use its power to threaten Crane Gate. But Fang Yuan shook his head. Zombie Alliance's structure is loose. Central Continent's Zombie Alliance branch is far inferior to Crane Gate. There is no threat at all. Moreover, if I borrow Zombie Alliance's power, I will have to give up some benefits. I'm afraid it will not be Crane Gate, but Zombie Alliance will be the first to benefit. That won't do. Then what should we do? Tai Bai Yunxing raised his head and looked at Fang Yuan. His expression was gloomy and worried. But when he saw the smile on Fang Yuan's face, he was dazed and finally reacted, pointing at Fang Yuan. What a good junior brother. You actually deceived your senior brother to watch a good show. You are so confident. You clearly have a good plan. Ha ha ha, old Bai. Your eyes are like a torch. I can't deceive you. Fang Yuan laughed and admitted it. What good method do you have? Why don't you tell me? Fang Yuan said, I have already told you the whole story. Crane Gate treats me as their disciple because they are afraid of the other 9 sects interfering. This is their weakness. I can use this to break through. What should I do? Fang Yuan did not hide it from him. I have already decided to send a letter to Spirit Affinity House and establish a preliminary connection. Previously, Fang Yuan had asked Mo Yao for information on Spirit Affinity House. Because of this, Tai Bai Yunxing became worried. Establishing a connection now and relying on a letter, isn't it too late? Furthermore, the 10 great sects compete and cooperate with each other. Will Spirit Affinity House reject your letter and give it to Crane Gate to express goodwill? Chapter 661. Rays of inspiration flashed in his mind. Countless materials and goo worms combined into one plan after another. The consciousness in his mind was being consumed at an extremely fast speed. Such an intense consumption had far surpassed the limit of Fang Yuan's independent thinking. The power of a rank 9 goo worm is actually so strong, and this is because I have not refined wisdom goo. I have only rubbed against a bit of the light of wisdom. Fang Yuan exclaimed as he left the light of wisdom. He was currently thinking and perfecting the refinement recipe of gruel mud immortal goo. Different from thinking about the situation or his own situation, there were many factors to consider in perfecting the immortal goo recipe. A set of similar goo refinement materials often had dozens or even hundreds of types, not to mention the combination of all kinds of goo worms. Precisely so, the willpower in Fang Yuan's mind was being consumed at an astonishing speed. The willpower that he had accumulated over the past few days was almost used up in a dozen breaths of time. The results of his thinking were not even enough to advance 1% of the gruel mud goo recipe. But at this speed, if I completed alone without the help of the light of wisdom, I would need at least half a year. Fang Yuan calculated in his mind. A dozen breaths of time compared to half a year. This showed the vast power of wisdom goo. However, Fang Yuan was not satisfied. There were too many factors to consider when deducing the goo recipe. The consumption of willpower was too high and too fast. The willpower that he had accumulated over the past few days was expended so easily. The results of his thinking were not even enough to advance the goo recipe by 1,000th. Fang Yuan had originally planned to use wisdom goo to deduce the immortal goo recipe. Then he would sell it in jewel yellow skies for profit. But now he encountered a problem. Deducing the immortal goo recipe requires a huge amount of willpower, and mortal goo can produce too little willpower at once. I have been using mortal goo to produce willpower these past few days. I have almost reached the limit of using mortal goo. If I exceed this limit, mortal goo will be damaged and destroyed, unless I use the rank 6 delight in water and mountain goo. Fang Yuan thought for a while and decided to give it a try. He used a bead of green grape immortal essence to activate delight in water and mountain immortal goo. Swoosh! The immortal goo floated above his head, giving off a dazzling light. The light poured down like a heavenly river, pouring into Fang Yuan's mind. The scale of this joy, it was so huge. For example, the will of a rank 5 wisdom path, mortal goo, was like a handful of water. Then this joy was equivalent to a large river. As expected of an immortal goo, Fang Yuan was overjoyed. The joy was endless. It poured in. After a long while, it finally came to a stop. 1/3 of Fang Yuan's originally spacious mind had been filled with happiness. It was golden in color. It was like sand. On the other hand, joy was a bright yellow. That is to say, as long as I use delight in water and mountain goo 3 times, my mind will be filled. No wonder the market of jewel yellow skies has those wisdom path goo worms that can enlarge the brain. Fang Yuan gained a trace of understanding from his experience. Strength path goo worms to transform goo masters. Correspondingly, wisdom path goo worms focused on changing people's minds. Fang Yuan stepped into the light of wisdom again and began to think. Awesome. It felt so good. It was as if there were no shackles and everything was clear. No matter what problem he encountered, he could solve it in an instant. The only difference was that the more difficult the problem was, the more difficult it was, the more willpower it expended. A vast number of refinement path materials were filtered and countless goo worms were assembled at lightning speed. Then they were split. Fang Yuan displayed his skills. He felt that there had never been a problem in this world that could not stop him. This feeling was too wonderful. When the joy was completely exhausted, Fang Yuan reluctantly left the light of wisdom. He felt that time was short. It was like a dozen breaths of time. But in reality, a full 10 minutes had passed. Huff! Fang Yuan let out a breath of turbid air, shaking his head. After leaving the light of wisdom, he immediately returned to his original state. He was still that zombie with rigid thoughts. The huge difference was like falling from heaven to hell. Fang Yuan breathed in deeply. He quickly adjusted his emotions and inspected the results of this thought. The gruel mud immortal goo recipe had advanced by 1%. Compared to before, this was a huge improvement. Fang Yuan nodded, but then shook his head. He silently left the underground cave, returning to the palace in Dang Hun Mountain. Junior brother, how is the situation? Tai Bai Yunsheng had been waiting in the palace for a long time. He asked in concern after seeing Fang Yuan. He was travel-worn. He had just returned from inspecting the western region of Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Sit. Fang Yuan called out. He took a few big steps towards the main seat and sat down. Tai Bai Yunsheng chose the closest seat and sat down, looking at Fang Yuan with an inquiring gaze. He knew that Fang Yuan had used wisdom goo to deduce the immortal goo recipe. Not long ago, he had followed Fang Yuan to the underground cave. He had seen wisdom goo from afar. He had obtained a lifespan goo from Fang Yuan with great difficulty. His lifespan was limited. He did not dare to get close to this legendary goo worm. Fang Yuan leaned on the stone-like chair, his legs wide open. A pair of hands were placed on his thighs. A pair of hands were placed on his dantian. A pair of hands were holding the armrests, and a pair of hands were crossed in front of his chest. He was imposing like a giant, standing quietly like a mammoth, a statue of a giant. He sighed, saying, "Mortal goo cannot be used. I tried using the wisdom path, immortal goo delight in water and mountain. It produced a happy river, and under the light of wisdom, the goo recipe was deduced forward by 1%. When Tai Bai Yunsheng heard this, he excitedly stood up from his seat. Beaming with joy, he said, 1%, as expected of the rank 9 wisdom goo. That means if we use it 100 times, won't we be able to deduce one immortal goo recipe? With these immortal goo recipes, we can sell them in jewel yellow skies. It will be an inexhaustible treasure trove. By then, we will have an endless supply of immortal yuan stone. To think that, junior brother, after becoming a zombie, there are such benefits." These days, Tai Bai Yunsheng had been worrying about cultivation resources. He found that after stepping into Goo Immortal Realm, he urgently needed more cultivation resources. Goo Master Cultivation was to nurture the aperture. Goo Immortal Cultivation was to nurture the immortal aperture. There were many different opinions on how to nurture the immortal aperture, but the aim did not change. That was to make the immortal aperture's small world more prosperous. Plant more plants in the immortal aperture. Move in more animals, establish a more complete ecological cycle, and nurture more goo groups. The more prosperous the immortal aperture, the more vitality it would have, and the faster the immortal essence would be formed. This was the cultivation path of Goo Immortals, the path to progress. Thus, in Jewel Yellow Skies, not only did they sell goo worms and goo recipes, they also sold beast groups, plants, strange stones, precious water, and so on. Seeing Tai Bai Yunsheng's excited expression, Fang Yuan nodded in satisfaction. It seems that letting you inspect Hu Immortal Blessed Land and familiarize yourself with the Goo Immortal cultivation path was very effective. You have finally realized the importance of cultivation resources. But unfortunately, although selling immortal goo recipes is a very profitable business, we cannot do it for the time being. Why is that? Tai Bai Yunsheng was puzzled. Because the investment is too large. Fang Yuan sighed. To deduce a rank 6 immortal goo recipe from nothing, the amount of green grape immortal essence needed to be over 100. Junior brother, didn't you advance the immortal goo recipe by 1% this time? That is because I deduced the remnant recipe of the immortal goo gruel mud. I told you before, when I was selling the immortal goo gruel mud in Jewel Yellow Skies, I bought many remnant recipes of the immortal goo gruel mud. After summarizing these remnant recipes, I obtained the 60% remnant recipe. Fang Yuan answered. Tai Bai Yunxing was not stupid. He immediately understood Fang Yuan's meaning. With the light of wisdom, no problem could stump Fang Yuan. Under normal circumstances, when a gu recipe encountered a problem, it was very hard to resolve. If one was lucky, they would have a flash of inspiration and find a way to resolve the problem. If one was unlucky, they would be stuck for years or even decades without any progress. But Fang Yuan had wisdom gu. There was no difficulty in deducing the gu recipe. Even if he encountered a problem that Fang Yuan could not solve with his foundation, he did not need to think too much. Using the light of wisdom to think and expend more willpower, he could usually overcome the problem. This way, the immortal gu recipe would be easier to deduce later on. The general direction of the 60% remnant recipe was set. It also allowed Fang Yuan to eliminate a large number of gu refinement factors. On this basis, he advanced it by 1%. That is to say, if he started from zero, from nothing, it would be very difficult to deduce the gu recipe at the start. It would not even be 1%. Fang Yuan continued. I only have 18 green grape immortal essence beads. You have 26 beads, and Who Immortal Blessed Land has 64 beads of white fox immortal essence. But you and Who Immortal Land spirit cannot be in the light of wisdom. Even if I lend delight in water and mountain immortal gu to you, I cannot use the joyful will that you use. Currently, the most promising gruel mud remnant recipe needs close to 40 beads of green grape immortal essence. But don't forget, we are not safe. Northern Plains gu immortals and Central Continent's Crane Gate all want to find trouble with us. If wisdom gu is discovered, I'm afraid all the gu immortals of the 5 regions will come to kill us. That's right, the investment is too large, and the green grape immortal essence needs to be saved to guard against strong enemies and accidents. Tai Bai Yunxing nodded, sighing as he looked at the ground, accepting this fact in disappointment. But soon he raised his head, his eyes shining with light. I thought of a way. Junior brother, I remember you told me about the land spirit of Langya. Master mentioned the secret of 88-point Jinyang Tower to you, and when you asked the land spirit of Langya for help, you said you deduced it yourself. Thus, the land spirit of Langya thinks you are a wisdom path gu master and wants to cooperate with you to perfect the gu recipe. Oh, Fang Yuan showed a look of realization, his face showing just the right amount of excitement. There is such a thing. As expected after becoming a zombie, my brain is not working well. I actually did not think of this. Old Bai, your reminder is right. The best remnant recipe I have is the 60% gruel mud gu recipe. The land spirit of Langya definitely has many remnant recipes, and it is very likely that there are even more complete remnant recipes. Junior brother, you know the land spirit of Langya and know the method to enter Langya blessed land. We can definitely cooperate with the land spirit of Langya. Tai Bai Yunxing thought of this and laughed heartily in excitement. Chapter 662. Old Bai, you are right, but I have no way of contacting the land spirit of Langya directly. Last time, I used 2 chances to obtain 2 immortal gu from that old man, land spirit of Langya, and was almost chased out by him. So I have no way of contacting him directly. Fang Yuan smiled bitterly. Is that so? The joy on Tai Bai Yunxing's face froze. The direct contact between 2 blessed lands was to use whole earth gu to connect the 2 places. Fang Yuan had used this method to trade the rockmen with Crane Gate, but Fang Yuan's relationship with the land spirit of Langya was not that good. Most importantly, Who Immortal Blessed Land was in Central Continent, while Langya Blessed Land was in Northern Plains. Even whole earth gu could not be used. To directly contact them, Stargate gu was the only way. Stargate gu was a pair of 2, but unfortunately, Fang Yuan only had 1 Stargate gu left. The other one had already been destroyed by the wind veil of assimilation. It seems that we can only return to northern plains and personally see the land spirit of Langya before we can cooperate. Tai by Yunxing sighed. No, there is another method that depends on luck. Fong Yuan muttered. That old land spirit loves to refine goo, but he cannot go out to search for goo refinement materials. Langya blessed land's terrain is monotonous, and its production is limited. Thus he would always go to jewel yellow skies to purchase them. We can wait for him to come, and stare at jewel yellow skies, waiting for Langya old immortal's divine sense. Right, there is such a method. Tai by Yunxing's eyes brightened. So, we will need to rely on Old Bai's help. Fong Yuan said naturally. No problem, leave it to me. I will go back now and activate Connecting Heaven Goo. Connect to jewel yellow skies. Tai by Yunxing patted his chest. He could not wait any longer, and was brought back to his residence by the land spirit. He chose the western part of the blessed land. He built a small house. That was his temporary residence. Who immortal blessed land's terrain was very similar to northern plains. Tai by Yunxing did not feel uncomfortable staying here. Instead, he felt like it was a peaceful home. He had roamed northern plains for most of his life, but now he had finally found an organization and settled down. Therefore, he cherished this home very much. After sending Tai by Yunxing away, Fong Yuan fell into deep thought. He had already thought of collaborating with the land spirit of Langya. In fact, he had asked Little Fox Fairy to pay attention to jewel yellow skies a few days ago, waiting for Langya old immortal's spirit will. But there had been no harvest these past few days. What he was thinking about now was not the land spirit of Langya, but Tai by Yunxing. The journey to northern plains was chaotic and hurried, and during these days in Hu immortal blessed land, Fong Yuan focused on Tai by Yunxing. She had gotten to know him better. Tai by Yunxing is indeed a good person. He had the ability, but no ambition. His intelligence is only that of a normal person, but more of it is the wisdom accumulated from his life's experience. He does not see the big picture. No wonder he was once the young tribe leader. After roaming for so many years, he has both fame and strength, but he is still unable to establish a force. Fong Yuan evaluated in his mind. It was best for such a person to follow him. If he could not be left alone, his leadership ability would be worrisome, because his personality and ideals were not compatible. If he was too far away, not only would he not be able to cooperate with him, he might even ruin things. These days, Fong Yuan and Tai by Yunxing had been interacting day and night. Their relationship had progressed. During several conversations, Fong Yuan told him about his experiences in his rebirth, only adding a non-existent Zishan Makoto. And Tai by Yunxing also told Fong Yuan about his life's experiences. Many times, even though Fong Yuan already had a plan in mind and called Tai by Yunxing over to discuss matters, it might seem like a waste of time, but it was Fong Yuan's way of managing his subordinates. Firstly, it was to observe Tai by Yunxing's talent and heart, to find out that his concern was sincere and came from his heart. Secondly, it was to tell him about his current predicament, to increase his sense of belonging and responsibility. Thirdly, it was to suppress Tai by Yunxing invisibly. Basically, the outcome of every decision was Fong Yuan's method, overruling Tai by Yunxing's plan. As this happened many times, Tai by Yunxing gradually became reliant on Fong Yuan, attaching importance to Fong Yuan's opinions and subconsciously denying his own ideas. At the crucial moment, Fong Yuan could make a decision with a single sentence. There would not be a situation where both sides had conflicting opinions and caused problems. Fong Yuan was not He Lulan. He Lulan had rank 6 slavery goo that could enslave goo immortals. But Fong Yuan did not have it. But Tai by Yunxing was not by Ningbing, nor was he He Lulan. Most importantly, Fong Yuan had his own methods, and he believed that even without slavery goo, he could still subdue Tai by Yunxing and squeeze out all of his value for his own use. This was the confidence of a demonic path overlord. Central continent, Feihe Mountain. The sea of clouds was vast. Thousands of cranes were dancing in the sky. The mountains were verdant. The wind was blowing the pine trees. Fang Zhang sat on the cliff, concentrating on the thousands of flying cranes, changing their formation according to his will. Sometimes they would dive down, sometimes they would split into two groups, and sometimes they would form a circular formation to defend. Strong winds blew his long hair. His bright eyes shone with a resolute light. Hardships make people grow. To Fang Zhang, the Who Immortal Blessed Land contest over a year ago was no doubt a huge setback. After being consoled, he walked out of his predicament and put in even more effort, cultivating almost every day with his life on the line. At this time, a voice came from Fang Zhang's aperture. Good. You have already reached the stage of controlling the flying cranes at will, and the formation will change according to your will. Now, you can return to the sect to participate in the Flying Crane Commander's test and charge for the Be Great evaluation. You have 60% chance of success, and after you succeed, you will obtain the test reward, a rank 5/5 whole jade flute goo. Once you have this goo, you can command the crane group and you will reach the quasi-master level of enslavement path. The source of this voice came from a spirit incubating flea in Fang Zhang's aperture. Fang Zhang's master, Master Tenchuru's soul, was residing in this goo worm. Rank 5/5 whole jade flute goo. His eyes brightened, and excitement was written all over his face. Yes, master, I will go now. Fang Zhang stood up, and with a thought, a huge iron beak flying crane king flew in front of him. He leaped up and landed on the back of a crane king with a relaxed movement. The crane king let out a long cry and was filled with high spirits. Fang Zhang sat on the crane king's back. The group of cranes coiled around him, forming a field of snow white with wind and clouds. He flew towards the Crane Gate Sect's encampment. In a short while, he flew to the White Jade Plaza D. The iron beak flying cranes landed on the plaza, and the moment Fang Zhang's feet landed on the ground, a Crane Gate disciple quickly walked over and greeted him. Senior Brother Fang Zhang. Fang Zhang nodded. Junior Brother, I am here to participate in the Flying Crane Commander's test. Senior Brother Fang Zhang, please follow me. The Crane Gate disciple led the way. Look, it's Senior Brother Fang Zhang. He is the #1 elite disciple in our batch. Did you hear that? Senior Brother Fang Zhang is actually going to participate in the Flying Crane Commander's test. Senior Brother Fang Zhang is an enslavement path genius. To think that he has already reached the quasi-master level of enslavement path. So impressive on the way. The whispers of the passers-by entered Fang Zhang's ears. Fang Zhang heard them and could not help but smile. He was already fully grown now, and his body was tall. His black hair draped over his shoulders. His eyes were bright and clear. Even though his appearance was ordinary, his aura was high, and he was full of vitality. He wore a green and white robe and looked cultured and refined, making people feel comfortable just by looking at him. Even though Senior Brother Fang Zhang is strong, his brother is even stronger. He is a super genius who obtained Who Immortal Blessed Land. That's right, according to a reliable source. His brother, Fang Yuan, is a legacy disciple secretly nurtured by a supreme elder. When Spirit Affinity House almost obtained Who Immortal Blessed Land, Supreme Elder had no choice but to send Senior Brother Fang Yuan, and sure enough, he shocked the world with a single feat and obtained Who Immortal Blessed Land. Fang Zhang has a good brother. The Guts Goo on Dang Hun Mountain can strengthen the soul. I am sure that Fang Zhang used Guts Goo. Otherwise, with just his own hard work, how could he raise his cultivation to rank 5 in just a year? Moreover, his progress in enslavement path is godly. He is actually going to participate in the Flying Crane Commander's test. These people's tone was sour and bitter. Fang Zhang's smile disappeared when he heard this, and his hands, which were hidden in his sleeves, were secretly clenched. "Brother!" A trace of darkness flashed past Fang Jing's eyes. Ever since Fang Yuan obtained Who Immortal Blessed Land in an unbelievable manner, Crane Gate announced that Fang Yuan was a disciple of Crane Gate. In this 1 year, Fang Zheng felt like he was living in the past, being suppressed by Fang Yuan. No matter how good his results were or how much progress he made, others would only praise him slightly before mentioning the even more outstanding Gue and Fang Yuan. "Calm down, my disciple." Master Tenchuru's voice came from the spirit incubating flea. Master Tenchuru's experience was much richer than Fang Jing's. These years of living together, he had a deep understanding of Fang Jing. He consoled Fang Zheng. "These years, I have seen your hard work. You are not inferior to your brother. Don't forget, you are already a rank 5 Gu Master, a quasi-master in enslavement path. Your brother is probably not your match now, and not long later, Fang Yuan will perish. For this plan, the sect will send out 3 supreme elders to reclaim Who Immortal Blessed Land. Your brother has no hope of survival." 3 supreme elders, that means 3 Gu immortal battle strength. Fang Jing's eyes brightened. He licked his lips, but his gaze soon dimmed. Master Tenchuru knew what he was thinking. He laughed. "Fang Jing, don't feel any guilt. Your brother has already gone astray. He is walking on the demonic path. He actually killed his entire clan. This is the behavior of a beast that is worse than pigs and dogs. Fang Yuan is a true demon. You cannot have any sympathy for him. Killing him is for the benefit of the people of the world. Think about it. If he is alive, who knows how many more innocent people he'll harm. Indeed, brother's hands are stained with blood. He is a butcher, an executioner. I want to take revenge for my clan, for my uncle and aunt, for Shen Shui heir." Fang Zheng shouted in his mind, encouraging himself. Yes, just like that. Master Tenchuru was very satisfied with Fang Jing's attitude. "Think about these years. Your training in Fu, Who Blessed Land, was so difficult and dangerous. 1 year in the outside world is 8 years in Fu, Who Blessed Land. You became a rank 5 Gu Master. You suffered so much. Wasn't it for the great plan to reclaim Who Immortal Blessed Land? Don't screw up. You cannot make a mistake at this crucial moment and disappoint everyone." Chapter 663. The light of wisdom illuminated the stone walls of the cave in a myriad of colors. Fang Yuan stood there quietly. After a long time, he opened his eyes and slowly walked out of the range of the halo. The willpower in his mind was almost used up. The will produced by mortal Gu was limited. It could not compare to wisdom path immortal Gu. However, the reason why I failed to deduce the Crane Gate was not because I lacked willpower, but because I didn't have enough clues. Fang Yuan reflected in his heart. Over the past few days, he had used the light of wisdom many times and had gained some experience. Wisdom Gu and Shi Fa were different. Wisdom Gu emitted the light of wisdom, giving Gu Masters endless inspiration. But the result of thinking was based on the user's foundation, as well as the deductive evidence. Fang Yuan had just failed to deduce the Crane Gate's plot against Who Immortal Blessed Land because he had gathered too little evidence. In conclusion, the deeper the user's foundation was, the more evidence they had gathered and the more accurate the deduction would be. Of course, the more evidence he had, the more factors he had to refer to and the more thoughts and willpower he had to expend. Especially when deducing immortal Gu recipes. There are too many factors to consider, and the expenditure of will would be huge. As for natural inspiration, it was a precious experience when a Gu Master ascended to an immortal. During this process, the Gu Master would ask the heaven and earth, and the heaven and earth would give the answer without the Gu Master needing to think. Take a mathematical problem on earth as an example. For example, solving a multivariate equation. If a Gu Master used Wisdom Gu, their thoughts would be expended rapidly and their inspiration would burst forth. deducing many ways to solve problems. Some of these paths led to dead ends. Some could only give wrong results. Only a few of them had the correct method and could deduce the correct result. On the other hand, natural imitation was equivalent to directly giving the correct answer. The user gets the correct answer, but he didn't know how it was solved. Therefore, when learning from nature, one should not ask questions that are too profound. Fang Yuan would not directly ask how to achieve immortality. Perhaps heaven and earth would give him the answer, but he would never understand it. It was like a child who had yet to learn mathematics and saw a linear equation. Of course, he would not understand the answer. Understand the answer. Children have to learn every number, unknowns, positive and negative numbers, etc. However, this was only the basics of the basics. To Gu masters, for questions that were too profound, even if they had the answer, they would not be able to understand or use it, even if he followed the natural imitation. Ask about all aspects of the answer to the conundrum. Learning the basics of understanding would take too much time, and the amount of information would be too large. Even the brain might not be able to handle it. Therefore, the best way to make full use of nature's imitation was to build a solid foundation according to one's own reality, layer by layer. However, in wisdom path, there were also immortal Gu that could allow the Gu immortal to obtain the answer directly. It was heavenly secret Gu. Gu masters did not need thoughts to collide. They did not need to deduce. They could grasp a trace of heaven's secret and obtain the answer directly. According to historical records, this Gu was created by Paradise Earth immortal Venerable. He once possessed the rank 8 heavenly secret immortal Gu. But after his death, heavenly secret immortal Gu vanished without a trace. There has been no news of it ever since. Fang Yuan thought of heavenly secret immortal Gu. Gu worms only had one effect. Even rank 9 wisdom Gu was no exception. The higher the rank of the Gu worm, the greater its power. If the wisdom Gu was truly activated, its effect would definitely be terrifying. But no matter how strong it was, it could not reach the effect of heavenly secret Gu. It is rumored that Paradise Earth immortal Venerable is a rank 9 Gu master who can follow heaven's will the most. Heavenly secret Gu was created by him to sense heaven and earth. It was also the result of his attempts to imitate nature. If I had heavenly secret Gu, I would be able to form an incredible combination with wisdom Gu. If someone uses heavenly secret Gu to test me, all of my secrets will be exposed. Heavenly secret Gu allowed the Gu master to ask heaven and earth directly. As long as it happened in the world, there was nothing the world didn't know. As the saying goes, heaven knows, earth knows, you know, and I know. As for the other wisdom path Gu worms, Fang Yuan had no worries for now, because the winds of assimilation assimilated everything. All traces of Fang Yuan's crimes in imperial court, blessed land, were wiped clean. Without heavenly secret Gu, wisdom path Gu masters would have to make deductions step by step. They would need to gather evidence. The more evidence, the better. They were unable to obtain crucial evidence from imperial court, blessed land, so they could only start from the battle for imperial court. In this way, it was not impossible to deduce Fang Yuan's true identity, but the probability was small and it would take a lot of time. Northern Plains, Jade Pool, blessed land. From a bird's eye view, the blessed land was filled with deep pools of all sizes, green and green. There were tens of thousands of them. With Chanyu tribes Gu immortal Tong, Zhu at the lead, close to 10 northern plains, righteous path Gu immortals descended from the sky. Your tribe's Jade Pool blessed land is truly unique and fresh. These countless jade pools are like the stars in the sky. They are beautiful beyond compare. A female Gu immortal was walking in the sky as she spoke with emotion. Her long hair was like a cloak. It was 20 to 30 feet long. It was very eye-catching. These jade pools have different water qualities. They nurture countless water tribes. Dongfang tribes' fish groups and water plants are famous in jewel yellow skies. A male Gu immortal had a third eye on his forehead. It was shining with a strange light as he looked at the jade pool. Lady Murong Qingxi and Guan Xinjiao are too kind. My tribe's jade pool blessed land has only been in operation for over 6,000 years. It cannot compare to Murong tribe's Yin Yang blessed land, and cannot compare to Guan tribe's 10 desolation blessed land. The Gu immortal in front, Dongfang Yikong, smiled calmly as he spoke in the humble tone of Dongfang tribe. Jade Pool Blessed Land was the headquarters of a super force, Huangjin tribe, Dongfang tribe. The group of Gu immortals landed on the ground. This was an unremarkable place among the countless jade pools. Beside the jade pool, there was a small thatched hut. In front of the thatched hut, an old man was fishing by the side of the pool. This is an underworld eel. Guan Shen, Zhao's third eye on his forehead, looked around. He muttered as he saw the scene in the deep pool. When the rest of the people heard this, their expressions couldn't help but change slightly. Sir Dongfang, we have not met for over 10 years. Back then, we charged into Snowy Mountain together and fought side by side. Time passed in a flash. Everyone stood still. The Gu immortal with the highest cultivation level, Tongzu, was the first to speak. Lord Tongzu, you are still as elegant as before. But I am on the verge of death. I dare not compare to you. The old fisherman slowly stood up. He was Dongfang Naganori, the #1 wisdom path Gu immortal in Northern Plains. Dongfang Yikong stood beside Changfan. The latter said, "Today, Dongfang tribe is honored by your presence. It is our honor to have so many esteemed guests here. Everyone, please come in." Dongfang Naganori led everyone into the thatched hut. The thatched hut was spacious. There was a plaza and a hall. In the plaza, there were 16 stone statues. They were ranged in an orderly yet disorderly manner. Their expressions were subtle, as if they contained some kind of mystical rule. This is Dongfang tribe's rank 6 immortal Gu house, modest thatched hut? It is truly extraordinary. Someone immediately praised. Dongfang Naganori led everyone into the discussion hall. They sat down one by one. Northern Plains, righteous path, Gu immortals, and representatives of various forces gathered here. Dongfang Naganori sat on the main seat. He looked at everyone and smiled. This time I invited everyone here because I want to make a transaction with you. Guan Shenjiao and the rest looked at each other. They did not speak. It was still Tongzu who replied, "Mr. Dongfang has not made deductions for others for decades. But in the letter, he said that he can make an exception for us and deduce the culprit behind the collapse of Truyang Building or other aspects. I wonder what we need to pay for this transaction." Dongfang Naganori coughed and sighed. "My lifespan is coming to an end. I know there is no hope of prolonging it. But before I leave, I have some worries. One is for the great cause of the tribe. The second is for my descendants. I hope to make a transaction with everyone. I will make a deduction for each of your tribes after I die. I hope everyone can form an alliance with my Dongfang tribe." Alliance? Yes, I have already roughly prepared the detailed alliance agreement. Everyone can take a look. If you have any objections, you can change it on the spot. Dongfang Naganori took out 2 east window Gu and handed them to the Gu immortals. The Gu immortals looked through it one after another. The conditions for forming an alliance were very relaxed. Dongfang Naganori did not even request for allies to help each other. He only requested that after he died, Dongfang tribe would be at peace for 50 years. During this period, all forces could not target, suppress, or attack Dongfang tribe. The Gu immortals could not help but feel excited. Dongfang Naganori was the publicly recognized #1 wisdom path Gu immortal in Northern Plains. There was no one more likely than him to deduce the culprit behind the collapse of Truyang Building. When Gu immortals cultivate, who would not encounter some cultivation problems or Gu immortal remnant recipes that needed to be deduced? With Dongfang Naganori's help, these problems could be resolved. Most importantly, after Imperial Court blessed land was destroyed and 88-point Jinyang Tower collapsed, Large numbers of goo worms were brought to all parts of northern plains by formless fists. Immortal goo auras appeared in many places, causing goo immortals to fight over them. At this time, as long as Dongfang Naganori deduced the location of the immortal goo, he could very likely obtain it. While everyone was moved, they could not help but praise Dongfang Naganori's shrewdness. If this was during normal times, Dongfang Naganori's price would be too little. But now, one deduction chance could very likely represent an immortal goo. This made the goo immortals extremely moved. All right, Sir Dongfang, our Chanyu tribe agrees to your conditions. Tong Zhu was the first to speak, followed by He tribe and Murong tribe's representatives. This situation was not out of Dongfang Naganori's expectations. His smile became even wider. In that case, Fairy Li Shan, please make a move. Fairy Li Shan? While everyone was shocked, they saw a rank 6 female go immortal walk out from the back hall, appearing in front of everyone. Fairy Li Shan, how have you been? Someone immediately greeted her. Another goo immortal laughed. Sir Dongfang made ample preparations indeed. Even Fairy Li Shan came. But this jade pool-blessed land does not have any mountains or rivers. How can we make an oath? At this time, goo immortal Dongfang Yikong, who had been silent all along, spoke. Everyone, don't worry, look here. Saying so, he opened his palm. There was a flash of light in his palm, revealing a miniature mountain peak. Don't tell me this is minuscule mountain. Murong Ching Si stared with wide eyes. She was the first to react and shouted in disbelief. Yes, Dongfang Yikong smiled modestly, but the pride in his bones could not be concealed. Chapter 664. In the underground cave, the light of wisdom was dim and uncertain. Fang Yuan was inside, standing silently. Only when the will in his mind was exhausted did he open his eyes and leave the light of wisdom. His deductions just now had some results. But Fang Yuan's heart was heavy because of this. To seal spring-autumn cicada, I need over 6,000 mortal goo, among which almost half are rank 5 goo, as well as 2,000 rare goo and over 800 ancient goo. Some of these ancient goo are on the verge of extinction, and some might already be extinct. My initial estimation is that if I really use this method, I will need about 23 immortal yuan stones. Fang Yuan was extremely poor. 23 immortal yuan stones was an unattainable number for the current him. But Fang Yuan had to brace himself to accomplish this, because spring-autumn cicada's recovery speed was getting faster and faster. The pressure on the first aperture was getting increasingly severe. Fortunately, Fang Yuan had turned into a zombie body, and his first aperture had become a dead aperture. Thus he could last until now. If it was the previous aperture, it might have already burst. According to the current situation, I still have over 2 months to plan. If I exceed this time limit, even the first dead aperture will be destroyed. Fang Yuan's heart was heavy. He was currently a living dead person. Even if his first aperture was destroyed, he would not die. But losing his first aperture would undoubtedly greatly affect his future cultivation potential. This was an immeasurable and disastrous loss. Fang Yuan was in a difficult situation. To earn 23 immortal yuan stones in a short period of time, the only way was to sell immortal goo recipes. After returning to Danghun Palace, Fang Yuan summoned Tai by Yinxing. These days I have been paying attention to jewel yellow skies, almost without sleep, but land spirit of Langya's divine sense has never appeared. Tai by Yunqing's answer disappointed Fang Yuan. Land spirit of Langya used divine sense goo and called himself Langya Old Immortal in jewel yellow skies and was quite active and experienced in jewel yellow skies. However, he had yet to show his face, and it seemed like there was no news about him at all. Fang Yuan keenly sensed that there might be a problem with the land spirit of Langya. He recalled that in his previous life, Langya Blessed Land had suffered 7 waves of attacks. When I was in Northern Plains, there were already 2 waves of enemies attacking Langya Blessed Land. Don't tell me the 3rd wave of attacks has already occurred, causing the land spirit of Langya to have no time to refine Gu and is tired of dealing with them? In this regard, the memories from his previous life could not help Fang Yuan. He only remembered that there were 7 waves of attacks, but he did not remember the exact time when these 7 waves of attacks took place. Even if he remembered the exact time, this world had already been greatly affected and changed by him. Perhaps after layers upon layers of influence, the attack would be brought forward. My horizons have been broadened these past few days. A piece of 10,000-year profound ice costs half a piece of immortal yuan stone. A caddy of hurricane mountain pepper was sold for 1 immortal yuan stone. What the hell was a divine pearl necklace? To think that 10 of them could be sold for half an immortal yuan stone. And that threaded white thread iron is even more exaggerated. It is only the size of a pinky finger, but it actually costs 3 immortal yuan stone. Oh heavens, I have completely discovered that I am truly a pauper. Tai Bai Yunxing talked about his gains these past few days. He chattered endlessly and sighed deeply. These days, Fang Yuan had been interacting with him day and night, and found that he was gradually revealing a shortcoming. That was, he was too talkative and chattered endlessly. Fang Yuan handed him a letter Gu, interrupting his chatter. This is a letter from Crane Gate. Take a look. Tai Bai Yunsheng focused his attention. His brows furrowed into a knot. Crane Gate sent another letter, this time with an even harsher and fiercer tone. Their intention to attack Hu Immortal Blessed Land was very clear. Crane Gate even used the tone of a victor, arrogantly asking Fang Yuan to surrender. These guys, it seems they have gone crazy thinking about Dang Hun Mountain. If it were me, I would at least try to calm you down and secretly carry out my attack. Aren't they afraid that we will be on guard against them? Tai Bai Yunxing said with an unhappy expression. This is the strength and confidence of Crane Gate. They are one of the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent. They have incomparably deep foundations and have already been standing on Feihe Mountain for hundreds of thousands of years. Other than this, I think they are also trying to force me and probe my background. Fang Yuan analyzed. That's right. Crane Gate is even stronger than any of the super forces in Northern Plains. We are alone, while they are a colossus that is becoming more and more aggressive. In front of them, it will be very difficult for us to protect Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Tai Bai Yunxing considered his words, carefully looking at Fang Yuan. He already had the intention to retreat, to give up Hu Immortal Blessed Land and leave, but he did not say it clearly. Fang Yuan naturally knew what he was thinking. Tai Bai Yunxing was a healing Gu master. He had a benevolent personality, but could also be said to be weak. He seriously lacked the will to fight back. Fang Yuan did not have any intention to blame Tai Bai Yunxing. In fact, Fang Yuan had also thought of retreating and giving up Hu Immortal Blessed Land. After all, the benefits that Dang Hun Mountain represented were too great. Crane Gate and the other super forces would definitely want it. But that was only when they had no other choice. As long as there was hope, as long as there were benefits, Fang Yuan would not give up easily. Thus, Fang Yuan consoled Tai Bai Yunxing. Crane Gate might be one of the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent, a superforce and colossus, but they also have their own problems. How many methods can they spare to deal with us? I can guarantee it is not as exaggerated as you think, especially when they greatly underestimate our true battle strength. Life was not easy. Crane Gate also had their own difficulties. In today's Central Continent, new sects emerged one after another, constantly bringing huge impacts to the 10 great ancient sections. The 10 great ancient sects occupied the most important and the most essential cultivation resources in Central Continent. Naturally, they had to withstand the impact of new forces from all directions. In history, Immortal Crane sect had been at its peak a few times, but now it was clearly far from its peak. Crane Gate had not expanded for many years. This meant that they also had their own shackles. Since Junior Brother insists on fighting a tough battle with Crane Gate, then I can only risk my life to accompany you. Don't worry, no matter how dangerous the situation is. I will support you until the last moment. Tai Bai Yunsheng patted his chest and swore. Fang Yuan nodded. Old Bai, don't worry, Guyue Fang Yuan, am not a stubborn person. If things go south, I will definitely take the initiative to retreat. It might not be difficult to defeat Crane Gate's first wave of attack, but the key difficulty is not here. Crane Gate has a lot of assets. If we defeat them, they will attack again soon. The more times this happens, the stronger Crane Gate's attacks will be, and they will pay more attention to us. To solve this problem, we need to rely on the general situation. We need to form alliances and borrow the strength of the other ancient sections. Tai Bai Yunsheng nodded repeatedly. He agreed with Fang Yuan's words. However, Junior Brother, you have already sent a letter to Spirit Affinity House, but they have yet to reply. Did our letter get intercepted by Crane Gate? Should we send a few more letters? Fang Yuan shook his head. The letter he used to contact Spirit Affinity House was not his, but the rank 5 letter sending Green Bird created by Feng Zhuge. Back then, Fang Yuan defeated Feng Kim Hong and obtained Immortal Blessed Land. Feng Kim Hong was indignant. He sent a challenge letter using this letter, sending Green Bird Gu. But Fang Yuan did not reply to the challenge. He directly detained this letter Gu. He had once guessed that the owner of this letter Gu was likely to be Feng Zhuge, because back then, Feng Kim Huang's cultivation had not even reached rank 5. Other than Feng Zhuge, there was also his wife, Feng Kim Huang's mother, Fairy Bai Qing. No matter who the owner was, this letter Gu had already been lent to Fang Yuan. The original intention was for Fang Yuan to reply to the challenge letter. This time, Fang Yuan used this letter Gu to contact Spirit Affinity House. Fang Yuan was originally very confident in this letter, but Spirit Affinity House did not reply for a long time. Fang Yuan could not be too confident. According to common sense, letter sending Green Bird Gu was created by Feng Zhuge. To a certain extent, it represented this expert's will and face. The possibility of offending his dignity and intercepting the Green Bird Gu was not high, but this possibility could not be ruled out. Thus, Fang Yuan nodded and accepted Tai Bai Yunsheng's suggestion. All right, let's wait for another 7 days. If we don't get a response, we will send another letter. Days passed. Immortal Blessed Land was in a predicament. Strong enemies were approaching from the outside, while cultivation resources were severely lacking. Even though there were ways to use zombie bodies and wisdom Gu to deduce and sell immortal Gu recipes, regrettably, Fang Yuan did not have the capital to start with. He could only put it aside for the time being. Land Spirit of Langya and Spirit Affinity House were the keys to break out of this predicament. But unfortunately, there was no news of these 2 keys. He did not know when he could obtain them, or if he could not obtain them in his entire life. The difficulties of fate, the unknown road ahead, the perplexity, shrouded Fang Yuan once again. It seems my luck is still not that good. Fang Yuan mocked himself. There was no helping it. With spring-autumn cicada, his luck was getting worse and worse. He tried to ask Mo Yao about an immortal Gu remnant recipe that was slightly more complete, but Mo Yao said she did not know. She was residing in Fang Yuan's body and had gone through the final battle of Northern Plains. She knew that Fang Yuan had wisdom Gu, thus it was not hard to guess Fang Yuan's intentions. Mo Yao was a refinement grandmaster. She was very likely to know an immortal Gu remnant recipe that fit Fang Yuan's criteria. But if she did not say it, Fang Yuan lacked wisdom path methods. He could not do anything to her. Under such a situation, He Lulan suddenly arrived at Dang Hun Mountain. Fang Yuan had lost a Stargate Gu. He could not return to Northern Plains by himself. He Lulan was able to arrive at Danghun Mountain using fixed immortal travel. As for why she knew about the scenery here, that was because Feng Yuan had sent her a will of his own accord. This was the agreed plan, but Feng Yuan was still surprised. If I am not wrong, there is still half a month until the agreed time, right? The situation has changed, my friend. He Lulan's tone was deep, revealing a trace of anxiety. To be able to make this ambitious person anxious, it seemed the situation in Northern Plains was not optimistic. But soon, she realized something was wrong. She restrained her emotions and sneered with her arms crossed. Of course, I have another goal. I want to catch you off guard. After all, this should be your headquarters. If you set a trap for me, I might be able to disrupt your plans by coming here in advance. Chapter 665. Hearing Feng Yuan say not enough, He Lulan snorted in displeasure. Feng Yuan, you are not clear about Northern Plains' situation. Let me tell you, not long ago, Northern Plains #1 Wisdom Path Gu Immortal, Dongfang Naganori, invited all the super forces to make deductions for them. The condition was to form an alliance with Dongfang tribe and not target or suppress Dongfang tribe for 50 years after his death. Oh, Feng Yuan's gaze focused. There was such a thing? Then what did he deduce? It is said that Dongfang Naganori made a deduction for each clan, involving Gu recipes, immortal Gu's location, methods to kill desolate beasts, and so on. He had already deduced many things about you. I am not clear about the details. But now, everyone knows you are not a Northern Plains Gu master. But there are also Northern Plains Gu masters around you who are in cahoots with you. He Lulan answered. Tai Bai Yunqing's pupil shrunk, he said with some palpitation. He actually deduced so much information? As expected of Dongfang Naganori. He Lulan laughed coldly, continuing, Feng Yuan, our lives are tied together. If I die, there's no guarantee that I won't betray you and Tai Bai Yunqing. Also, is wisdom Gu in your hands? Tai Bai Yunqing's expression changed. He wanted to deny it, but stopped the impulse. Feng Yuan smiled calmly. How can that be? Wisdom Gu was destroyed by the wind veil of assimilation. How could I bring it here? Tai Bai Yunqing praised inwardly. Feng Yuan's lying skill was truly amazing. His tone and expression were flawless, filled with regret and other emotions, as if he had really lost wisdom Gu. He Lulan could not see any flaws. But at the next moment, she squinted and said in a rascally tone, I don't care if you really lost wisdom Gu. I only know that wisdom Gu might be forced to survive. And I took the initiative to seek refuge with you. Hee, don't be in a hurry to deny it. You must have known what I mean. It's not safe for you to hide in Zhongzhou State. Regardless of whether the wisdom Gu is really in your hands, as long as I leak the news of you possessing the wisdom Gu, it will be useless even if you hide to the ends of the earth. All the Gu immortals in the world will chase after you crazily until they find out the truth. Are you threatening me? Feng Yuan's face turned cold as he slowly stood up. He Lulan, you've got guts. Do you know that you are now in Danghun Mountain? As long as we give the order, the land spirit will completely activate Danghun Mountain. You can just die here. Tai Bai Yunqing shouted sternly. However, He Lulan threw her head back and laughed without fear. Ha ha ha! Even if it's a dragon's lair or a tiger's lair, what can it do to me? Before I left, I made some arrangements. As long as I don't go back for 3 days. At that time, the whole of Northern Plains will know about you two. You will be the culprit behind the collapse of Northern Plains' Truyang building. Moreover, you will tell the whole world that wisdom Gu is in your hands. Tai Bai Yunqing's expression froze. He Lulan had indeed come prepared. This move just happened to hit his weakness. But at this time, Feng Yuan's gloomy words stopped He Lulan's laughter. He Lulan, I know you are not afraid of death. But have you forgotten about your deep hatred? He Lulan's expression changed, and her aura fell. Her gaze was like lightning as she looked at Fang Yuan. "State your conditions." "First, you have to agree to the first condition. That is, you have to return fixed immortal travel to its owner and return it to me. Next," Fang Yuan raised 4 fingers. "Secondly, after we work together, during the process of your revenge, we will split the spoils of war between you and me. After all, Tai Bai Yunsheng and I are 2 Gu immortals." He Lulan snorted coldly. "You think only you have helpers and I don't? But forget it, I will agree to this." She hesitated inwardly, but still chose to give in, even though she had a tough personality. Fang Yuan smiled from this. He could see the sincerity of the other party's cooperation. He continued, "Finally, I need to know the ins and outs of the entire matter. The reason why you wanted to kill your own father." He Lulan was silent for a while before agreeing. "You are indeed a suspicious person. I can also satisfy your third condition. Actually, there is nothing to hide." Next, from the conversation, Fang Yuan finally learned of He Lulan's secret of revenge. It turned out that the root of all this was 88-point Jinyang Tower. In Truyang Tower, there was a true inheritance called Yin-Yang Life Extension Method, which was taken away by He Cheng long ago. Fang Yuan had coincidentally seen the empty light lumps left behind by the Yin-Yang Life Extension Method. This true inheritance was a lifespan extension method created by Giant Sun Immortal after researching Rinzhu. To use this method, a male and female Gu Immortal had to cooperate, and through intercourse, one party's lifespan could be extended. But this method had a flaw. If one party's lifespan was extended, the other party's lifespan would definitely be reduced. In other words, it was transferring one party's lifespan to the other. The story of Su Xian's night elopement had been widely spread in Northern Plains, causing countless Northern Plains girls to take the initiative to find their love. Over 200 years ago, Su Xianer was a concubine daughter of Su tribe. Her status was not high, and she often served as a wine-pouring maid at banquets for esteemed guests. Once, when Su tribe leader hosted He Cheng, Su Xianer poured wine for him and fell in love at first sight. However, Su tribe leader plotted against He Cheng, and He Cheng was poisoned by a Gu. His strength fell to rock bottom, and he was chased by others. After Su Xianer learned of this, she resolutely left the tribe camp in the middle of the night to save He Cheng, whom she had only met once. At that time, she only had rank 1 cultivation, and with Northern Plains wolf groups roaming at night, killing intent was everywhere. She was simply courting death. But by coincidence, she found He Cheng, who was unconscious on the ground. He Cheng was thus saved, and the conversation between the two became a classic that was passed down in Northern Plains. He Cheng asked Su Xianer, "I was plotted against by your Su tribe leader, and you are a Su tribesman. Why did you come to save me, an enemy of Su tribe?" Su Xianer answered, "Young master has the air of a hero. I fell in love at first sight." Su tribe leader was short-sighted. He was incited by a villain to plot against young master, but did not consider the consequences of offending He tribe. If he was allowed to act willfully, Su tribe was destined to become a sacrificial pawn between the two super tribes. People often say, "Young master, you must repay kindness with a gushing spring." I saved young master today. I only hope that young master can take me in. Young master is taking revenge on Su tribe. This is a matter of course. But I only hope that young master can be merciful and leave behind a Su tribe bloodline. He Cheng was greatly moved, tightly grabbing Su Xianer's hand. He swore, "Your love is as deep as the sea. I, He Cheng, am not a heartless person. How can I not repay you? From today onwards, you are my only wife. No matter how beautiful other beauties are, they have nothing to do with me. In this life, I will not let you down." From then on, the two became husband and wife. They were close friends. 100 years later, both of them became Gu immortals, becoming a legend in Northern Plains. But what the public did not know was, not long after Sioux tribe, their clan was exterminated. Hei Chung had many wives and children. Sioux Sianer was not the first, nor would she be the last. Hei Ching and Sioux Sianer gave birth to a daughter who took her father's surname. She was named Lulan. A few years later, Sioux Sianer died. Hei Chung was extremely sad. He announced to the public his beloved wife's body had deteriorated after giving birth to Hei Lulan. She was gravely ill and her strength was greatly reduced. Thus she died in the Blessed Land's earthly calamity a few years later. He obtained the Inyang life extension method in true inheritance, secluded domain. It was kept a secret. For his own selfish desires, he had ulterior motives. He deceived my mother. My mother did not know the inside story. She trusted him and cooperated with him. But in the end, almost all of her lifespan was mercilessly taken away by him. After my mother died, he concealed the truth. He was still a righteous path, gu immortal. He annexed my mother's aperture, taking away all the gu worms she had accumulated in her life. He was a coward, a despicable and dirty person. In order to live longer, he actually killed the person who loved him the most. Before mother died, she finally saw his true colors. She told me to be careful of him. Sure enough, my mother was right. Something seemed to have gone wrong in his cultivation. The lifespan that he took away was being consumed rapidly. He was facing the danger of his lifespan running out again. This time he's targeting me. I have the great strength, true martial physique. Once I become a gu immortal, I will have a deep foundation. If he used the Inyang life extension method on me, he would waste even less lifespan and obtain even more. Hei Lulan revealed the dark inside story one by one, his calm tone revealing a bone-piercing hatred. Tai Bai Yunqing shook his head as he listened. To think that Lord Hei Ching was actually such a person, it is truly disappointing. He was previously a gu immortal seed with hopes of becoming an immortal. Hei tribe's gu immortal Hei Bai had secretly contacted him, and had even expressed the intention of recruiting him. Thus, Tai Bai Yunqing had always had a good impression of Hei tribe. Hei Lulan's words destroyed this good impression. The so-called righteous path has many people who are righteous on the surface, but are ugly and dirty in the dark. In contrast, the demonic path has countless people with true emotions. Hei Lulan sneered. Speaking of which, no wonder when the wind veil of assimilation was split open, you did not respond when Hei Ching called your name. Fang Yuan nodded, looking at Hei Lulan again. He had a different feeling. Hei Lulan was born in a noble family, but this was a tragedy. Her father assassinated her mother, and now wanted to deal with her and take away her lifespan. She didn't have a warm family, and she was forced to disguise herself after many years of life-threatening crisis. She secretly worked hard and swore to avenge her mother. This was probably the main reason for her ambitious and ruthless nature. Without cause, there would be no effect, and with effect, there would be a cause. There was an old saying, heroes often meet their end. The hero here could also be replaced with ambitious and ruthless characters. Actually, it was not that heroes and ruthless characters often met with difficulties, but rather, the difficulties created them. From this aspect, heroes and ruthless characters were people with many difficulties in life. They encountered much more pain than ordinary people. And it was because of this pain that they learned and shaped them. Living happily, being a completely upright person, being open and above board without any troubles, while obtaining countless achievements, winning fame and praise. Were there really such examples in reality? Fang Yuan thought back to Earth, to his previous life of 500 years, and sneered. But for those with achievements, there would be sacrifices. Those who were in high positions often had to sacrifice their morals. Of course, there were weirdos, lucky ones, and those who relied on their elders to hide. But how long could they last? And how many of them could there be? Speaking of which, when Rinzhu walked on his own path of life, his vision changed greatly. It was all darkness. He took the first step. Pa. The next moment, he stepped into the mud. He lifted his foot and wiped it with his hand. It was all mud. It was extremely smelly. He hesitated. Chapter 666. Outside the window, it was snowing quietly in the quiet room. The fragrance of tea pervaded the air. Beside the vermilion window frame, a woman was sitting. She was wearing a brocade leather skirt unique to Northern Plains women. There were purple-red flower buds embroidered on the leather skirt. The edges were shining with silver light. She wore a sapphire blue ribbon on her head. At the center of the ribbon was a pure white pearl. Her eyelids were lowered, her eyelashes were thick, she breathed softly. Her hands were as white as snow. Her movements were light and slow. She was concentrating on brewing tea. The quiet room was not big, there was only her. But on the tea table, there were cups for 4 people. Suddenly, a dense jade light appeared in the quiet room. After the light dissipated, an old man's figure was revealed. The old man was tall and had a strange appearance. His hair was white like snow. His face was filled with wrinkles. His eyes were filled with vicissitudes of life. They were warm and firm, containing the wisdom of life accumulated over time. Seeing the old man, the woman brewing tea raised her head, smiling with interest. "You are Tai Bai Yunsheng." The old man was Tai Bai Yunsheng. He quickly looked around before bowing to the woman. "Junior greets senior, Fairy Li Shan." The woman smiled and nodded. She was an influential person among Northern Plains Gu immortals, a rank 7 Gu immortal, Fairy Li Shan. She was young and beautiful, but her actual age was much older than Tai Bai Yunsheng. After Tai Bai Yunsheng confirmed the surroundings were safe, he opened his immortal aperture. 2 figures jumped out. One turned into He Lulan. The other was an 8-armed immortal zombie. 6 meters tall, with a green face and sharp fangs, it was Guyue Fong Yuan. "Little aunt, I am back." He Lulan sat beside Fairy Li Shan. Her expression was still cold, but her gaze revealed a trace of intimacy. Fairy Li Shan looked at He Lulan warmly, sighing. Next, her gaze turned to Fong and Bai. "My relationship with Little Lon has always been kept a secret. Outsiders do not even know we know each other. Today, she exposed it. It shows she is sincere in cooperating with the 2 guests. Especially you, Fong Yuan. Xiaolan has mentioned you to me many times in the past few days. You've done a great thing. You actually collapsed the 88-point Jinyang Tower." Fong Yuan laughed. Using the hoarse voice unique to zombies, he said, "Fairy, you flatter me. It's not my wish that things have come to this. Tell the truth. I've always had my doubts about He Lulan's proposal, but I didn't expect you to have such a close relationship with He Lulan. That is for the best. With Fairy's immortal Gu Mountain pledge, I will not be able to do anything. Only then will our alliance be secure." Not long ago, in Hu immortal blessed land, He Lulan revealed the secret of her revenge. After that, she told Fong Yuan about her relationship with Fairy Li Shan. Fong Yuan was both surprised and not surprised. He Lulan had been under the strict supervision of Gu immortal He Cheng. She could not have gotten to where she was with her own efforts, other than her own hard work. There had to be external help. "Please take a seat. This is the freshly brewed snow oil tea." Fairy Li Shan gestured for Fong and Bai to sit down. Fong Yuan waved his hand, rejecting. "Let's establish the alliance first. It won't be too late to drink it after the tea." Junior Fong is really decisive, Fairy Li Shan praised, before summoning an immortal Gu. This immortal Gu. It was a dada worm. It was thick and sturdy, bigger than an adult's palm. Its body was made of gray stone. There was a pair of huge pincers on its head. Its back was not smooth. It was like a craggy mountain wall. There were moss-like markings on the joints of its limbs. Fairy Li Shan explained at an appropriate time, "This is a rank 6 information path immortal Gu. It is as famous as Si Vow Gu. As long as you choose a tall mountain to make the vow, as long as this mountain exists, The vow cannot be violated. Junior Fong, which mountain do you want to choose to make the vow? Fong Yuan slightly raised his brows, pointing outside the window as he laughed hoarsely. What place can be better than this mountain? Tai Bai Yunxing did not understand. He asked in confusion, What mountain is this? This mountain is called Snowy Mountain. Fairy Li Shan smiled. Snowy Mountain, I have heard of it somewhere. Wait, is this the base of Northern Plains' demonic path Gu Immortals? Snowy Mountain blessed land. Tai Bai Yunxing cried out in shock. Where else did you think it was? Hey Lulan snorted coldly. Fong Yuan continued to introduce to Tai Bai Yunxing. There is a difference between mortals and immortals. Old Bai, you have just advanced. You have only heard some information about Northern Plains' Gu Immortal world from me. This Fairy Li Shan is the owner of Snowy Mountain Blessed Land's third peak. You can call her third leader. Third leader. Tai Bai Yunxing stared at Fairy Li Shan. He had never expected such a gentle and quiet woman to be a demonic path Gu Immortal. Moreover, she was the third leader of Northern Plains' largest demonic path base. Cough, cough, cough. Dongfang Naganori was lying on the bed, coughing nonstop. Every time he coughed, his already pale face became even more ashen. Lord! A handsome young man stood beside the bed. He had a mournful expression. He wore white clothes, his face was like jade, his eyes were deep, and he had a calm and mature temperament. It was Dongfang Yuliang. No need to be sad, Liang Air, cough, death, birth. Old age, sickness, and death are the laws of heaven. Dongfang Naganori said this. He gasped for breath and recovered some strength, continuing, Your talent is better than mine. In the entire tribe, you are the one I favor the most. Only you can shoulder the heavy responsibility of bringing Dongfang tribe back to glory. I, Dongfang Naganori, am not wrong about you. Lord Supreme Elder. Dongfang Yuliang's eyes were red. He choked with emotions and was speechless. The dying old man in front of him was his benefactor. He, Dongfang Yuliang, lost his parents when he was 11. Not only did he have to make ends meet, he also had to take care of his 6-year-old sister, Dongfang Qingyu. To preserve his life, he was forced to give away the inheritance left behind by his parents. But precisely because of this, he was favored by Dongfang Naganori. Not only did he become a trusted aide, his sister was also taken good care of. Afterwards, Dongfang Yuliang even received personal guidance from Dongfang Naganori. The latter disregarded all obstacles and appointed Dongfang Yuliang as the current tribe leader. Dongfang Yuliang lost the imperial court contest. He was ostracized and suppressed by all sides after returning to the tribe. It was Dongfang Naganori who protected him, shielding him from the wind and rain, putting in a lot of effort. Dongfang Naganori became weaker and weaker. He opened his mouth several times but could not speak. Finally, he spoke with a soft voice. Give me your hand. Dongfang Yuliang stretched out his hand and held the old man's right hand. The old man held a gu in his hand. This gu, take it. Dongfang Naganori's face flushed red. He felt a surge of strength before he died. He stared at Dongfang Yuliang and said with concern, Although Dongfang tribe and the other righteous path tribes have signed an alliance agreement, the affairs of the world are unpredictable and hard to predict. After I die, Dongfang tribe will go from prosperity to decline. You are my inheritor. You must be careful. Once this gu is activated, it will bring you to a secret place. There are cultivation resources I have prepared for you. My experience in immortal ascension, the tribe's secret history, and my life's wisdom path comprehension. Remember to prioritize your own safety. There is no need to rush. In the tribe there are demonic path spies. Saying so, Dongfang Naganori's expression turned sluggish. The redness on his face faded, and his eyes lost the last trace of luster. Lord! Dongfang Yuliang's face was already covered in tears. He could not help but cry out in sorrow. Northern Plains number 1 Wisdom Path, Gu Immortal. Dongfang Naganori died. When the news spread, Dongfang tribe's sorrowful cries continued for 3 days and 3 nights, and all the Northern Plains forces, as well as the righteous and demonic Path Gu immortals, who received the news, let out sighs of relief. Dongfang Naganori was a legendary figure. When he was born, Dongfang tribe was already on the decline. They only had the name of a superforce, but no longer had the strength to back it up. Dongfang Naganori became a Gu immortal and led the tribe. He schemed in many ways, using wisdom path methods to form alliances. He made strong friends and killed weak neighbors. He even schemed to make enemies fight against each other, finally allowing Dongfang tribe to rise again. Dongfang tribe's rise was mostly due to Dongfang Naganori alone. But precisely because of this, all the Northern Plains Gu immortals realized Dongfang Naganori's power. When Wisdom Path Gu immortals wanted to deal with their enemies, they often did not even need to personally make a move. They could teach them a lesson. Their schemes were meticulous, one after another. Those who were schemed against would feel like they had sunk into a swamp. Even if they realized it, they would not be able to free themselves. The Gu immortals were all wary of Dongfang Naganori. They secretly came to a tacit agreement. They prohibited the sale of Lifespan Gu to Dongfang Naganori, and even secretly destroyed Dongfang tribe's plan to plunder Lifespan Gu. Dongfang Naganori schemed against others, and was schemed against by others in the end. The sun shone brightly, Crescent Lake's ripples sparkled. Dragonfish jumped out of the lake from time to time. The lakeside was covered in snow. This was the remnant of the 10-year blizzard disaster. Fang Yuan destroyed Giant Sun Immortals' arrangements. The blizzard disaster flooded Imperial Court Blessed Land. Thus Northern Plains disaster was much smaller than before. Now that Imperial Court Blessed Land was gone and Truyong Building was destroyed, Northern Plains no longer had the 10-year blizzard disaster. The snow slowly melted under the sunlight. In the snow, there was already grass growing out of it. Pieces of green and white were mixed together. Fang Yuan and Tai by Yunsheng moved together. On the way, they saw many water wolves and lone tri-horned rhinos. There was originally a dense horseshoe forest here, but now large areas of the forest had been crushed by the snow and frozen to death. The change in scenery gave Fang Yuan some trouble. He was looking for the path to Langya Blessed Land, the purple stone forest the thieving heaven demon Venerable had set up. 3 days had passed since he formed an alliance with He Lulan. Little Hu Immortal stayed behind to guard Hu Immortal Blessed Land. She had been paying attention to jewel yellow skies, but Langya Old Immortal's divine sense had not arrived yet. Fang Yuan took back his fixed immortal travel and used this immortal Gu to go to Crescent Lake. To prevent any unnecessary misunderstandings, Fang Yuan did not directly teleport to Langya Blessed Land. He planned to use thieving heaven demon Venerable's arrangements again to enter. Because of the change in environment, he could not directly teleport to the purple stone forest. It was all thanks to Tai by Yunsheng that he could directly arrive at Crescent Lake. When he was roaming in Northern Plains, he had once stayed by Crescent Lake. He dug a cave and made some simple arrangements, living there for 2 to 3 months. Chapter 667. Found it. Fang Yuan's eyes brightened. He stopped in front of a purple stone pillar. Tai by Yunsheng looked towards the direction of the voice, seeing that this crucial stone pillar was very ordinary. Only at the base of the stone pillar there was a stone that was smooth like a stool. It looked quite special. It is here. Fang Yuan stretched out his thick, monstrous hand, sweeping away the snow on the stone stool, confirming again. After Tai by Yunsheng entered his immortal aperture, Fang Yuan sat on the stone stool and used a Gu worm to cut his arm, smearing his blood on this purple stone pillar. His blood was no longer red like a normal person. It was jade green. It had no temperature. It was very cold. Thieving heaven demon Venerable had secretly used a mysterious Gu worm on the purple stone pillar. It quickly absorbed all of the jade green zombie blood. Ma Hongyun's figure flashed in Fang Yuan's mind. This opportunity originally belonged to Ma Hongyun. Fang Yuan was the one who stole it. Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun were brought out of the wind curtain of assimilation with the luck path true inheritance. They were fought over by Northern Plains' righteous and demonic path Gu immortals. It was a chaotic scene back then. Right now, there was no news of them. They were definitely captured by a Gu immortal. Whether they could escape or what happened to them, no one knew. Compared to his previous life, Ma Hongyun's situation was much worse now. It could be seen that even luck that rivaled the heavens was not omnipotent. Luck could only provide opportunities. Whether one could make use of it or resist, it depended on the Gu master's strength and methods. Right now, Ma Hongyun was still being searched crazily. It was unknown which Gu immortal had hidden them. The temptation of the luck path true inheritance was especially great for Northern Plains Gu immortals. It was extremely huge. My spring-autumn cicada has the weakness of weakening one's luck. If I can use the luck path true inheritance to make up for this weakness, that would be for the best. Ever since rebirth, I have suffered enough from bad luck. Fang Yuan sighed in his heart. Not only was Ma Hongyun guilty of having a treasure, most importantly, in this trip to Northern Plains, Ma Hongyun was a witness who was likely to expose Fang Yuan. Therefore, Ma Hongyun was also killed by He Lulan. Killing Ma Hongyun was already part of the Snow Mountain Alliance. Entering Lang blessed land again, Fang Yuan was not the same as before. He directly entered the quiet room in the Cloud Pavilion. Lang blessed land's terrain was unique. It was a vast expanse of white cloud soil. The 12 pavilions were separated from each other. They stood on the cloud soil and were called the 12 Cloud Pavilions. However, what Fang Yuan saw was a messy scene. The fertile cloud soil was full of holes. Some of the holes were filled with ice. Some of the pits were still emitting black smoke. Tai by Yunxing came out of Fang Yuan's immortal aperture. Seeing the scene, he immediately blurted out, "There was a huge battle here not long ago. Looks like the land spirit of Langya is really in trouble." Fang Yuan didn't say anything. He just looked at the 12 cloud pavilions in the distance. These 12 pavilions each had their own unique characteristics. Some were surrounded by red-crowned cranes, some were inhabited by winged people, and some were filled with colorful clouds. Some were filled with sandalwood fragrance. But now, of these 12 cloud pavilions, 8 were intact. The remaining 3 had been heavily damaged by the attacks. The richly ornamented pavilions had turned into rubble. What's going on? We have already arrived at Lang, ye blessed land. Why has the land spirit not appeared? Tai by Yunxing frowned, feeling even more alert. Let's go in and take a look. Fang Yuan said. The two flew over, getting closer to the 12 cloud pavilions. Look there is a desolate beast corpse. Halfway through, Tai by Yunsheng suddenly pointed in a direction, saying, only to see a giant fish lying on the cloud soil, not moving. It was the size of a whale, but it looked like a carp. On its back, there were bony spikes growing out of its body, extending outwards. Its scales were blue in color. Its dead fish eyes were as large as a horse carriage, with some starlight left in them. This is the desolate beast spinefin star dragonfish. Fang Yuan said. He knew that the land spirit of Langya had a beast enslavement immortal gu that enslaved 12 desolate beasts, hiding in the 12 cloud pavilions. Was this spine-fin star dragonfish one of the 12 desolate beasts? Someone came in. In the dark secret room, the land spirit of Langya suddenly opened his eyes, sensing Fang Yuan and Tai by Yunqing's presence. In front of him was a gu immortal. He had a middle-aged appearance. Giving off a rather imposing aura, his appearance was similar to a normal person's. He had black skin and white hair. He was an Inkmin gu immortal. What, another strong enemy? The Inkmin gu immortal heard the land spirit's words and immediately became nervous. So, it is this brat. Phew, he scared me. No worries, I know this person. He came here half a year ago. The land spirit of Langya let out a breath of turbid air after sensing with all his concentration. The Inkmin Gu immortal raised his eyebrows in surprise. He did not think that someone else besides him could come to Langya blessed land as a guest. Since he is a friend and not an enemy, then it is easy. We have already been in the secret room for 3 days and 3 nights. After a while, we will be able to remove a layer of the seal on your body. At this time, we cannot be disturbed. The Inkmin Gu immortal felt a huge weight lift off his heart. But we cannot let them get close to the cloud building. Old friend, you don't know, this kid is extremely crafty. He is thieving heaven demon Venerable's inheritor. I suffered a huge loss at his hands. Let me mobilize the desolate beasts to stop him for now. The land spirit of Langya said while gritting his teeth. We have been here for so long, but the land spirit of Langya has not appeared. It seems something big has happened here. The one who attacked Langya blessed land is definitely not a single person. Such a force is not to be trifled with. We should quickly search the battlefield and retreat. Just as Tai Bai Yinxing said this, a huge yellow metallic mountain rock slowly emerged from the cloud soil. The huge rock moved nimbly and blocked the two. Desolate beast. Tai Bai Yinxing was on guard. The desolate beast did not have eyes. It only had a pair of huge pincers in front of it. No one dared to doubt the power of this sinister weapon. Next, the other 9 pairs of pincers also extended from the sides of the huge rock. The pincers were deeply inserted into the cloud soil, supporting the desolate beast's mountain-like body. At this point, Tai Bai Yinxing finally recognized this desolate beast. This is the Swamp Sovereign King, Swamp Crab. Fang Yuan snorted coldly. He was very clear about Swamp Crab. In this life, after he obtained to immortal blessed land, he encountered a swamp crab during tribulation. Most importantly, that swamp crab actually had Gruel Mud Immortal Gu on it. It brought disaster to Dang Hun Mountain. In order to save Dang Hun Mountain, Fang Yuan stepped into northern plains and conspired to obtain Tai Bai Yinxing's landscape as before Immortal Gu. Right now, Fang Yuan risked his life to not only save Dang Hun Mountain, he even recruited Tai Bai Yinxing to his side. It could be said that he obtained both man and Gu. The swamp crab blocked the two's path. Tai Bai Yinxing stopped and asked Fang Yuan, "What do we do now?" Fang Yuan's gaze locked onto the desolate beast in front of him, saying softly, "Fight." "Be careful." Tai Bai Yinxing nodded. He quickly retreated, pulling some distance away from Fang Yuan. He was a healing Gu immortal. Under normal circumstances, he would not take risks personally. This was also a consistent style of play that suited his temperament. Fang Yuan hovered in the air. He quietly looked at the swamp crab. Next, he breathed in deeply. His back straightened and his 8 arms spread out. The muscles all over his body bulged, making him look like a steel monster. His eyes were blood red, his face was green, and his fangs were sharp, adding to his malevolent and terrifying aura. At the next moment, Fang Yuan suddenly moved. His body moved like a meteor, fiercely crashing towards the swamp crab. The swamp crab had a huge body, but it was extraordinarily agile. Its 9 pairs of pincers moved rapidly, causing its body to dodge to the side. But Fang Yuan was a flying master. He seemed to be unable to change his trajectory, but he suddenly changed direction and crashed into the swamp crab's back. Boom! With a thunderous sound, the swamp crab lowered its body from the impact of Fang Yuan's attack. Fang Yuan's 6-meter tall body stood in a crater. This was the damage caused by his attack just now. Tough enough. Fang Yuan grinned, retracting his 4 right fists. His fists, without exception, were all lacerated, exposing his bones. But Fang Yuan had already lost his sense of pain. The cracked bones in his fists were healing at a visible speed. After a few breaths of time, His 4 right fists recovered to their original state. Whoosh whoosh! 2 fierce gusts of wind attacked. The wings on Fang Yuan's back opened. He stepped on the ground and flew up like lightning, dodging the fierce gusts. 2 clanging sounds could be heard. Fang Yuan turned around and saw that the swamp crab's huge pincers were extending to his back at an unbelievable speed, clamping together fiercely. If Fang Yuan had dodged a little slower, he would have been in trouble. The battle strength of a desolate beast was comparable to a rank 6 Gu immortal. Even if Fang Yuan had a heavenly zombie shell with a sharp increase in defense, he did not want to taste the feeling of being clamped by steel pincers. The swamp crab shell is extraordinarily hard. Its defense is almost flawless. I do not have methods to cut or drill it. I can only use brute force to counter brute force. Using brute force to counter brute force. That is the correct way. Thoughts collided in Fang Yuan's mind. He continued to fly up, looking down. In just a few breaths of time, the swamp crab's body was covered in large numbers of crabs. Some of these crabs were as large as tigers, fierce and fearless. Some had sharp pincers like steel needles. Some had limbs like 8 claws. They were extremely fast. This was the swamp crab's special ability. It could reproduce itself at any time, producing a huge crab army that would be loyal to it. Very good. Fang Yuan's gaze was cold. He took a deep breath and activated the killer move Myriad Self. A bead of green grape immortal essence was expended, activating the core immortal Gu first. Following that, large numbers of Gu worms were activated in a certain pattern. Fang Yuan punched out with 8 fists, attacking the swamp crab below. Bam, bam, bam. Each fist burst out with a formless and colorless fist chi. Fist shadows flew. Fist chi rained down like a torrential rain. The swamp crab let out a sharp scream. Its body was pressed down by the unceasing fist chi. Countless fist chi smashed on the swamp crab's back, causing its hard shell to become uneven. The scattered fist chi gathered again, forming Fang Yuan's strength path phantoms. In about 10 breaths of time, there was an army of strength path phantoms standing on the swamp crab's back. This is... Tai Bai Yunsheng was dumbfounded. This was the first time he had seen this killer move. The strength path phantoms surrounded the swamp crab. The crab army collapsed upon contact. The swamp crab could not hold on any longer. It screamed and struggled with all its might, but it could not hide its defeat. No matter how many strength path phantoms it destroyed, Fang Yuan would not stop attacking, and more strength path phantoms would be created at every moment. Chapter 668. The land spirit of Langya looked at his swamp crab with a pained expression. This swamp crab was paralyzed on the ground, unable to get up. The 9 pairs of pincers were mostly dismembered, and even one of the largest pincers was shattered. Such a result made the Inkmin Gu Immortals and Tai Bai Yunsheng feel a chill in their hearts. Fang Yuan had used over 10,000 strength path phantoms. He had over 3,000 left. He calmly stored the remaining phantoms in his immortal aperture. These phantoms could only exist for a certain period of time. After the time limit, the fist chi would dissipate and the phantoms would vanish. But if he could make use of them, Fang Yuan would make use of them without any wastage. Ever since he returned to Hu immortal blessed land from northern plains, he had not a single immortal Yuan stone. Thus he had not replenished a large number of mortal Gu. He had already probed at the start of the battle. Just the 8-arm immortal zombie body alone could not pose any threat to the swamp crab with its hard armor. Thus, his only choice was to use the killer move Myriad Self. The core of this killer move was a soul path immortal Gu in Fang Yuan's possession. Thus it needed to expend green grape immortal essence. Earlier, the situation was unclear. So Fang Yuan resolutely gave up a bead of green grape immortal essence to control the situation. The killer move Myriad Self was worthy of being the fusion of enslavement path Its power was extraordinary. The swamp crab that had once given Fang Yuan huge trouble and made Fang Yuan expend all his strength to deal with it could not even raise its head against Myriad's self. It was in a disadvantageous position with no hope of turning the tables. Brat, not only did you come to my house, you even injured my desolate beast. How are you going to compensate me? The land spirit of Lengya glared at Fang Yuan furiously. Tai Bai Yunsheng was standing behind Fang Yuan. He looked at this land spirit with interest. The land spirit of Lengya had a tall and thin body. His hair was white like snow, and his beard reached his chest. His face was rosy like a baby's. He wore a loose robe with his sleeves fluttering in the wind. If it weren't for the fact that he was currently burning with rage and glaring at Fang Yuan, his appearance would undoubtedly be even better, and he would look even more like an immortal. Fang Yuan was already familiar with the land spirit of Lengya. He stared at the land spirit of Lengya, who was tied up. Furrowing his brows, he said, "You're under a seal. No wonder I couldn't hear from you at the jewel yellow skies. According to Northern Plains time, it has only been half a year since we last met. What happened to you?" The land spirit of Lengya's eyes widened, and he immediately retorted, "How did you end up like this?" He was neither a human nor a ghost. He ascended to become an immortal, and then he fell into a zombie state. You should have plenty of lifespan left. Humph, land spirit of Lengya, you've lived for so long, yet you don't even know the simplest way to make a choice? If I didn't turn into a zombie, how could I appear in front of you again? How could I control such a powerful battle strength? But you, on the other hand, are regressing. You can't even refine Gu now. You're really losing face for your main body. Fang Yuan sneered. He purposely provoked the land spirit. The land spirit of Lengya's sore spot was touched, and he stomped his feet in anger. Not long ago, Lengya Blessed Land was attacked by a mysterious force. Although the land spirit of Lengya repelled the invading enemies, his body was sealed by a chi path killer move. Thus, he invited his best friend to help him remove the seal. The land spirit of Lengya scolded at Fang Yuan. "Brat, you still have the cheek to talk about me? The collapse of Truyang Building was definitely caused by you. So many people died. The clansmen of 2 super forces lost their lives. The whole of Northern Plains Go Immortals are looking for you, the culprit. You've already become a street rat that everyone wants to kill. Your days must not be good." The Inkmin Gu Immortal and Tai Bai Yunqing's expressions changed. The Inkmin Gu Immortal's pupils shrunk. An intense impulse rose in his heart to cover the land spirit's mouth. But the land spirit had already blurted it out. It was too late. "How can you say such a thing? Aren't you afraid of being silenced by these two?" The Inkmin Gu Immortal's heart involuntarily trembled with fear. The 2 people in front of him were actually the culprits who turned Northern Plains upside down, and even destroyed Giant Sun Immortal's arrangements. Too dangerous. This situation was bad. At the next moment, Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunsheng looked at the Inkmin Gu Immortal with cold gazes. Even though the Inkmin Gu Immortal usually had a high status and extraordinary strength, he felt a chill in his heart being stared at by these 2 fierce people. "Land spirit of Lengya, why aren't you introducing this person to us?" Fang Yuan chuckled. His voice was extremely hoarse and unpleasant to hear, making people feel uncomfortable. He did not want land spirit of Lengya to reply. Who knew what the straightforward land spirit would say? Thus, the Inkmin Gu Immortal braced himself and stepped forward, saying, "I am Mo Tan Sang. I live in Inkman City. I am the Inkman King of Northern Plains." Tai Bai Yunqing's brows rose. He had not expected this person to have such a background. He immediately had a whole new level of respect for the Inkman King. Right now, the 5 regions were ruled by humans. Variant humans lived in the cracks. Many of them were sold as slaves. Their lives were quite difficult. But in Northern Plains, the Inkmen were one of the variant humans who had the best situation. Many variant humans did not have a fixed residence. they could only wander around. But the Inkmen had built a city in northern plains. They had 3 Inkmen Gu immortals. The Mo Tan Sang in front of them was the Inkmen city lord. Under his leadership, the Inkmen could resist the pressure from all sides, resist the greedy gazes of countless Gu immortals, and maintain the Inkmen's survival. This was not easy. It showed the Inkmen King's talent and methods. Inkmen King Mo Tan Sang. Fong Yuan muttered in his heart. He had an impression of this name. In his previous life, during the 5 Regions chaotic war, the Inkmen King took advantage of the fact that humans were fighting amongst themselves and had no time to care about him. He seized the opportunity and developed vigorously, greatly expanding the Inkmen forces. When Northern Plains human forces wanted to suppress him, he disregarded his dignity as a king and took the initiative to side with Lu tribe. He bowed to Lu tribe's first supreme elder as a servant. He had the status of a servant. Lu tribe was one of the super forces. Thus, they protected the Inkmen forces. The Inkmen forces developed steadily under this layer of protection. After Lu tribe declined, the Inkmen King immediately abandoned Lu tribe and cooperated with Ma Hongyun on equal terms. Before Fong Yuan self-detonated, the Inkmen already had hundreds of cities and occupied 1/3 of Northern Plains territory. From this, it could be seen that the Inkmen King Mo Tan Sang was a very powerful ruler. Not only did he have unique foresight, he was decisive and daring. He could also adapt to circumstances. He could not be underestimated. Thinking of this, Fong Yuan lightly praised. So it is the Inkmen King. You indeed have a majestic aura that surpasses ordinary people. I wouldn't dare. The Inkmen King quickly replied humbly. The person in front of him was the main culprit who destroyed 88 Point Jinyang Tower. He was extremely vigilant against such a dangerous person. He took the initiative to explain, I have been good friends with the land spirit of Langya for many years. In fact, Inkmen City and Langya Blessed Land have always had a close relationship. Our Inkmen City is most proficient in Chi Path, and coincidentally, the land spirit of Langya was struck by a Chi Path seal. Thus we came to help. You are the dragon python that roams the world. You have stirred up the winds and clouds, causing the whole of Northern Plains to be in chaos. Such elegance, I cannot help but admire you. Our Inkmen City. We have always been suppressed by the Huang Jin tribes. In the past, Giant Sun Immortal had been excessively demanding of Inkmen City, offering countless Inkmen women as tributes. This means that you have destroyed Imperial Court Blessed Land. You have also helped us Inkmen take revenge. You are also the land spirit's friend. That means you are my Mo Tan Sang's friend. If you have any plans in the future, please come to Inkmen City as a guest. As expected of the Inkmen King, he was extremely eloquent. With just a few words, he was able to express his goodwill, and was neither servile nor overbearing. It was very rare. Who is a friend of this brat? The land spirit of Langya shouted in dissatisfaction. However, he was very happy to hear Fong Yuan praise his friend. His anger from before had weakened. Fong Yuan nodded at the Inkmen King, replying with deep meaning, There is a chance. I will definitely go to Inkmen City to take a look. Saying so, he looked at the land spirit of Langya. Not buying the land spirit's words, he continued to provoke. Land spirit, even if I am not your friend, you have to welcome me and refine Gu for me. Did you forget? I still have one chance to ask you to refine Gu. If I ask you to refine Gu, you have to do it, even if you don't want to. The land spirit of Langya had no shrewdness. His anger surged again. Normally, Gu immortals would ask him to refine Gu. Their attitudes were all polite and even fawning. When had he ever been so angered by Fong Yuan? But what Fong Yuan said was the truth. He still had one last chance to refine Gu. The land spirit of Langya was formed from long-hair ancestors' obsession. He had to abide by the agreement that his main body had agreed to back then. Damn this scoundrel, I am so angry, so angry! The land spirit of Langya's face was red with anger, shouting loudly. Suddenly he smiled happily. Ahaha! I am trapped. This Chi-Path seal is too troublesome. There are 17 to 18 layers of seals. Earlier, the Inkman King only unlocked the first layer. Ha ha ha! I really can't help you refine Gu now. I can't do it. This is great. Ever since he was sealed, he had been bored to death, unable to refine Gu. His greatest hobby had been taken away. But this time he felt that he was very happy like this. It was all because of Fang Yuan's anger. Looking at this strange land spirit of Langya laughing and shouting like an old urchin, Tai Bai Yunxing felt this trip was not in vain. His horizons had been broadened. The Inkman King was silent. He had a huge business. He did not want to offend Fang Yuan easily. Fang Yuan coughed, saying with a solemn expression, "All right, let's talk about serious matters. Since you can't refine Gu, forget it. I came here for another matter. I want to make a deal with you." "Deal? What deal?" the land spirit of Langya asked. The Inkman King immediately became vigilant. Although the land spirit of Langya had high intelligence, he had an honest nature. It was hard to guarantee that he would not be deceived. As the land spirit's good friend, if Fang Yuan really had bad intentions, he would stand up and expose the other party's scheme. "The deal is simple. You should still remember that I am a wisdom path Gu master, right? I am willing to deduce an immortal Gu recipe for you, and you will pay me immortal Yuan stone as compensation. This is a win-win deal." Fang Yuan said. "Deduce a Gu recipe?" The land spirit of Langya stared with wide eyes. After being dazed for a while, he laughed loudly again. He was rocking back and forth in laughter. If his hands were not tied, he would probably be slapping his thighs in laughter. The land spirit of Langya mocked. "Fang Yuan, oh Fang Yuan, you are a zombie now. You still want to deduce a Gu recipe? Or an immortal Gu recipe? I advise you to give up on this thought as soon as possible." The Inkman King said, "If it is an immortal Gu recipe, even if it is an incomplete recipe, its value is extremely high. If I let Sir deduce it, if Sir cannot deduce it, wouldn't Sir also know the contents of the immortal Gu recipe?" The land spirit of Langya was reminded. He immediately shouted in anger, "Good lad, you actually want to swindle an old man's immortal Gu recipe." You're tuning in to the Thunder Spear YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.